Morning, everybody. Hey, Spurman. Hey, Jupiter. All right, so today, let's write some things down. Let's figure out what the old today was. All right, so Wednesday, as the title suggests, fixing bugs again. There will also be other miscellaneous improvements to areas like documentation, adding documentation. Hey, Hideo. All right. So here's the today command. The game's actually not online yet. I just trust that none of you actually expect it to be online right now. And in fact, one of the things that I want to do before putting it online is undoing a bunch of what I did yesterday. So let's start with the usual. We'll go create a bunch of machines, create all, ls. Oh, ls is asynchronous. Okay, cool. So then all of this, like, I could stash this. This is what Hideo was suggesting to me. But I don't think it's worth stashing it, because I think this is super hacky. And it didn't work anyway. So let's revert everything. Done. Hey, Dr. Dingstorm. And hey, EOJ. Minus PogChamp. Yeah, there are a lot of bugs. There aren't really billions. Now, one of the things we're going to have to do here is every time you go to join game, we're going to keep track of this. So this .debug game joins. Hey, kind of Nelly. Okay. So this keeps track of when you join games. I don't know exactly how I want to do this. I want to have more information here than what I did. So every time find opponent is triggered, that's what I'd like to know. Actually, this is silly, right? This can't be on the client. Like, we're nearly positive it can't be on the client. And one of the other things that doesn't make any sense is the account server is the thing that's getting 2 responses here. How does that make any sense, though? Because if the client got multiple responses, we would call setup arena multiple times, which I guess maybe we did and we set them up in the wrong order. That wouldn't make any sense. Extreme bean. I don't think it's even remotely possible to be on the client. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think I'm going to get rid of this. And I think we need to add logging somewhere for this. I need to know more information. So find match for user. Maybe we put this in here for now. Because this was getting triggered multiple times. And that's what made me think the only way this is possible is if the client was doing it. Yeah, Dr. Dingstorm, it's called JavaScript Next. Or at least that's what I end up using. But that's for Sublime Text 2. For Sublime Text 3, I think you've got a better option. And Hideo actually knows what that is. I think it's got Babel in the name. But yeah, I don't have Sublime Text 3, so I don't know the exact package name. Yeah, there it is, Babel Sublime. It has Sublime in the name and Babel in the name. Alright, so it's not really helpful for me to put this here, is it? This is what I don't understand. Like, how would this get triggered multiple times? I could add a log here. I'm kind of at a loss right now. I guess I'll just add it for right now. Logger.info. Finding match for user ID. Yeah, this isn't really that helpful though. All right, let's copy paste this one too, I suppose. And this should just be changed to info. Found opponent ID for user ID. Yeah. Let's just swap this though. No, that's not swapping. Hey Echo, how's it going? Oh, these lights aren't on. I was gonna say that's why it looks so dark here. There we go. Perfect. Okay, there. Well, there's some minor logging. Let's also bump the client package version. We should do that in its own commit, I guess. The other idea I had, are you sending a user ID when requesting a match? Are you getting it back from the JWT token? I'm sending, so client sends JWT. JWT looks like this. User ID 1. So yeah, the client is sending this, but it has to be signed. And if the signature doesn't match, then we just won't do matchmaking for this person. I don't think there can be any way where someone else is triggering this for you. I'm pretty sure that no one else was playing on the day when you first reproed this. Or at least at that time. Hey, Digitane. Man, we have all the Red Star users within like 4 IMs of each other. Oh boy. Alright, current store state. I don't know why I ever had this printing out, but let's get rid of that too. No, let's get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of this too. Yeah, there. Okay, so I'll check this in. Modify logging a little bit. Just added / remove some minor logging. Okay. Hey, EJ. All right, so let's up this version number. It's 4.8, right? Yeah, it is. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, looks good. So commit that. Let's go start the deploy process. Wait, what? Digitay? I didn't even say anything that could be construed as savage. Not this morning. You guys are trying to bait me. Alright, so run BL deploy. Commit and push repos, connect to Debian1. Screen, clear IPs, AWS. We'll get the game online. Then we'll update changes. Put game online, update changes. I mean, I watch some TV, but what are you talking about? Hey, Skynet. TV in 2016. I think people say TV and mostly just mean Netflix and Hulu and regular cable and everything else. Oops. There we go. Okay. Previously selecting a script from the dropdown. Whoa. Ooh, thanks, Echo. So tired. Yeah, what's tiring for me is knowing when an entire day is planned. Wednesday is one of those days. It's honestly like Botland happens every day you guys know about. So I guess it's just when I have plans in the evening that I know I can't change. That makes me feel like I'm trapped. I don't know why. So tonight is running, and it's not like it's that bad or anything. I mean, yeah. So I understand that being so tired thing. Well, physically, I guess I feel fine right now. Maybe Hideo was logged in and was triggering the matchmaker at the same time you were. So there was only one time that would have been possible. The original repro, it was only him, and I didn't know his account password. Then he eventually shared it with me, and there was a bunch of annoyances yesterday. Hey, Kai Tai. By the way, I have some at least slightly more interesting than bug fix level work stuff that I have planned this morning, and we'll get to it right after I upload all of this. So let's see, the deploy is probably almost done, right? Yeah, it is almost done. So we'll continue along these lines. And then we check in. Yeah, okay, so let's commit this stuff. Publish version 0.0.48. Do the same thing here. New tiles day? No, I said slightly more interesting. That's just more interesting. Don't get it twisted. Alright. So here we are. We run prod host. We quit out of this. EJ. You gotta wait till the end. But there's gonna be stuff sprinkled throughout. Alright, so let's go update the IP address. Yeah, I don't know when new tiles will be here exactly, and I'm not super concerned about that yet. But I think there will be a somewhat interactive part of this stream when I do this document that I'm planning. Can we watch paint dry, please? Please, nothing more exciting than watching coding, so no, you cannot watch paint dry. Okay. So let's copy paste these. Let's hope none of this breaks. There. Okay, let's get back to editing these changes now. So canceling out of a match by pressing C no longer crashes the game. Prevented default event handlers on key events. Force cooldown values for bots and answers. This doesn't matter. Fix bug around attacking repeatedly. Fix bug where you cannot place bots. This was most commonly occurred after you tested your defense. So it involves a document bug, chat. Yeah. So this I'm not gonna include here. I don't think you guys even ever watch other people's replays. Fix severe bug around leaking user code. Thanks. I am a banana. Ask me anything. This was a combination of a debug feature, being able to watch any user's replay, and a mistake injecting code into entities in the replay for no reason. Alright. Fix bug around canceling out of a match. Yeah, I don't think I actually did that. Okay, so just bug fixes. That's what we see. Oh well. Nothing super exciting. Now, if this stuff all started up, the overseer did, at the very least. So the overseer probably did not actually try starting up a game server, did it? No. But we can go do that. There. Okay, so let's put this online. Edit. Put this here. In general, what have I been writing for the past months? Fix bugs. There. I'll just put an unhappy face here. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of... Whoa. Is that all the ones you can get here? Oh. Neat. Did you manage to fix the bug yesterday? No. Oh man, that bug was crazy. Yeah, I added like the smallest amount of logging. Alright, so save page. There. Oops. Oh god. How did I screw this up? Oh, because I copy pasted it and never updated it. Okay. Fixed version number. What bug? Without going into a lot of depth here, there was a bug where you pressed attack and it would find 2 matches for you, but only tell you about one of them. So the client thought you were facing the first match, but the account server thought you were facing the second match. So the client would just crash. Okay, so where do we stand on the deploy process? This is frozen again. Just never wants to work, does it? Oh yeah, okay, so I wrote down some things. Let me find this. So here's the sort of interesting stuff I wanted to do. Yeah, it's basically filing this stuff. So I want to make an alpha readiness document. I was talking to my wife last night and I thought, like, what's the difference between what we have now and alpha? And the answer is I haven't defined what the alpha means for everybody. So I don't know what the difference is. And so I want to define that today. Game server not online yet? Yeah, not everything's online. Give it about 5 minutes. Yeah, this is finally working again. And then we're waiting for the game server to be online, of course. Yeah. Okay, we can close out of that. That part's done now. So now all we're waiting for is for this thing to have started up. This will probably not work. It hasn't been working. Don't you have a list of features you absolutely want in alpha and OneNote? Yeah, but I want to make that public and I want to expand on it. Hey Zython. GCE. What is GCE? Hey Darkstrom. Online. No. What's online? Wait. The game server's not online. So dig it. You shouldn't be able to actually save a defense or attack. Yeah. Got it. New million the bugs discovered. New, hidden, I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah, there are lots of bugs to fix. And today we're not gonna start with bugs yet. I'm gonna do this stuff. One of the things that I was thinking about yesterday though was this. I don't know if you guys have been thinking about this too much, but EMP, so the way EMP works is you call EMP with a hardware. So lasers, missiles, artillery, melee, those will be the most common ones. When you do this, it pulses out to 5 tiles. Any enemies hit in this range will have that hardware disabled for 2 turns. So this is how EMP works. This is much better. Oh, I see. All right. This is much better as an attacker than as a defender, because as an attacker, you can react to what the defender is doing, and you can see exactly what they have. So, for example, I was saying, oh, this was yesterday I think I was saying this. I'm like, If you ever use a strategy that has the same bots just put down like 10 times, then it should be easily beatable. Well, this is how it's easily beatable. You make bots that have EMP and you trigger them on a like, well, anyway, we're going to test this out today. So I want to try this. The matchmaking server matched me when there was no game server. Maybe you should prevent that. Yeah, dig it. I should. Maybe. I don't know, actually. But I'll write that down. As of this, the matchmaker can give you a match when no game servers are online. Perhaps we should prevent this. Perhaps we should prevent logging in. So yeah, who knows? This could be working. It might not be working. We have a time of when this thing was sent back to us, which is 16:59 GMT, which was 6 minutes ago. So I'm going to assume this is broken. So let's go over to here and fix it. This has been very obnoxious. So all we need to do is just run this. Done. There. Now at some point, probably like 2 minutes in the future, this will finally work. No, Hideo, what I'm saying is I think it's too useful. Like, think about this. So, okay, Avixator has bots that have melee, shield, and cloaking. If you just clump your bots up and every 2 turns you pulse out another anti-melee, his bots are now useless. And this is something that as an attacker you can do very reliably. And that's it. Like, Avixator does not have another attack, so he's just out of it. That's it. Now, there is one other thing to consider. So I'm going to write something that tries to prove or disprove this. The cooldown is 6 and the duration is 2. So if you have 4 bots, you should be able to use this every 2 turns. And yeah, dig it. I realized that would be a bad idea, as I said it. Just use your video to configure some of my Sublime things. Nice. Hey, Zunami, do you ever get bored of coding so much? I don't think I get bored. I think I get burnt out sometimes. I think getting burnt out is you do something so much that then you're like, I just need a break from this. As opposed to, oh, I don't want to do this right now. I think there's a slightly different connotation there. No, Hideo, that's what I'm saying. I think as an attacker, it's a much better hardware than as a defender. As a defender, I think it's just not relevant. But as an attacker, I think it's too powerful. But we're gonna find out as soon as this thing hopefully starts up. Hey, Water. And yeah, don't worry about it. I don't want people like spending the last of their money to subscribe to me. Hey, CPP Coder. Well, I want to give this some time. Let's do something else then. Let's do this. And yeah, that's the same thing, Hideo. I never really used them either, but I think they're very overpowered. So let's do that, and then that, and then that, and then that. So what is going on here? Well, there's nothing obvious. PM2 logs lines 500. It should say that it tried setting this up with Ansible. This whole failed termination notices thing, I gotta cut this out. Enter password. EMP movement would be funny. Yeah, I'm not allowing that. Yeah, wow, Ter. Feels bad, man. / sarcasm. You never opened the sarcasm tag. Alright, so let's do this. We'll do truncate failed termination notices. That table just should have never happened like that. And this is still not working. Can we try one more time maybe? So I run this. This got a phone home. Perfect. So it's running Ansible Playbook for provision on that IP address. Now everything you say in the future is going to be sarcastic, Walter. It's been open since I was born. Yeah, in this decision tree I wanted to make overall, I don't know how helpful this will be. This is like what I was talking about with Hearthstone. There are aggressive decks, there are control decks, there are combo decks. All of them have the same goal of get the opponent to 0 life. Because that's the only way you can win the game. They just have different ways of accomplishing that goal. Hey, geek. And yeah, I think things went mostly well. I have the changes online. The game should be online, but it's not yet. I don't know why this isn't working. But as for the changes, this is the stuff that I got done yesterday. So it was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bugs over the course of a day. Not that great. Well, 6 user-facing bugs at least. There were like 1 or 2 back-end bugs. Alright, who knows what this is doing. I need to have some better logging around this, I think. Because it might work now, it might not work now. I don't know. There are decks that are about making the enemy draw themselves to death. Yeah, but drawing yourself to death is taking fatigue damage, which is another way of lowering you to 0. So there's actually, I guess there are technically 2 ways you can win a Hearthstone game. One is if your opponent disconnects, and the other is if their life hits 0. But that's it. Those are the only 2 ways. And so how you accomplish that is different, right? And so same thing in StarCraft. The only way to actually win the game is if your opponent concedes or if you kill all of their buildings, right? And so how you go about killing their buildings, there are like wildly different strategies, and there's timing attacks and harassment, and like you starve them economically, but all that leads to you being able to kill their buildings. So in Botland, what I wanted to figure out is what is that same decision tree? Like, what if you go full aggressive? So there are strategies like this, like blitzing the CPU and ignoring bots. Well, I guess I say it the other way around. Ignoring their bots and blitzing the CPU. What is it? Cheese strategies where you slowly approach No, I'm comparing to the game design. I'm just saying from a game design perspective, ignore the polish of a game, how the graphics are, like how wide of a distribution they have. The game design of Hearthstone is when you hit 0 life, you lose the game. There is no like, oh, you assemble this combo and you immediately win. No, that combo has to make them get to 0 life. And again, the only other way, which is not really game design, I'd say this is just a necessity of life, is when they quit the game, they also lose. That's something that just has to happen in an online world. This is like in chess. If you flip the table, you probably lose the game, right? But that's not really part of the chess game. That's part of just sportsmanship. Yeah, this isn't working. I don't know why this isn't working. I'm not really sure what to do. I could restart the entire game server. I could restart the Overseer maybe. Let's do that. This is just not good. Not good at all. I just don't understand it though. That's the problem. So this is going to restart now. Yeah. Now we do this thing again. That triggers another one of these. Saving failed termination notices. Why? Saving like 1 million of these things. I truncated that table, right? Select star from failed termination notices. Why is this happening? Game servers, there it is. That's what I should have done. Whoops. Some of these things were last updated in like October. Jeez. All right. Yeah, I gotta do something about that. One of these is going to be accurate. Heck if I know which one. Let's do this. Let's say delete star from game servers where ID is less than 82. What is it? Remove? God, what's the syntax for this? It's delete from. There. 15 rows gone. Truncate failed termination notices. Alright, good. Now, why is this still not working? Hey, Carm. See, I can't see the info windows for my bots when attacking. Click your selected. Oh, the game server's online, finally, so that worked. Okay, so finally attacking should work in like 2 seconds from now. This thing should print out a bunch of, yeah, there we go. Okay, the game's online now. Hooray. It's working. That took me way too long. So let's edit the defense. If I hit save and it says success, then we're good. Yes, okay. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to play against Avexator, and I want to destroy him. Where are you, Avexator? Okay, so this is gonna test my theory that EMP is overpowered. So you can see his bots. He has melee, cloaking, and shield, and we're gonna wreck him. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessary for alpha though, but I will write that down. Okay, so let's come up with the bot that we want. We have a reflect and missiles, a melee and reflect, melee and cloaking, artillery and reflect. I want more bots. Oh, I have a plus button. Oh, problem solved. All right, so let's get some wasps here. Yeah, cannot save your defense. Well, that's okay. So here's what we're gonna get. We're gonna get EMP, which has to take 3. We're gonna get some kind of weaponry. So let's go with lasers. And then I want repair here as well. There. Alright, so here we go. EMP cheese. So we're gonna get all this stuff. I'm gonna just type this in code. Let's do it this way. So we want all of our bots to have IDs. So if not exists, shared A. Actually, I should type this in Sublime. Let's do it this way. When I press commence while the game server is offline, it seems like the client has acted like there were phases played. So when the game server came online, I could only play 2 phases. Interesting. Wait, Kaitai, maybe I misunderstood. Okay, hang on. I think what you said is not. Let me try this. So I think what you might be saying is I can't see what these blueprints do. And yeah, that is currently the case. You're correct. You'd have to click this edit button to see them. The other way you could do it is deselect it by clicking it again. So just click it and then click one of your bots in the arena and that'll tell you what's on this blueprint. As you update this blueprint, so check this out. It has repair, armor, regen. We're just going to remove armor and click update. It does update this dialogue as well. So I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's just I haven't implemented it yet. And in the meantime, if you want to check what anything has, just make sure you've clicked this to close it and then select a bot. So that, yeah, when you're attacking someone and you put a bot into the arena and you're like, wait, what did I even just put there? You could either have edited it to see what it has, or you can click this to see what it has. How did I do this on... Oh, I think I went into each of them, huh? Anyway, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this like the perfect strategy here. So my ID equals shared, or no, shared A equals 0. My ID equals shared A plus plus. And then if not exists shared B equals 0. Okay, so now in update we say if shared B percent 4 equals my ID. So numbots total equals 4. There. Alright. Then we EMP melee. And is this capitalized or not? I don't actually know. EMP. How does this work? Hey, Ramy. Hardware constants.tags.emp. And where do we choose? Where do we choose this? Tags.lasers. Okay, so hardware constants, tags equals, yeah, so they're capitalized. Okay, although it probably doesn't matter, but we're gonna EMP melee. Oh, and can EMP. Alright. Then, if we can fire missiles, if will missiles hit, fire missiles, and if will repair, repair. No, they're lasers. I don't even have missiles. Fire lasers. Will repair, repair. And then if percent chance 50, fire lasers left, else move left. Alright. This is it. This is the perfect strategy. This should absolutely destroy Obfuscator. So let's try this out. Oh wait, no, this has to... Darn it, no, this won't work. Because shared B needs to increment every time. Plus equal 0.5. That's not... This might work. Do we have a floor function? Yes, we do. Okay, so floor shared B. Let's try this. Is there a ranking list somewhere in the game? There isn't in the game yet, but there is this that you can use. So there you go. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to copy paste this into here. This all works. So here's what this is going to do. When I initialize my bot, I'm going to get an ID for it between 0 and 3. And then I'm going to start out shared B at 0. So that means bot number 0 is going to be the first one to use EMP. Then it's going to increment by 0.5. And then 0.5 again. And oh, wait, no. That's not going to work. Oh, that's a bug. Okay, hang on. I got to fix this first. So no matter what, we have to do this here. And then if can EMP, that's when we EMP. Alright, there. Now this won't go crazy. It probably still would have worked, kind of. What's the point of shared A? Just to give us an ID so that we know which bot we are. So alright, let's try this out. Kill Obfuscator. Create. Are you ready for this? So we put our bots here, 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 and here. Alright, and we hit commence. Ooh, that definitely didn't work. What did I do wrong? I think you updated Sublime, but not Botland. Oh. No, I did update Botland, but I still screwed up somehow. Okay, hang on. I gotta test this out. So 0.5, 0% for 0. Yeah, of course. Wait, so that should be correct. Hey, the unreasonable one. So overpowered. You guys are jerks. Does the bot lane is currently on bot lane is currently offline. Where is that? I'm not sure what you're talking about. What did I do wrong here? Percent numbots total equals my ID. I think they're firing EMP too quickly. I don't know. Adam, do you have any opinions on VR at the moment? I want to start developing VR games in Unity using Lua for scripting. I think if you have fun doing it, you should do it. I think that right now the market is probably not at full capacity yet. I don't know how many consumers are looking for... Alright, never mind, whatever. I don't know how to do this. I don't even know what's going wrong now. I don't know how many consumers are looking for good VR games right now. Yeah, these are using them at exactly the same time. That's the issue here. I wonder if this is even supposed to work correctly. Because I just lost to Avixator. That shouldn't have happened. If can EMP melee, EMP melee. This is the part that's failing. Does modulus not work the way like 1% for equals 1? Yeah, that's correct. I don't know. I don't know. Are they all using EMP at the very beginning without moving for advantage? So I was trying to make it so that they'd EMP like one bot and then 2 turns later another bot and then 2 turns later another bot. Can you replay the current phase? I'd want to replay the same phase again to change stuff. No. That's like saying I lost to someone in a game. I want to be able to go back in time and not lose to them. You'll be able to replay it by watching it. So you'll be able to watch it again eventually. But you won't be able to fix what you did. No, Hideo, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna figure out what I did wrong here, and then we're gonna prove that this is overpowered. I just don't see what I did wrong. Oh, I see. Never mind. There's a problem. Shared A++. They all had the same ID. Okay, there. Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, so let's go fix that. Oh, and now I can't face Avixator again. No! Alright, well, we can just do this on localhost. We just click attack, and we just do this until we find Avixator. Come on. Oh, there was. Okay, cool. There's Avixator. Now we make our killer bot again. We give it lasers. Actually, you know what? Infernal lasers is probably way better. Let's do that. Infernal lasers level 2. Repair level 2. And EMP. It's the perfect bot. It can't lose. It's just so powerful. Alright, you ready for this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we hit commence. Alright, there. You see those EMPs go off perfectly? The problem is that they're perhaps too fast. So we should do this plus 0.35. It's not really going to work. 3, 4. Alright, by the time they've accumulated too much, it doesn't matter. Let's try this out again. Actually, if we put these even farther back, then those will burn to death. Yeah, look. I told you this was too powerful. You guys didn't believe me. But there, I just totally wrecked Avixator. Take that, Avixator. All right, so I think theoretically this is broken, but in practice it doesn't seem like it's broken. So maybe I was wrong. Let's do truncate matches. Let's try playing against Avexator again and seeing if we can just pummel him into the ground here. There. But this is the thing, in real botland, you won't have a chance to keep fine-tuning your matches like this. So this was so that it would do it every 3 turns. If we want to do it every 4 turns, we do 0.5. So let's try that out. I don't think this is going to be any better. Why are they like moving over to the enemy like that? Of course they're going to die. Also, the preview doesn't show up again. Not until you click. Losing a phase, the preview entity doesn't show up until you click. So this stuff's done. It is not only they can be overpowered, but no new users will ever end up using them. Well, yeah, hold on. let me prove that this is super overpowered. Then we'll test this out. So will lasers hit fire lasers? Repair. Move left. No, we should have to say percent chance 90. There. We're just going to keep tweaking this script until it's the most overpowered that it can be. Alright, yeah, I guess it's not overpowered. I guess that's the conclusion I need to come to here. Unless... Let me try one more thing, then that's it, I give up. And yeah, maybe I should just buff EMP. Although I don't know about that. There, Avexator. Alright, let's change the hardware that we have here. Maybe that's the problem. So maybe instead of repair, we go with armor. Wait a second, did they ever even repair themselves? Oh yeah, they did. Okay, good. Okay, let's try that. It's so beautiful. Yeah, okay. There. I beat him in 2 phases. So I did find the perfect strategy here. You sound like every non-meta player. Just wait until Company X buffs my failed champion. Yeah, I don't know. So, okay, in my mind, this kind of proves that this is too effective. Then again, I did spend a whole lot of time honing this one strategy for one person in the game. And I guess that's kind of the point of Botland, is you should be able to beat anybody if you come up with a perfect strategy. And yeah, now that I know this, of course this strategy is going to work every time. It's an automated game. So there. Now these things are going to burn a little bit more because they're on fire. Or wait, no, maybe that doesn't even work. I have to test that. Possible bug. Make sure fire lasts to its full duration between phases. You call that overpowered? You need a script like yours to beat Avexator's defense in 2 phases. I can do the same thing with Figure It Out for me. Even in 2 phases. Yeah, fine. Alright, well anyway, alright, so let's write the things that I wanted to write here. So there were a couple of things. Add in better tracking, that's done. Alpha readiness, EMP. So I tried out the EMP thing. So then alpha readiness comes down to... So we should save off the script somewhere. I'll just write this down. Save off this killer EMP script. You guys are you're just jealous. This is the best script in the whole game. I proved it. Hideo's like, no, my script is better. Alright, so let's do this. So decision tree, I kind of want to just think about this a little bit. I don't want to put too much time into this. So ignoring their bots and blitzing the CPU. This was a huge problem in the old style of Botland. Cheese strategies where you slowly approach normal strategy of trying to counter what the enemy is doing. Now EMP as a defender and try to not lose. Yeah, EMPing as a defender I think is just, it's just not a thing you can really have. Zilly, you can always check your ratings here. So you are rank 17 now. So no, you're no longer number 2. Will EMP affect your own bots? No. I didn't want any kind of friendly fire in the game. I don't think it's the worst thing now that the game is 1v1. There's a lot of things I can probably... Actually, that's maybe a good idea. Consider having a weapon that attacks your own bots in order to deal more damage. Alright, what else do we have here? Another bots, cheese strategies where you slowly approach. This is things like artillery in retreat, lasers in retreat, or EMP and attack. There's friendly fire against CPU already. Yeah, but that was like, that was unintentional, and you really need to go out of your way to do it. So ignoring their bots and blitzing in the CPU. This will likely involve cloaking or teleport. And I'd write also exploiting their AI. Defenders using figure it out right now will wander off to the side. Attackers can see this and just wait for them to finish wandering. Artillery doesn't do friendly damage. Is there anything else as far as strategies in botland go? Because one of the things I wanted to see is, so questions for, well, 1, are there any missing strategies? And 2, for each strategy above, how would a defender counter it? Because what I think, when you distill what is your decision tree in botland, your decision tree as a defender is basically, how do I stop as many of these things as I can? Because an attacker, a seasoned attacker in this game, will theoretically identify where your weakness is much faster than other attackers. And they'll be like, okay, let's see, the defender bots have a good variety of stuff, so let's, I don't know, chip away at their towers. Destroy chips first before pursuing bots or CPU. So something like this, where you slowly approach, if your bots don't move, then you're just going to lose the game to this strategy 100% of the time. So your bots need to move. That's what your decision tree would be. So something like, yeah, so suppose as a defender, if my bots don't move, then I'll lose to the cheese strategies 100% of the time. This means that my bots have to move. So as a defender, if I don't have variety, then I'll be weaker to EMP. This means that my bots need variety. Then if... Any plans to reset matches on prod today? Any thought for alpha to reduce the 24-hour delay before we can face? I can reset matches on prod, sure. Truncate matches. 0 rows affected. Oh, because truncate is not delete star. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There you go, Hideo. So what I'm worried about here is that... Hey, Andorn. what I'm worried about is that defenders will all come to the same conclusions eventually of like, okay, I have to move. Okay, I need variety. And then the game is just going to become like one or two different strategies as a defender. And I don't know exactly how to stop that. I think part of it is going to be you'll do something with your script that no one's seen before and that isn't immediately obvious how you defeat. I don't know. So, as a defender, if I don't protect my chips, then it's almost as though I don't have them. Has the bug of yesterday been resolved? No, not yet. I added some logging, but I couldn't get a repro yesterday. All right, well, I think this is something that's just going to be ongoing. I'll just write this down somewhere. I don't even know where. Let's write this. Let's write this in here somewhere. Botland high-level strategies. Defendier, yeah, I saw that. Focus. So that yeah, I'll have to see this. Defendier. I didn't even think about that. It's pretty good, silly. All right, alpha readiness. Yeah, so let me make this document. And I want you guys to be able to see this too. So I'm going to go to Google Drive off screen really fast and just set this up, and then you guys should be able to see it. So let's go to Xtonomus, public, and new Google Doc. All right, now I just got to share this. Get shareable link. Anyone can view, copy link. Okay, so here's the link. I can put that in a chat. I mean, this is not a free link to edit for you guys. Santa if clause in his Defendier. Halo Mini Panda. Oh, Zilly, you've outdone yourself. Alright. There are probably a lot of programming Christmas puns that can be made. We're only scratching the surface right now, Zoe. So, Botland Alpha readiness. So the goal is to have an alpha version of Botland out by the end of January 2017. Hey, Ventune. Does it work I really had to do, but I added the leaderboard code pen to show all entries if the search box is empty. Wait, so how did the old one work? Show all entries if the search box is empty. So when you type Avixator. Wait, Fentune, I'm confused about what you changed here. Hide it. Hey, I did. Hey, Mitchell. Those jerks indeed. Well, welcome back. Yeah, so the goal is to have an And Kuma, thanks for following. Do you ever feel like you're turning into the Joker when you find a difficult bug that you're going crazy over? To some extent, yeah. It doesn't show all entries after you entered something into the search before. Wait. Okay, wait, I'm still confused. Because isn't that how the old one worked? Oh, the old one, if you hit Control Backspace, it wouldn't fix it. But if you just backspaced it, it would fix it. So now yours addresses that bug? Ah, I get it now. So that's a very... Alright, interesting. Okay. So we'll bookmark this new one now. So edit this to go to this. Hey, Severn Almighty. Alright, yeah. So this document describes what it means to have an alpha version and what that should contain. So we have the alpha tasks remaining here. And given how little time we have between now and the end of January, I think we're going to need to cut some things. So things like X-ray mode. Yours shows 1 to 4. Oh, which I've now closed, so I probably can't even get back to that. Okay, I'll fix it. I see what you said. Okay, got it. So you actually fixed 2 bugs here. Wait. No, I don't know. The bug you added earlier is when you lose a phase as an attacker, you can't show the inspector and have no preview. Not quite, it wasn't. It was... Okay, so Hideo says that you also can't show the inspector at that point. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, sorry, dude. Still, I'll point at the new version. I appreciate it. That's good. All right, so I think the goal has to be balance testing is what I said here. So, all right, this is where I want to have a dialogue with you guys. I want to find out what do you want out of alpha that is not just happening when the game is online right now. So for example, you go to play.bot.land, you can log in for the day, you can check out, you can check out when someone beats you. You can see how, oh wait, no, I beat this person. Nice. Could you please add a confirmation button in the match result window? I search one after every match just to realize I had to click cancel. No, you're right. And yeah, I haven't finished that yet. So, Sebi, I'll write that down. That is something I should prioritize, I think. So more cosmetics. More cosmetics is not important. Replay mode with controls, maybe going back in phases as well. So yeah, having a better replay, having more replay controls, I think is pretty important. I think... So, goals of alpha. I think it's get a feel for the progression of the game. Earning bot coin, earning experience points. Get a feel for the balance of the game. Are particular computer levels underpowered, overpowered? Is all hardware being used? Alright. Well, there were, what, 2 serious suggestions? And 4 fake suggestions? I wonder if any of what I should try to do here is any uptime guarantees. I don't think so. Uptime, still probably only during the stream. Botcoin earning experience points. There were 4 means of progression in Botcoin, or in Botland, right? There was hardware, cosmetics, matchmaking, ranking, and computer level. Okay, so earning Botcoin, yeah. Then expanding, using Botcoin to unlock hardware, cosmetics, and chips. Story mode? There won't be a story mode, I think. Attack control, go through phases, rewatching phases. Yeah. And that's gonna be a feature, definitely. The main focus, not really for alpha, but that should be addressed, is making defending a thing. Make it more appealing. With the current state of the game, if you only add features, I can't really see how people are going to be motivated to have a solid defense. Yeah, and that's the progression. I feel like earning Botcoin by having a good defense is going to be enough to convince people to do it. Because you keep a count of the number of bots which have been killed in every game ever, so you can add it to Did You Know stat later on. I mean, sure, but I think that's going to take some time to do. So yeah, I think if you state it this way, if you say problem, defenders, there's no reward for defending. You are absolutely right, and this will have a solution, but it doesn't right now. And I think the solution is give plus Botcoin on winning, minus Botcoin on losing, and that is your carrot on a stick. Now, if you want to ignore your defense, that's totally cool. You'll lose a little bit of Botcoin every day. If you want to focus on your defense, that's also cool. You'll win some Botcoin. If you don't want to have one at all, that's fine. You will just feed other players in the game. And eventually possibly get removed from the matchmaking pool. Who knows? So get a feel for progression of the game. Get a feel for the balance of the game. Is there anything else? If I go look at the roadmap doc that I came up with a while ago, I think this was roadmap for beta, and then release we had balancing, single player advertising, sound and music, SSL, long-term to-do list, ranking and progression, hardware buffs, napalm. You know, this isn't too bad. I think getting ready for alpha is a bigger goal right now. Or it's a more time-sensitive goal than the rest of that entire roadmap I just looked at. So Botcoin are going to be used for something in alpha? Yeah. Will you go negative with Botcoin? No, you won't. So there's the design doc. Did you find the cause of yesterday's bug? No, I haven't yet. Dig down deep. I added some logging. We'll see if it happens again. I pretty much need to find out who does it even repro for. Oh, I should have put in... There's a warning that happens in the game right now that says something like, you did not get matched against who you thought you'd get matched as. I wanted to add to that, like, please tell Adam about this, but I haven't done that yet. Anyway, okay, so the reason I linked to this, Kuma, is because this incentive to defend part, every time you successfully defend, you get plus 20 Botcoin. Every time you unsuccessfully defend, you lose 10. But you can only gain or lose 50 every day with this system. So you can lose down to, and I should write that here, you cannot have negative amounts of Botcoin. Then there's no punishment for losing. No, Kuma, there still is, because the things you need to buy in the game, they show up down here. So for example, let's say you've been playing the game for a couple of weeks, and now the next unlock cost is 1,000. So you have 0 Botcoin at the beginning of the day. There's no possible way to earn more than, let's say, I don't know, 200 Botcoin a day. The next thing to purchase costs 1,000. So you can sit at 0 and not have any penalty, sure, but you're also not progressing toward anything that will reward you. Because if the next thing to purchase is 1,000, you can't earn more than 200 a day. It means it will take you 5 days at least to get it. And after day number 1, so day 0, you're at 0 Botcoin. Day 1, you'll be at 200 Botcoin. Now you have a penalty again. So there is a punishment for losing. I agree that if you could just earn enough in a day to buy something, then there wouldn't be as much of a penalty, but I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Will there be team matches in the far future? Team matches, my general stance on this is that team matches in a game are helpful when you as a player cannot do everything for your team. So, for example, no one, I think, has probably figured out how to play World of Warcraft as 40 different characters and do intricate things on all 40 accounts. Sure, they can multi-box and have it so that you press one button and they all cast Fireball. But you can't be a healer and a tank and DPS and whatever else and like step out of the fire on all these accounts and whatever else. So, World of Warcraft could be a fun team game, right? In Botland, you're writing scripts for your bots, and one person can write scripts for 400 accounts if they feel like it. It would just take a long time. So preventing that in a team match, I think, is going to be the interesting part. So I think team matches would probably turn into like, imagine if you had one bot you could provide into an arena, and it was a 40 versus 40 or something like that. So now your one bot is doing something, but you can't coordinate a large-scale attack. The problem is you would lose to someone who did coordinate a large-scale attack. So I don't think teams work in Botland. I don't think they do. If there's a way to get them to work or to have it at least be fun, then yeah, I'll try to do it much, much later. Will there be local co-op? There's probably not going to be co-op for a long time. Yeah, silly. Let me just sign off here. Alright, so let's go back to this. So I guess like to do and then finished items. Well, we could put this here. So can you insert a bulleted list that has check marks on it? Test. Can you click this? No. Can you add a checklist in Google Sheets? What? You can't mark these things as done. Right? Oh, you have to... What? You have to right-click them. Okay, that's kind of weird. But fine. Does that work with any bullet point? Oh. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, so the things left to do. I think having the tech tree in the game is pretty important. Unlock hardware through a tech tree rather than a store. You plan to integrate a protection timer after losing to prevent chain losing? No, I'm not. So I think that idea comes from something like Clash of Clans, from my understanding. I still haven't played that game. But in Botland, if attacker X faces defender Y, X can now not play against Y for 24 hours. Z can play against Y immediately. And so the reason for this is because I don't know exactly how Clash of Clans works, but is your village like weaker to defenses, or sorry, weaker to attacks after you get beaten or something? Yeah, Mitchell. An extreme being, yeah, I agree, but that's fine. So I don't think there's any problem with this happening in Botland. I think there'd be a problem with this. If the same person could play against the same defender repeatedly, then yeah, that would be an issue. What happens if you play all defenders during that time? At that point, you will be able to play against this person again, but it should not count toward your ranking. So unlock hardware through a tech tree. Allow for unranked matches. E.g. if you've exhausted all possible defenders. Okay. Grant slash, I'll say add slash subtract bot coin on winning slash losing. Allow for upgrading computer level. Give invincibility shield, but why? Kai Tai. So why would not be able to retaliate for 24 hours? No, that part is not correct. This is one way. This is not symmetrical. So Y can play against X at any point and will be encouraged to. So here's what the UI is eventually going to look like for this. I'll show you briefly. You'll log in and you'll see, hey, somebody beat you. And you'll see this retaliate button here. This is the part where I say you're encouraged to do this. This is the one time where you can bypass the matchmaker entirely, is when you press this button. And by doing so, you will now be attacking that person. And assuming you hadn't already attacked them, then it'll count towards your ranking too. So allow for upgrading computer level. What else do we have here? Yeah, replay controls. We want to have at the very least jump to phase and speed up slash down. That's it. Those are the ones I want. Cooldown time reduction would be nice too in that scenario. I don't think... Okay, so here's the problem. And here's why in botland this sort of thing doesn't work. Let's say... So I am attacker X and this is defender Y. This is that situation I'm talking about. Now we can just see names, so fine. I'm Adam and this is Antimatter Tape. When I come up with a strategy to beat this person, so I put down bots here, 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 and here, I will always beat them this way. Unless there's randomness in our script, which is possible. I have this right here. If there's a 10% chance that I run this. So there's a chance that this just never gets hit in an entire game. But the majority of the time, if you beat someone one time, you will be able to beat them exactly the same way every time. Now that causes two problems. One is if I want to attack this person multiple times, I'll know how to beat them. And so we solve that by saying, well, you can't do that within a 24-hour period. So chances are over the course of 24 hours, you forgot exactly how you beat them. Even if you remember, that person at least had an opportunity of 24 hours to log in and update their defense. Now, maybe they don't do that. That's totally fine. You'll beat them again the next day probably. Or your matchmaking rating will be much higher or lower, such that you won't even get paired with them again. So I think that problem is mitigated. The second problem is the problem where people at the top of the game will be targets for people. So let's say you're the number one player in the game right now. Well, you have a defense that you've spent a long time getting to the point where it's number one worthy. The problem there is that now someone has an incentive to make a YouTube video of here's how I beat this person's defense. And unless they're constantly modifying it, then yeah, people will have a step up. That I don't know how to mitigate. I also don't know how big of a problem that is. I think if you're at the top levels of botland and people start making YouTube videos about how to beat your defense, it means that the game is at least popular enough that you want to topple certain players in the game. So maybe we'll come up with something by then. Does a replay endpoint still leak player bot scripts? No, it does not. And that is one of the things I marked down on the changes list. Defender can have some randomness in his or her script as well. Yeah. That's what I'm saying though. But this is why lowering that cooldown or making yourself invincible, I don't think these things are really necessary. And they should have some randomness. Well, yeah, Darkstorm, I could see that happening, but like I said, it doesn't matter at any point unless you. So think of this. You have this bell curve of players, right? So you've got something that looks like this, and only the players over here and over here are going to be relatively consistent at finding one another. If you're in this massive blob and you say, "Hey, I just beat the player who is exactly at this point," no one else is going to be able to find them consistently. I mean, even if your ranking is close to them, you'll have this pool of like hundreds of players you can pick from. So it wouldn't behoove you to make a YouTube video about that. I'll make a script that scripts my bots and rearranges my defenses all the time. And no, I didn't fix the bug from yesterday. Alright, what else do we need here? Force players to stick to one attack. Yeah, that's another thing. Force players to stick to one attack instead of being able to cancel out of a match that was made. Avatars for players. I'd really like this to be an alpha. It's just not necessary. So I guess I'll make a nice to have list. Avatars for players. So bug fixes, sure, that's not something I'm going to put on the to-do list though. Better infrastructure, better test defense features. This isn't totally necessary for alpha either. And then some balance testing. So what are we missing, or what do we have already in the game that's working? And I'll say like a minor polish pass. So things like putting buttons in places that people expect, making sure UI, actually this is not a nice to have, I think. Yeah, making sure UI shows real stats instead of to-do items. Yeah, okay. And then I think this is doable to have. So yeah, by the end of January, this is gonna be the goal. All right, so let's put this into, first of all, let's see, can we access this without any of that cruft at the end? Yeah, and does alpha already go anywhere? All right, so add com alpha. Can we get a short link to this thing now? Google, make sure. To see what Adam has planned for an alpha release, read this. There we go. I don't know if the point of the document is to list everything you want available for players for alpha, or if it's everything that needs to be done. Anyway, I think spending time on giving you and only you more control over replays. Possibility to directly play test versus specific events. Play and test using a specific blueprint script that you don't own, logging every ranking variation. Gonna be mandatory. Yeah, I'll write this down. I think everyone can have control over replays. I think for the sake of alpha, that can be fine. Possibility to directly play against someone. Everyone could have that too, as long as I put in the matches don't count toward rankings. Test versus a specific defense. I feel like that's the same thing listed twice. Play and test using a specific blueprint. Yeah, that's something I want to add. I just don't know if that's something for alpha necessarily. And scripts that you don't own, logging every, yeah. Yeah, those are things I'll have to look into too. There's going to have to be a lot of stats here. Hey, 3D Extended. Okay, so I'm moderately happy with this stuff. Let's get to fixing bugs now. Okay, so edits made while attacking are not recognized for some reason, so canceling out of the match will not warn you. Let's go repro the bug, and then let's take a look at what's happening. So we click attack. We make a change to a script, so we just move this down here. We hit update, and I hit cancel, and it just lets me cancel out of it. And it doesn't matter where I'm making this change. So why are those not getting marked? Cancel game. Has blueprint or script modifications. You would expect this function to work. So script changes. Oh my god, I just wrote the wrong function name here. This should have been get script changes. Okay, well, that was an easy bug to fix. Alright, let's try that out again now. So we click attack, we change our script. So we change 10 to 20, and we hit cancel. Now it says you have changes. Okay, good. Well, that was easy. Easy. Let's test it for defense too. So we change closest ally to test. We hit update, cancel. You have changes. Are you sure? Yeah. All right. Nice. Well, that was dead simple. Unsaved script changes. Attempting to cancel out of an attack or a defense where you haven't saved your script changes. Haven't saved changes made to scripts will now warn you that you'll lose the changes. Hey, Summerbulb. I don't think I've seen you say anything in here before. Welcome. Okay, cool. So after losing a phase, the preview entity doesn't show up until you click. And Hideo also said that you can't see the inspector anymore. So let's put the inspector there. And let's lose a phase. So we're going to click this. So you can see this is the preview entity that I'm talking about. This is what's showing up when you drag the mouse around. So we're going to hit commence. It goes away, but then, yeah, the inspector gets hidden. Wait, no, the inspector gets hidden purposely, I think. The preview entity doesn't. But if we click it for this, let's say, and then we hit commence, I don't think it hides it for that. Yeah. So Hideo, that actually wasn't a bug. It gets hidden when the inspector is open on one of your bots and that bot dies. Or actually any bot and that bot dies. That's why it gets closed. And the reason why is because your bots have an edit and a remove. Wait, apparently they don't have a remove. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they have an edit and they have a remove. And so if this showed up still, I mean, I guess it could. It could say that it was destroyed and just gray out these buttons. But I don't think I'm going to fix that right now. However, the preview entity going away, that I am going to try to fix. So let's go find out why that happens. So we're going to refresh the page. We're going to lose an attack. Cool. We put down a bot. We hit commence. It goes away. It should come back. And clicking makes it come back. Does dragging? Yeah, even dragging makes it come back. Where do we put this? I don't know. Advanced next real ID. Man. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Because on mouse move, we call set property of preview entity. We check to see if you can place bots. If you can't, we destroy it. Oh, we need to call it with this. Okay, never mind. That's it. Are you having any problems navigating in the code base? No, I don't think so. Alright, so I should do this at the end of the replay. Yeah. Let's go to replay journal, and I can put this when we're done. Done replaying journal. Yeah, update that. Stop journal replay. And then we call into the callback. And immediately function to run. Replay timeout response. Oh, okay. Stop journal replay. So I think this should be here. There. Let's try that out. There. That should work. Okay, so what we're going to do the same thing we just tried. We're going to click this, we're going to hit commence, and now it should reappear here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we need to lose the match, and hopefully it does not reappear. So there, now this is going to cause us to lose, and Nice. Cool. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so I think that fixes it. Sublime does not know the project. I have an indication of what the project is. It's everything in Botland. So it's only going to search for Botland stuff. So if I search for like util, I'm only finding things that I wrote with util in it. Okay, restore the preview entity. All right, nice. I just wanted to test something briefly here. And that was, what if I don't move the mouse? Oh, thanks, Echo. What about having multiple setups for defense and Matchmaker provides accidental one when defending? Yeah, Kaitai, I've thought about something like that. I think that in the distant future we could do something like that. That's something that I think only very high level players would actually want. I don't want to make power user features yet. And I don't want to diminish Echo's generosity, but that's 100 bits, Aiden. I definitely greatly appreciate it, but that equates to $1. Okay, so we try this again. And now finally we lose the game. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Hey, Alex. All right, nice. Yeah, so these bug fixes are moving right along. Show preview entity after phase end. So this bug at least used to happen when you would lose an attack phase. The preview entity would just not show on the mouse until you'd clicked. Ever repro the bug from yesterday? No. Hey, Casper. Rainy. Hey, Blueberry King. Alright, possible bug. Make sure that fire lasts to its full duration between phases. These are fun bugs to try to repro because we get to do things like this. We get to say fire duration is set to a really, really large value and damage is set to 0. So that's it. This should be really, really simple to test. So we just go over to the game server cluster, rerun this, and then we use Inferno lasers. And if it works, then there's nothing to fix. So this is my Inferno laser code. Is it? Will lasers hit? Does it have Inferno lasers? Yes. Perfect. So we just put these down in a couple places. And hit commence. And there. Now we put down a bot that does absolutely nothing. Or hardly anything. I don't know, let's put this down up in the corner. Now, if these are still burning, then the bug is not a bug. Ah, they're not burning. So this is a bug. Whoops. Okay, so this is a bug. Wow. So fire was pretty much pointless, huh? So bug, fire does not keep its duration between phases. That's really bad. And Gert, it'll probably just take a little bit more time to load. Are buffs still in the game, or did you change them to chips? They've been changed to chips, yeah. Buffs were, I don't know. I just still look back at real-time Botland and I'm like, what were we thinking? Let's say Hideo comes every day and beats up my defense. It'd be great to have some setups in reserve. Oh, I agree, Kaitai. I just think that's a very, very much a power user feature. So this very assumption of, let's say Hideo can even get matched against me every day. For Hideo, for X to match against Y every day means that X's attack rating is roughly equal to Y's defense rating every day. And that no one else apparently has that same rating. Horthrax, thanks for following. So I don't even think that's going to happen. But if that did happen, you at least have a 24-hour period to update your defense. So I think, yeah, having some defenses sort of on rotation, it's an idea. I can write it down. Idea, have defenses in reserve that are on rotation. The defender can choose which defense to show to attackers. So this accomplishes a couple of things. One, at very high levels where players are playing against each other a lot, playing against the same people a lot, this will let you have different defenses for attackers to try to beat. Two, you can implement a load balancing algorithm based on success of the defense. For example, the first 4 games, the first like 6 to 7 games are round robin. Then after that, it picks the one that was most successful. What do you really expect from alpha? Is it only a point during development for you and you want to continue with the current workflow / a fixed state of the game where you want to start having more players, attract some more, retain some of them? If you don't think the number of players will largely grow, do you still want players to play more than they are at the moment? Yeah, that's a really, really good question, Hideo. I think here's what I want. I don't want more players. I don't know if we could handle the exposure yet, especially because quality won't be super high. I do want players to be more engaged. So I want progression to matter. I want people to find interesting strategies. I want them to care about their defense. Well, here's what I think, I guess, not what I want. And hey, Apaka, I'd argue that if your defense doesn't incorporate enough randomness, then you deserve to be beaten over and over again. Well, Summer Bulb, think about it this way. You don't need randomness to come up with a very difficult... Let me come up with an analogy here, which may or may not crumble, but imagine if I made an obstacle course in real life. There's no randomness in an obstacle course, or at least, like, let's just say there's no randomness. If you figure out how to get through that course, you will probably be able to get through that course now every time. Randomness would help if the same person approached that course again, and then they're like, oh, I used to have to jump right, now I have to jump left. I'm not as good at jumping left because my left leg is weaker or something or whatever. I think in Botland, it won't be the same players playing against the defenses. If you're good at the game, you'll be progressing through the ranks, and then by doing so, you won't be paired against the same people. If you are paired against the same people, well, at least those people had 24 hours to update their defense. And if they didn't, you have to still remember how you beat them. I've beaten Avixator online before, and then I forgot how I did it, and then I lost to him the next time. Maybe some statistics showing X people beat your defense in the last 24 hours, and X people weren't able to beat your defense. That's pretty cool. I think that could be interesting. Hey, Edmardo. How's the game coming along? It's doing well. And Apica, I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi to you too. It's coming along. Working on bugs. The game is online right now. Hey, Playing Risky. So if you want to check it out, just go to play.bot.land. This page is only here to tell you that the game's not complete, but you really just click this link, and bam, you're playing. So yeah, I think the goal for alpha is to is to just get players to be engaged. I think the goal for beta would be to test the limits of the infrastructure. Don't you have your replay? You have replays, but it only saves up to 10 replays if you're responding to what Endorn was suggesting. So like I can watch these replays, but if a new one comes in, it's going to have to eject one of these from the log. Also, weren't these both marked as new? Apparently not. Oh, I just went to 26 minutes ago. Did I go to this page in the last 26 minutes? Maybe. Oh, Rami took out my chips immediately. What a good strategy. Too bad my bots aren't working. Nice. My defense skill went up 26 points from that. Thank you, Rami. Static defenses will be good in the medium levels, but the high levels with very narrow matchmaking will require great creativeness. Yeah, in Summer Ball, the other way that it's going to work is, like I said, even at high levels, a player can only play against the same person once in a 24-hour period and have it count toward the ranking. Oh, which actually brings up an interesting point. I never thought of this. Darn it, I didn't think of this. Suppose top level player X plays against top level player Y. X either beats Y or loses to them, and it doesn't matter. So now X can't play against Y for ranking in the next 24 hours. Now Y, let's just say that they beat them. X beats Y. Y sees that X won, so Y starts working on a new defense. Let's say 4 hours later. X is bloodthirsty and gets matched against Y again after another 4 hours. This won't count for ranking, but X now gets a free pass at trying to beat Y's new defense. That's kind of a problem, right? Yeah, I guess it's, well, maybe not. The only way X could play against Y again is if they went through all of the other players. So I guess when you're at the top level of the game, you would go through the top 500 players before you'd get back to playing against Y. So yeah, this would be a problem. When it comes to unranked matches, consider this problem. So this problem is mitigated by only allowing players to play. Gliz, thanks for resubbing. And Captain Pepperoni says, hey, do you remember me? I'm not sure. I know there were enough people with the name Captain in chat where I commented on that, but you've apparently only been in chat for 50 minutes, so I can't say that I remember you specifically. I'm sorry, Captain Pepperoni. There's also a problem that one person may have multiple accounts, so 24-hour cooldown might not address the problem. Yeah, multiple accounts. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I write that here. Don't, Casper. You're the newest viewpod. It's just all spam chat. Thanks for the resub and thanks for the sub. Have an empty bot testing ground? Yeah, something like this will probably be the case, Rami. Let me write this down. This accomplishes a few things. So 3, if players have multiple accounts, players with multiple accounts get as much of an edge. Spam is real. Well, yeah, welcome, Casper. And welcome back, Gliz. Can I keep them to hunt my nemesis? So as an attacker, you probably won't get the replays from your attacks. And yes, you're totally right, Casper. Yeah, 3 is where I draw the line on that. Because I think 4 or 5 or 6, that's where it's one person causing a bunch of spam. I don't mind. This is the one case of spam I don't mind is when it's many different people in chat welcoming a subscriber. I think that's okay. If it's one person just saying it like 10 times, then I think it's not worth it. So yeah, I should write this down here too. Let's go back to... There's an emote I don't see very frequently. So goals of alpha, I think overall, get players to be more engaged. And I'll write some non-goals of alpha. So we should probably capitalize alpha in most cases where I refer to it just like that. So non-goals would be this, attracting more players. I think that getting more people to the game is a goal of beta once the full infrastructure is up and running. I don't want to stress test the infrastructure for alpha, and I don't think the game will be polished enough to be welcoming to for new players. Ooh, alright Ramy, good luck. You have one goal today and it's don't break any bones. So break a leg up there. Have players be more engaged. I want progression to matter, interesting strategies, and people to care about their defenses. And that's really what all of this is trying to say here. Players to be more engaged. Players to care about progression, testing different strategies, and evolving their defenses. It kills a game fast to push it to the public too fast. Yeah, I think it can. And I think that, so my whole overall strategy is alpha in January, beta in like probably April, and then release in summer. So this is how 2017 is going to look. And I think that while the game's technically public right now, I'm just doing nothing to advertise it because I don't think it's ready for people. And alpha, I'm also going to do nothing for it. Beta is when we're probably going to start to push it out to some people. Actually, in alpha, I'm thinking of reaching out to like my real life friends and asking them to test it too. Because at that point, I feel like I can get some good feedback. I was actually debating on having, would you guys be interested in this? Let me ask. I haven't actually asked my real life friend this, so I'm only asking you guys right now, but this might not even be possible. So let me just take this anyway. Would you be interested in seeing a stream where I have a friend test Botland for the first time? All right. Maybe. Darkstorm says, but multiple accounts will be a rare case because all of your accounts should be on the same skill level to fight the same person, right? Yes, you are totally right. And I agree, multiple accounts will be a rare case. I think even in games where you directly benefit from having multiple accounts, people still don't probably do it in the majority. Okay, so people... This is an incredibly surprising poll, and then nobody chose the troll option here. But interesting. So I have a friend who I want to see if he'll do this. I have a feeling most people who I know who actually I don't know any streamers in real life. So anyway, most people that I know are not really like chomping at the bit to just all of a sudden be on my stream. But anyway, I'll write this down. We'll see. The only thing I would say is maybe ignore chat while doing it. You don't want that pressure on someone. Yeah, Mitchell, I would try to conduct this from the point of view of like a researcher almost, not someone who's trying to entertain chat. So I might read chat, I might talk to chat, but I wouldn't probably let them read chat. And I would also just try to see like, I've seen a UI study get conducted before. And what they typically do is they give you a list of scenarios. So they might say like scenario number 1. buy hardware in Botland. And this is specifically when you're UI testing. So you'd first of all, most people know how to navigate a login page. So I don't expect this to be a problem for anybody. So they'll log in and then they'll be like, okay, what am I seeing here? 10 packs. I have no idea what packs are. This, I don't know what this is. News scroller content. Well, that seems like a bug. Then they'd see store maybe, or they might see these giant buttons, edit, defense, and attack. And if they see store, they might click it. And then finally they might realize how to purchase things here. And so you learn a lot about like, okay, how do I remove the friction? How do I make this easier? But I mostly kind of want to see, I think what I'd be testing is not so much the UI as I would be testing, like, are they having fun? Are they learning how to do these things? So I need to come up with all the scenarios ahead of time. So like buy hardware, there could be create a defense, use a script, something like that. There's a note app in Windows 10. Do you know how to disable spell checking? I don't 3D extended. I think it's the OS level setting that they probably use for that app, but I'm not sure. Isn't it true that you already get feedback from the new viewers? Yeah, I do, but I don't get to see everything that goes through their head. Typically, what happens for new viewers is that they'll get stuck on something and they'll be like, oh, is this a bug? But I don't know what they're doing well because they don't tell me like, hey, that was a really smooth process. So, for example, one of the things I've spent a lot of time doing lately was getting it so that you can drag entities around the arena. You'll see what'll happen. It works how you expect. So when you drag this here, it swaps the two locations. Like that's something that's relatively new in the game. Same thing, you have this preview icon here. Eventually it'll tell you you're at your maximum. There have been enough people confused about like, wait, I can only place 10 bots, or why is it 10? Or there's any number of things. And it's UX, yeah. If someone who's a UX designer / engineer offered to do the UX for Botland, would you take the offer, or is it something you want to do yourself later? I already have a UX designer for Botland, and that's where this whole design document came from. So I haven't made Botland reflect this yet, and I will eventually have to do some more work on this. But this overall page, you can see that what I did here is trying to mimic that. So we have this here. This is not centered. We have a defense button and an attack button. So same thing over here, we have this, but it is centered. We have your avatar, which I haven't coded yet. We have your rating, which doesn't technically show yet. Then edit, defense, and attack. And then you actually go into this and you can see, wait for it, where's the commence button? Yeah, you can see there's a bar on the left side with your blueprints. So same thing, you click attack. There's a bar on the left side with your blueprints. You can select one of these. Do these? No, you can't select them here. Okay, well anyway, we scroll down. You can place them in the arena. So same thing, yep, cool. You can place them. So yeah, Duck of Doom, if someone else were to suggest doing this, I don't know if I would take them up on that now because, like I said, it's already kind of being done. Did you tell your UX designer what you wanted and he came up with that document, or you made it and gave it to him? I told him what I wanted and he came up with it. And he's been working with me for, I think, about a year now. So back when the game looked like this, so this is when login was just always over the top of the page and you had to press keyboard shortcuts to figure out how to get to your code edit and whatever else. And yeah, every button was just spewed onto the page here. When the game looked like this, I was like, okay, I want you to play this and see just what are the functions you can do in the game. And then I want you to figure out like how do you make this easy for users. I suggest reconsidering the design. It looks like a 90X design, a 90s design. I don't think we're going to be reconsidering that right now. I think the part of the reason this looks like a very 90s design is, oh wow, thanks Orange Ray. I didn't hear the sound for some reason. But yeah, hey, and thanks for the bits. So part of the reason it looks like a 90s design right now is because there's no UI chrome over everything, and just it'll make it look a little bit nicer. So theming can go a long way. And also, I think this is good. I think this works on a tablet. Everything has touch in mind, and we'll see kind of how it works, whether it resonates with people. I don't think this looks bad right now. I think, sure, there are some graphics that are obviously missing. I have a white box with S written in it instead of just a picture of a socket. But yeah, I think if we got these graphics fixed up, I think this bar over here looks nice enough. think it's fine. I think it's nice to have these icons. They're clickable. You got most of what you might expect. Shady1, thanks for following. Why are the bots looking right in the sidebar and looking left when attacking? Not sure if you want to change that, but I just noticed. Yeah, attackers, so defenders here are facing right. I think that's correct. And then when you're attacking, they're facing right, and that's no longer correct. So yeah, we could do that. I could just write, where did my to-do list go? There it is. I could write this over here somewhere. Bug, attacker bots in the UI face right instead of left. I think that we should only change this for the blueprint selector though. Maybe, I don't know. Alex, I've spent a lot of time working on those. There are some special ones too that have shown every once in a while that took like actual code to get them to work. Can't see him in chat. I don't think Orange Ray said anything other than the cheer today. Man, Orange Ray has cheered a lot. It's going to be at a red badge soon enough. All right, so yeah, this is where I left off. Fire does not keep its duration between phases. So let's figure out why this is happening. And yeah, okay, cool. Mirror the sprite when moving to the left/right. I don't know if I want to do that necessarily. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. I might do that. I might. But I'm not positive. So here's what we do. We go into this. We make an Infernal Lasers bot. This is that one. We put this down in a couple places and we hit commence. And now we look into the database. So these bots are all on fire. They're looking like they're on fire. But then as soon as the match starts, they're no longer on fire. Excuse me. So let's figure that out. Oh yeah, playing risky. You could have just asked me. I definitely would have. I would have just told you. Yeah, there's a register button and the email address. I don't send emails out, so it's just a completely made up domain name. This is, just leave that as is. Don't type in your real email address. You can't without enabling that field anyway, but don't do it. What did I miss? Nothing in particular, Orange Ray. I think Digite was just curious about why you didn't seem to be in chat. I have a bunch of shortcuts set up on my mouse and stuff to close things. Is there a command about this? A command about the mouse? There's just a command about which mouse I'm using. But to know what shortcuts I have, you'd have to just ask me, and then I guess I could show you. Here are the shortcuts I have on my mouse. So yeah, I have a bunch of them set. When is Botland coming out? Bubba, Alpha should be at the end of January. And I won't be streaming for almost all of December. I'm going to be, actually let me take a look. So yeah, I think there are 2 more weeks of streaming. I should mention this every day because I don't want people to subscribe and then be like, wait a second, you just totally left. So 2 more weeks until my like month-long vacation. No streams. We'll just write update the time until vacation. Okay, so let's check this out. If we go into the database and we take a look at, how do we do this? Select defense copy ID from users where ID equals 2. You know, I'm never going to forgive Antimatter Tape for this. Claiming ID 1, registering for an account before even I registered for an account. Alright, so here's everything. This is relatively unfortunate. But let's take a look at the defense. This is this. Hey, Codebreaker. So we have an on fire. What is this? Oh, this doesn't save the duration. No. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, well, that was a mistake. We just had to save the duration here, and then that's it? Is it really this simple? Who is user 0? I don't think 0 is a possible ID you can have in the database. I don't think, right? Let's take a quick look. Select ID from users where ID equals 0. Yeah, it doesn't exist. And Cameron, thanks for following. Is it just December you're not streaming? Yeah. Yeah. And hey, folk, how's it going? How are you doing today? Okay, let's try this again. So those bots are not going to be on fire any longer, and let's see if they are now on fire. So we click this, and we put down some bots. Actually, let's just put down one bot, because all we need to do is light one bot on fire. There. These are all on fire for like millions of turns now. Let's see if that worked. So we go back to MySQL, and we do this, but this time it's 60, and we take a look at the defenders. Got it. And we put this into here. On fire. There it is. Duration, a very long time. And do they have multiple on fire components? They do. I think this works correctly, yeah. So this bot was on fire for 6 turns, and it only took the duration away from the first on fire component. I think there's going to be a problem here, which is that if this thing dies, the inflictor's real ID does not matter any longer. To the point where I don't... this is probably going to break. Orange Ray, isn't that kind of the standard way that things work? I think I've almost always had to go through a recruiter. So this will be the last 2 weeks of streaming. Will you ever stream after that? I can't tell if you're being serious. I'm just going to be on vacation for all of December pretty much. And this has been on the schedule for a while now. So if you go to the info thing under here. Where is it? Schedule. Thursday, December 8th until January 2nd is vacation. So, yeah, that should be it. Oh, I see Orange Ray. Yeah, this sounds standard to me. And good to hear it, folk. Okay, so inflictor real ID. I have a feeling this is going to break everything. Deferred death component, inflictor real ID. Yeah, this is a problem. I think this is a problem. That might not exist anymore. Okay, so this will probably cause everything to screw up. Let's try it. Let's just put this bot over here and hit commence and see what happens. Oh, it didn't even work. Alright, that's stupid. On fire component keeps track of inflictor real ID, which almost certainly won't exist in a later phase if that entity dies. I think that instead we should keep track of the inflictor's ID and the owner ID. Okay. Hey, MetriCard. Two of them keep trying to get me to apply to the same jobs. Yeah, I don't actually think I've taken a longer vacation than what, a day? I've been away from the stream for a couple of days before, but that was due to either sickness or pain. But in general, there's no long gaps here. Every once in a while, you'll go to someone's Twitch page and you'll see this long flat line where they obviously weren't streaming for. You will start to see that now in December. But yeah. Yeah, good documentation. I injected some emotion. Alright, this still isn't working though. I think it's because when we rehydrate these bots, they're not getting... Oh wait, did I restart the server? Maybe I didn't restart the server. I don't recall. But let's try this again. Your first day back will be January 2nd. Let me take a look. January 2nd is Monday. Yeah, I think so. I don't know when I make it back exactly to Washington. I think it's December 29th or the 30th. So that gives me like 2 days to kind of readjust, get the heat back on here, get some food in the fridge. Did you have a job during university? We had to do what they called co-ops. So I did 4 of those. And did I have a job during? I guess I was a what they call a supplemental instructor. So it wasn't a TA because I don't think a TA usually teaches. I had to like set up a class for computer science and teach people who were having trouble in the main class. And I learned a lot about how people learn in that, or how they don't learn sometimes. And also kinds of the motivations of students. A lot of people were in computer science 1 because their major required it, but they did not care about programming. So they were just trying to get through the class. What are you going to do on vacation? It's the kind of like visit family and friends vacation more than it is like a... Anyway, that's all I'll say. Going someplace warm. Yeah, I won't be talking about the place I'm going to. All right, let's try this out. So I'm going to do the same thing I was doing before. We're going to put down this bot. We hit commence. Cool, that bot is thoroughly on fire. Now we do this. And yeah, the bots are no longer on fire. So this is a server-side problem because we verified... This is now a server-side problem. So I verified that the duration is getting saved correctly. Let's put some logging in here, maybe. Duration equals duration. Yeah, so console.log, creating an on-fire component with duration equals this dot duration. Let's try that out. And it should say at first that it created it with a duration of 30,000. Then we should see some that are created with less than that. So yeah, 30,000 a whole bunch of times. Then we do this, and it should say, aha, it did work. 29,997. Did it create fewer though? Because that's probably an issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It created 5 of these. And then down here, it created 2 of them. That's probably wrong. Huh. If you ever get the opportunity, I can always recommend the Cayman Islands. Been there once, still one of my favorite places. Don't travel that much anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure when we'll get to travel just for leisure again. Oh, wow. Thanks, Echo. And yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too. Actually, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Well, I guess Americans, but happy Thanksgiving to everyone for tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I usually don't stream on Thursdays. I am going to be streaming on Friday though. All right. So this got created, but I only see 2 of them that got created. I wonder if I missed any. I don't think this is working correctly then. Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm also not sure if the right number of components are getting created. I believe I saw 5 get saved, but only 2 get restored. Real Thanksgiving was a month ago. Hashtag Canada. Hey, Atomic Lemur. Okay, so let's go see where we rehydrate these. In simulate game phase, we take in the serialized defense. Where is that? Deserialized defense. In phase 0. And then later, phase entities are going to be here. So go through each entity. Yeah, and this should give it, should make it be on fire again. I'm assuming it is. All right, so let's do this. Component names on fire. Yeah. Restored an entity with, we need to know exactly how many of these they have. Entity has get all components, get components. Yeah, this. Fire components equals entity. So let's do this here. Fire components. Now I want to print out the duration of all of those. Hey, Liquidor. I'm back to fixing bugs today. Made it through a couple of fast ones. This one is really problematic, actually. What I'm working on right now is you can light bots on fire in between. So, like, let's say in phase 1, I light a bot on fire. In phase 2, it should still be burning. And for some reason, it's just immediately cured of its fire. It is doused. So now we'll do this for each fire component. Oops. Duration. All right. Let's see what we got there. Or is it better to just debug this? I don't know. All right. Let's try again. So we attack this. Cool. Oh, maybe Badur has reflect. This could have been a reflect problem. Let's just check that right now, actually. Got it. Select serialized defense. Does he have reflect? Blueprint number 193 and 412. Okay, fine. Select hardware from bot base. That's not what it's called. Hardware config. Aha! So now what are those numbers? 193 and 412. He does not have reflect. Is there any other blueprint here that I'm missing? Let's just copy paste this out and find out what's going on. Blueprint ID. No, he only has those two, 193 and 412. That's not good. He doesn't have reflect. Yeah, that's not good. This happened with Badur, who doesn't have reflect. Yeah, I have a salt. Any plans to make Botland a mobile app? Yeah. In fact, that's going to be probably the biggest piece of work between beta and release, is getting to the point where we have a bunch of different ways to play the game. All right, so let's try this again. So there were 3 times. I saw that happen. So now when we try it over here, we should get 3 different, restored an entity with 3 fire components. Duration undefined, duration undefined. Well, that seems to be the problem, does it not? Where's on fire component? There it is. And duration is right there. Duration. I didn't spell it wrong. And on fire component pulls it in there. And then it says creating it with duration. So that must have worked. The other thing that's kind of weird is it only created 2 of these. Yeah, it says created 2, unless this is a problem with printing. Oh yeah, it is a problem with printing. There it is. Duration equals 29997. Okay, so then this duration printed here is undefined. So we should have 3 of these, and there's the third one. Okay, so this is just a printing error. All right, my bad. This is actually just a printing error. The console output got intermingled. I don't know. Is that an HTML5 game? Yeah. Hey, Legendary. OUTS. What does that mean? I think I finally found the formula required. Well, still, you'll get there. Keep at it. So duration undefined for all of these. Let's find out. Call this shared arena, deserialize later phase entities. Oh, fire components. Oh, that's what I did. All right, that was a minor mistake. I think this is working totally fine. Oh, I'm not using TypeScript. No. There would have been a push about a year ago for that, but I just never did it. Oh, no, it's ES6. Okay, so let's try this. So that works totally fine. Now we do this. And we get, yeah, duration 29995. Why is it not considered to be on fire, though? Something is making it no longer be on fire. Very weird. Or maybe it is on fire. Oh, that might be the case. This could be a client-side issue then. Because, yeah, now it's getting... All right, let me try this again. God, this bug is just so difficult. You know what we should do? We should make it so that armor level... What's an armor level that nobody's using? What does this have? I should make it so that my bots are practically invincible. How would I do this? I know. We'll make everyone's bots practically invincible. This is the perfect idea. 2,000. We'll just change this to 10,000. All right. So now when we test this out, yeah, now that should work. All right, so let's do this. So here's what's going to happen. This bot is going to set this bot on fire a bunch of times. Cool. So it's on fire now. And you can see how much life it has. What would you say? It's about like 85% maybe. The exact number doesn't matter, although we actually have the exact number, so I might as well just look at that. 8710. It actually was pretty close to 85%. It's 87%. Good job, Adam. All right, next, we're going to put a bot down that does not attack at all. So let's just do this, get rid of all these things, and put a bunch of armor on this. Armor. And regen. Cool. So we'll put down one of these bots over here. And now let's just keep an eye on this one. 8710. Ah, it is burning. Okay, so this thing is still on fire. It just doesn't seem to be on fire. And if I commence another game phase now, it should still burn even more. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so fire is at least working. The client just isn't rendering it correctly. And it possibly can't kill its target. That's another thing I'm going to have to fix. Yeah. When dragging a block, it takes the UI about 2 seconds before it starts following the mouse. Summerbulb, what do you mean by dragging a block? Are you talking about Blockly? Like this thing? Or are you saying you're looking at the arena and you're dragging one of these, you're saying? Wait, yes. Thanks to Twitch delay. I think you're probably talking about Blockly. Alright, so when dragging a block, it takes the UI about 2 seconds before it starts following the mouse. Do you mind taking a video? Okay. So what browser are you on? Yeah, the performance issues that are happening, I still have to fix. What is the keyboard I'm using? Alright. So now it's a client-side problem. The fire component goes away for some reason. The only way we can remove fire is in this. Entity is no longer on fire. So when is this happening? Here. Update fire duration. First on fire component dot duration is less than or equal to 0. Remove component. If it still has a fire component, or if it doesn't have a fire component, then say that it's no longer on fire. So is that happening? Are we getting that? Because if so, that's a problem. Nice, silly. Nice. And yeah, the other thing, Legendary, is this. The FAQ. Using Chrome can't capture a video now. Okay, I'll write this down. But yeah, this could be a CPU problem. So I'll write this down with the performance issue. But thank you for reporting it. Having trouble dragging a Blockly block. This and Control Shift Enter doesn't work here. There, perfect. All right, so what we need to do is look in the replay here. Look in the replay to see if we ever captured a, what's it called? Entity no longer on fire. If so, the client is just doing what it's supposed to do. If so, this goes back to being a server problem. The delay is consistent. Huh, no one's ever commented on that. That's strange. I wonder if there's anything else that's happening here. So you're just taking something from here and trying to move it somewhere else, and that's it? I wonder if it has to do with this thing. Let's try this out. No. Hey, Wetsy. How you doing? Okay, so we need to go look at a replay of... Wait, no, but it has to be on fire. Yeah. It has to be on fire. So this is happening somewhere else. Let's try this then. Entity is no longer on fire. Let's just put a breakpoint here, because this should never happen. Entities are on fire forever now. I made it last for 30,000 turns. And 30,000 turns is longer than the lifespan of an entire game. So let's try that. So we're just going to put this here. We're going to hit comment. Then there are 3 bots on fire. Again, these should never not be on fire. So this should probably break in as soon as I press commence again. It did not, though. That is very weird. In the journal, we don't have any... Oh, maybe it's reconstructing it, but without the fire this time? It's not a problem with the replay. Okay, I think the problem is that we're reconstructing the bots when I press commence so that they don't have the fire component for some reason. I don't know why that's the case. Anyone have any thoughts on the keyboard Adam uses versus that Grand Canyon that... Oh, Zilly's using the same keyboard. I think he's just joking about it. Moving a very small block, even just one block, it's like some calculation is being done before it starts moving. And Banana, I don't think it's a rendering issue. Well, I think it is a rendering issue. I think there's no component on that bot. Hey, Reality-O. Alright, I'll write this down here too. By the way, Microsoft just announced a Microsoft Ergonomics sculpt. Not just announced, but it just released. I think it released 2 days ago. And I've been meaning to look at the price of this thing. Why is this not loading? Okay, well, I'll just save this for later then. Cached page. The cache page doesn't even work. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm done with this. I don't care. Oh, yeah, you're using the version 1 beyond mine. I see. Okay. Yeah, so Casper, my thoughts on this, the reason I chose this keyboard over the other one that I have is because the other one is mechanical, and I think it's a little too loud for the stream because it got blue switches, and I don't feel like dampening them or anything. But now that I've been using this keyboard, I think it is pretty natural. I don't feel any hand strain, any wrist strain. Seems pretty good to me. Alright, so this, let's see what happens when I press commence. So we call simulate game phase, and then we just call replay journal. So how about we put a breakpoint right here. And the detached numpad is another ergonomic move. If you can have your mouse closer to your keyboard, so if you can see in my keyboard camera here, without a numpad, my mouse would be here. So I wouldn't be moving my arm as far away and then angling my wrist. I would just have it here, I guess. And that'd be better. What mechanical keyboard were you looking at? Oh, not looking at. I own a mechanical keyboard. I'm just saying the reason I didn't use it is because it was too loud for the stream. I tried it one day, and a few people said no, and I thought if even a couple people say no, I shouldn't use it. Then I've tried it again since then, and some people liked it. If you wanna see the keyboard that I use, I think it's in. I think it was day 200 where I used that, right? This was actually gonna start up. Yeah, it was day 200. So if you go to like this, how do I link to this? Share at current time. Yeah, that. What board is it? It's a Rosewill mechanical keyboard. It's just this one, I think. It's just a relatively plain mechanical keyboard. I can link that in too. Okay, let's try this again. So I click attack. We click this, it's going to break in immediately. We don't care though. And now this next time we do care because something is happening that's going totally wrong here. So let's take a look. We call in a replay journal. We go down to here. So we get a journal entry. All these are going to be create entities at first. This is the CPU because it only has 6 components. Let's just hit the play button. One of these should be on fire. I don't know which one, but it's going to be kind of hard to tell unless we click through these. So is there a better way to do this? Is there a better way to do this? Well, there's only like 10 of these we'd have to look through. So fine, let's just look through them. What is this? Oh. So, okay, here's what we learned. If there are 10 components, then they're not on fire. Because it takes more than that to be on fire, apparently. So this is 11. Oh, this one must be on fire. Wait, where's the fire one? No, where is it? Oh, wait, I think I just counted wrong. Oh, yeah, I counted wrong. Yeah, length was 11 for all these anyway. 14. Here we go. This is something on it. There we go. This one's on fire. Okay, so here we finally have it. Let's go take a look at when we replay this. This is going to call into create entity, which is going to be done here. Done. We route this over to this. This should be inside of create. Cool. So let's go down to this line and step into that. Nice, we're in create entity. This is exactly where I expect to be. And the entity has a fire component, right? Yes, good. Although for some reason it only has one now. That doesn't seem correct. I thought we had 14 of these. I think something weird happened. I'm not sure. All right, cool, DeMail. Excuse me. I will read this in a second, Hideo. Oh, and I'm not in the market for a new keyboard necessarily. If I get that other keyboard, the Ergonomic Sculpt one that was just released, I would check to see if any of my Microsoft friends have a good price on it. If it's $40 or less, I might get it because it looks nice. I kind of want to try it. But if it's more than that, the consumer price is like $120 or something. I'm not paying that. Not sure if this is a bug or if I'm just not understanding the game. Maybe also an issue. I clicked attack and placed 3 bots. Click commence. The pink area went blue, but nothing's happening. Is this because my bot isn't programmed correctly? Very likely yes. So Summerbulb, here's how you would address this. I want you to go into the game and click the edit script button. Click convert to JS. And then copy paste this into bpaste.net and then send me that link. So if you do that, I can tell you exactly what's going wrong. And show us the game. Yeah, so Hideo linked in a video. You can also just play the game if you want. I'll talk about the game briefly, really quickly right here. Let's do this. So this is Botland. In the game, you make defenses to protect your CPU. And I guess your bots and your chips and whatever else. But the goal is to protect this structure here. And you make your bots out of different pieces. So here I've got a missiles and artillery bot. And here I've got a repair and armor bot. This has regen and this one has armor and whatever. And then you can write their AI for them if you want. So here I've got some pretty basic AI. This bot remains totally still. It tries shooting missiles, it tries shooting artillery, and tries activating its sensors. And my other bot will try repairing and try shielding. And once we have those scripts, we can just hit test and try it out. So you can't really see the repair happening because there's no graphic for that yet. But yeah, the little dragon looking bots are repairing themselves. So yeah. And then you go and attack other people in the game who have their defenses set up too. So I can click attack, and I'm playing against some other person now. They have missiles, lasers. So let's just put down, I'm just going to put down something here. Yeah, let's just do this. Not really going to pay attention to winning this. Not only am I not paying attention, but I'm actively losing this match. Yep, that's too bad. I lost. Hey, Mike. All right, so where we left off here was this. So we're in create entity. And right here, this should have an on fire component. It does. And the duration is set correctly. Something weird is happening. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Oh my god. All right, this is stupid. I know what's happening here. I'm pretty sure that when creating a bot, we don't automatically try injecting the fire spray. We only do this when we get that a created bot was lit on fire. That only kind of makes sense. Let's try this out. So we call into create entity, which calls into this, which does nothing to try to add fire. Yeah, that's the problem. But then how does this make it there to begin with? Oh, because we relocate them. All right, yep, it all makes sense now. So it was a render issue? Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't have a sprite on it that it needs to have. So when an entity is lit on fire, add display fire component to entity. I don't know where this gets called from. Apply fire to entity and then add display fire. And display fire is what it needs. Okay, yeah, this is what we need to do. Inject sprites for partial component. If the entity is on fire, add the display fire component. If entity.has component names dot on fire, display fire. There. Cool. Hey, Chafili. All right, this should finally work. Let's try it out. So since it was just a client-side issue, we don't need to go restart the server. We can get rid of all of these breakpoints that I have and just hit connect and try it. So we put down some bots that are going to light them on fire. Commence. Cool. So they are sufficiently on fire at this point. We can be pretty sure that all of these bots will burn to death. And now we're going to put down some bots in the corners that'll just kind of hang out. And then these should stay on fire and we should see them burn. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Pretty good. So if I make a bot that just cloaks and then moves to the left, let's try that out. So let's give this, let's say, if can cloak, then cloak, otherwise move to the left. There. So this first one will be left, the other one will be random. Done. Now let's give it cloaking. Done. And let's try that out. So we're going to put these here. We're just going to hit commence. And all of those bots should burn to death. So watch this. It might not work in the end though, because I don't know if they can die from fire. Oh, they can die. Wow, neat. It worked. All those bots just burned to death. Nice. All right. Now the game should end pretty soon because my bots aren't doing anything, so it should stalemate. But pretty good. So what do we learn? We learned that if you make fire last for 30,000 turns, that it's overpowered. And what else did we learn? Oh, this is fixed. We learned that bots don't error when they die. I don't really know what's going on there, actually. And Quincy, thanks for following. Huh. Yeah, so I'm going to have to fix that. There we go. The match finally ended. Inflictor real ID. So where is this used? Owning player. Oh, the inflictor is the owner. Oh, then we're already done. Wow, that's nice. Ooh, well, cancel this. I should make that a little bit clearer, even though I guess it was already in the comment and I just didn't read the comment. The real ID of the player who inflicted fire. Nice. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's just get rid of any linting errors, which is that console log and whatever else. So fire now persists between phases, which is the whole point of fire in this game. Otherwise, if it only worked for one phase, I think it'd be much harder to use. Do you have any stalemated match detection in the works, or always simulate the whole thing? Yeah, I don't think that you can have a stalemate detection because it's a halting problem. Like, imagine if I wrote a really, really slow strategy, like this, for example. Whoops, hang on a second there. Okay, well, my strategy is slow, but these bots are not allowing me to do that, really. Let's try again against Hideo, maybe. Yeah, never mind. I'm trying to find a match where I can demonstrate my slow strategy that won't necessarily stalemate. Maybe this one. Yeah. So here, it might look like it'll stalemate. It clearly won't, actually, because my bots are going to die. But yeah, if I coded my bots a little bit differently, they might actually go on to win that match. So the way that this is going to work, botland phases last until either of these is true. 3,000 turns have passed, or 1,000 milliseconds of simulation time have passed. Now, this can be expanded into up to whatever, 2 minutes of time. So the mitigation for long stalemate matches, just for long matches, is the replay speed up feature that I haven't added yet. Could you just have the server simulate it, and then if that comes back on the client that is stalemated, not display the full simulation? So I see what you're saying, but you don't know when there's going to be interesting stuff happening. So I think what we should do is this. I think the mitigation is you show a bar somewhere on the screen that tells you how close to being done with the replay you are. So you'll have something like this, where it says there are 3,000 turns, and you are at like 600. And then you have a speed up button here that you can click. Or just a finish button, I guess. I don't know, stop. I will put the obligatory Adam art into chat. So when you see that, oh my god, this thing is progressing so slowly, you'll just click this button a couple times and now this thing will zip right along, or you'll just say, I'm done with this, let's just finish the match. So I think they're just client-side mitigations, like you suggested, but they're slightly different. I think they're just replay the things that you can do. So get rid of that, and get rid of that. Actually, get rid of all of this. It's beautiful. What can I say? I'm a true artist. I am in the Twitch creative section. So that was the major fix to this. This is not going to get checked in. Ooh, I know Banana was joking about that earlier. Can't do it. Wait a second. We do not need to serialize the duration. That's not even true. Okay, so on fire component. No. The client relies on the server for a message saying when an entity is no longer on fire, but the duration is still needed so that the server can restore on fire entities. There. That comment changes. And this stuff can't be checked in either. This was the overpowering of components. Alright, so fix bug around on fire entities. Entities that were ignited will still be on fire in later phases if the fire duration doesn't run out. There was a bug on the client side with creating on fire entities. There was a render bug and a bug on the server with not saving the fire's duration. Both are fixed. Nice. Let's keep working through this. The X on the chips panel is getting cut off. No, thank you. Let's put this at the bottom of the list. This is a bug, but it's just not worth fixing right now. It's that X right there. Like, I guess the easiest solution would be just add some more margin or something, but I don't want to do that. Can we just move this maybe? I guess that would work. If we just set the right to -2. Oh, man. I don't know. What if we set it to this, but we increased its Z index? Z index 50. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think I really care about this. Oh, thanks, Summerbulb. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, okay. This makes sense. So Summerbulb, this is why I need to have a tutorial in the game eventually, because there are a few things I see that they're definitely not obvious. This is not your fault. So check this out. There's a bunch of stuff I'm going to explain now. One is that every bot has a vision range by default of 5 tiles. And 5 tiles is computed by Manhattan distance. So for example, this tile from this bot is 2 tiles away. So you just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're going to have kind of a diamond showing up around all of these. Whoops. You're going to have a diamond showing up like this. So this is the vision range of the bot that I have circled here. So cool. So now let's say that the CPU was over here. This line of code, if it exists close to CPU, it can't detect it. So it's going to fail this, so you won't actually pursue this. Same thing with any of these. Will lasers hit? Will lasers hit not only checks in your vision range, but lasers can only work cardinally. So it only works on these 4 line segments that you have. Missiles work in a radius, but unfortunately that radius is something like, I don't know, 3 or 4 tiles. So they actually work in this radius. And artillery works only at the very edge of your vision range, 5 tiles. So if none of those things are true, let's say you put your bots very far away from enemies and CPUs, then this just won't do anything. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you don't need to write loops in your code. Your bot will get a turn once every so often. So just having this is fine. The only way I would fix this code after that is I would just say something like if will or if can move, then move. And this moves randomly. So if you want to, you can put a direction in there. So let's reconstruct your code in Blockly. That way I can show you this in the way that you probably constructed it to begin with. So you, I think, probably put in a loop here, and then, I don't know exactly, but let's construct the rest of this. So we'll go into here, we'll say fire lasers, we'll say fire missiles, we'll say fire artillery. And you had pursue enemy CPU. Okay, so here was your script, more or less. You had a loop around the whole thing too. The only thing I'd suggest doing after this is just putting a move command at the very bottom. Oh, loop was added at the end, got it. All right. And yeah, Devale, because it's all blocks. So here's one other thing that's really helpful to know. Any red block you see is immediately going to end your code. And the reason why is because all of the red blocks, I'm calling them terminators, that's why they're up at the top as terminators. All of the red blocks do something to the arena. So for example, moving will reposition your bot. Teleporting, reposition your bot. Pursue, reposition. Cool. Fire lasers can damage another bot. Firing artillery, again, damage. Zapping can change the state of your bot. Laying a landmine. All of these things change the state of the arena in some way, so they end your turn. So if you were to try writing code like this, if you said, hey, I want to move right and then I want to move left, this will never ever move left. As soon as it hits the red code, it's just like, okay, cool, yep, I'll try moving right. Even if I can't move right, I'm going to try it, and then that's it, I'm done. And yeah, the API isn't listed there. It's listed kind of sort of over here. Actually, it's not even listed here anymore. I have it on the old wiki, wiki.bot.land, which, by the way, I got to update bot.land to point at the correct wiki. Yeah, I got to write that down. Why not call them actions? That's a good choice, I think. Yeah. I think that's good. I will add that as a consideration. I thought Terminator is good because it lets you know that it's going to terminate your code. But I guess it's not the easiest thing to understand. These are the kinds of things, by the way, Summerbulb, where when we have a tutorial, these are the kinds of things I'm going to have to cover. And by the way, one of the things I never told you about, which I'm sorry, I know the game's not self-explanatory right now. If you, let's say you make a brand new bot, so let's log in as Adam2, who actually has bot slots. I click this plus button here. You can just set up your bot if you want. I can just say, I want artillery and I want lasers and I want regeneration. And I'm not even going to make a script. If you create a bot like this, remember, artillery and lasers, I hit the test button, it's shooting lasers, and if they had the opportunity, they would have shot artillery as well. So if I drag these over here, let's say, and then I hit test, and now that one's shooting artillery, I didn't have to write any script. So if you want to just ignore scripts, you totally can. Terminator doesn't really describe the fact that it ends the script anyway. Might as well just be action and have the one action per loop or whatever. Well, I think either way we need some extra explanatory text, because even if you call them actions, it's not really one per loop. It's as soon as you hit an action, it just ends your code. So I'm going to need to be clear about that. Hey, clowns. I was thinking of killers. Oh, you pretty much just shouldn't touch this menu at all. I think the snippets menu is where you should do the majority of what you're going to do for your strategy. Because snippets wrap everything in if statements anyway. So for example, if I have cloaking, I could say, okay, I want to cloak. I want to pursue enemy bots. Maybe I want to rearrange this so that I cloak only if an enemy exists. Then I want to fire lasers. Then I want to fire missiles. Then I want to do whatever else. And so if you just use snippets, you can eventually build up a script that looks actually pretty close to something like this. This is the Ultra Killer script. And it's just mostly snippets. Come with me if you want to live. Hey, Sakala. Is this a package that I'm using? Yeah, this is called Blockly. It's an open source library that's currently owned by Google. Okay, so the X on the chips panel, I guess it is as simple as just moving this. So I might as well do that. That way I can mark that this is done for now. So we'll just say the right of this is 0. Yeah, that's fine. Blueprint info panel close button. Blueprint info panel close button. Got it. Right 0. Done. I vote for interrupts. Maybe add a graphical indicator from the red block to some kind of end turn block. You want to create a bot game too? Yeah, a graphical indicator, I think, Summerball, that can be helpful. I also think just a tutorial that's like, hey, here's how coding works. Because here's what I expect. I expect new players will go through a basic tutorial. This will set up their first defense, maybe like research their first hardware and attack players. That's the very basics of the game. And I don't think they're going to touch scripts at all. In fact, I'll probably prevent them from using scripts. Then there's going to be an advanced tutorial where we teach how the scripting part works. Things like bot vision range, things like cloaking, activated abilities. This is more just how do the game mechanics work and how are these weird edge cases like landmines, these are going to be here. And once you're done with the basic tutorial, that's where I'll probably be like, oh, by the way, there's scripting in this game. So that you're not even confused about that at first. It just doesn't even, it's not accessible. So you try editing your script and it would just be like, sorry, you can't create a script until you're done with the tutorial. So wait, Liquidor, what would you do with a bot game though? Like what kind of game would you make? Because if you actually are serious about making something like that, I think looking over my original design doc is probably going to be really helpful for you. So let me find that for you too, that way. Not that. I clicked the wrong thing. This and then this. So this is a huge, not totally consumable document. I'll just tag Liquidor in this. This part about reasons to even want automation, I suggest reading that part at least. And this is what I said. I can just kind of distill this information for people watching so you don't have to read this. I think there are 3 major reasons to want automation. One is an action you don't care to do yourself. So leveling up in an RPG, for example. And people have made bots for this before, definitely. 2 is something where you physically cannot perform at a certain level. So, for example, StarCraft. I know there are professional players out there who can move very quickly, but I, for example, cannot. So it might be nice to have an AI to do that for me. And then the third is a task where you're just not even present. So this kind of goes hand in hand with long-running tasks. For example, leveling up in an RPG, you don't really want to sit at your computer watching a bot play your character, because at that point you would just play your character yourself and probably do a better job of it too. So in Botland, it's that third reason of you're not even present to want automation. Got a link to the document that goes how you learn to code. How I learned to code? Or how... I don't have a document about how I learned to code, other than that little snippet that Hideo just triggered. But about how other people learn to code, yeah, that's the one that Indoor linked in. And thank you guys. Let's run a giveaway. Antimatter tape. Oh, and Liquidor, you don't have to. I think if you're serious about making a game, yeah, you probably might want to take a look at that. Otherwise, it's a lot of information, and not even all of it's helpful. A lot of it's skewed toward Botland as well. Triggered. Okay, so that X is now fixed. Even though I said this was a pointless bug, we fixed the pointless bug. Let's close out of some of these things while linting is working. Cool. Fixed position of close button in chips panel. Alright, good. Hey, Dead Sparrow. Ah, I got it. Cool, James. So when you're at your maximum number of blueprints, there won't be a create button in the blueprint selector. So the last bot will take up 2 columns in the grid instead of 1. This is how the create button works, but I like it for the create button. So, all right, what I meant here, and this is actually pretty minor. You can see right now, this bot is taking up 1 square in the grid, and the plus button is taking up 1 square in the grid. If I hit the plus button and I create a bot, now the plus button takes up 2 squares in the grid. I think that's okay. What I don't think is okay is when you've created the maximum number of bots you're allowed. So let's just create more and more and more of these until we're at the max. I don't know how many is the maximum, so we might be here a while. Okay, there we go. So we're at the max now. We're going to hit save, and I'm going to delete this one. And now we're going to go make one attacker bot. Perfect. Now this is the part that I think is problematic. I think bots should be limited to a certain width. So let's see if we can stop that. Hey there, tree fellow. And what am I giving away? Yeah, it's just a light control token. So it's the same thing. When you type buy lights, you get a token whispered to you, and it's this thing that you win with the giveaway. So if you feel like messing around with my lights, then you can do that, I guess. Otherwise, you don't need to purchase them. It's the same thing that new followers get. Until you get the report, I thought that with the bug button, I was creating a super bot. Oh, with the big button, I was creating a super bot twice as powerful. No, I want to fix this. I don't like how this looks right now, especially because this is just empty space. So this is a bug. I need to, well, first I need to save this. Well, it's not going to do anything. Yeah, so let's take a look. How would we fix this? What if we gave this a flex grow of 0? It does not do this. Flex none? No. It doesn't matter because of this div. I guess we could, okay, so there are a couple of solutions for this. Solution number one, add an empty div to fill in the last block. That would actually probably work. Let's try that out. So we have a div right here, and we just need to add another sibling for this. So if I say edit as HTML, ooh, there we go. Oh God. Okay, this is really difficult to do. Let's just maximize this. All right, so it's this, right? We have a whole bunch of divs there. Darn it, I clicked the wrong thing. Come on, I can do this. Just need it. Need to be careful. So it's alongside this div. Edit as HTML, yeah. Go to the bottom of that. And try not to break this. And put a div here. Div ID equals test. Oh God. It's typing so slowly. And we just type hello into it. Nice. There it is. Okay, now we just give this a flex of auto and a width of 96 pixels. Perfect. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Don't remove the button, just hide it. Would be the fastest, I guess. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good point, huh? Yeah, let's go do that. Solution number 2, hide the create button instead of not putting it in the DOM at all. Okay, let's go try that. The reason I don't want to just make max width 50%, well, I suppose I could do that. No, that's of the road div though. Yeah. Wouldn't max width 50% just do the same? So I don't think it'll work exactly the same because it had to be on this. So if I say max width 50% on all of these, then these are also going to be screwed up because this would have max width 50%. Oh wait, no, maybe that does work. Huh, interesting. Okay, well still, I think I'm going to try hiding that create button. That way everything gets laid out kind of the same way. So blueprint selector, we have render create button. So let's test this out. What is the thing called where this still exists? Is it display hidden? Is that even a thing? Visibility? Visibility hidden. Aha, it's visibility hidden. Okay, so let's try that. So if not this dot can create blueprint, we'll say const style equals this, then style equals display hidden visibility, blah, 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 and then style equals style. Yeah, let's try that. Nope. What did I screw up? Is the create button next to this at all? It's not. What did I mess up? That? Hey, cool. It's fixed. It's fixed, everybody. Now we hit delete. Nice. Okay, Hideo. I like that. So get rid of this. Render create button is only ever called from here anyway. Do I have visibility hidden anywhere? Here I do. I'm going to put this into a miscellaneous thing. Visibility hidden. Alright, now let's do this the right way. So we're going to combine class names in the way that I... What's this thing called? It's called class names. Isn't that nice? Alright, so we just go back over to here. And then we're going to say const CSS classes equals class names. How do I do this? I did this somewhere else. This. Done. So we're going to have new blueprint button by default. And then we're going to have visibility hidden only if you can't create a blueprint. Done and done and done and done. Cool. There. That should work. And this is the paradigmatic way of doing this. Only dot hidden was too short. Are you making fun of my names today? Alright, cool. So this is working now. If we were to delete one, we'll show the large plus button. If we were to delete another one, we'll show the small plus button. Okay, I like that. This is not actually what was designed, but I like having the large plus button because I think it makes it super... Uh-oh. Why is it not working? No empty bot bays found. Oh my god. So stupid. I gotta fix this problem. This is that terrible hack that I put in last time. So the way to fix this is to hit save, and now the plus button will work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's check it in. Thanks, Hideo. Actually, let's link this. Alright. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Cool. And looks good. Yeah. I don't expect any linting issues. Okay, so fix visual bug in blueprint selector. When you were at your maximum, when you are at your maximum number of bots, the create button will no longer show in the UI as intended. However, if you had an odd number of of bots visible, of blueprints visible. And this should be blueprints, which is gonna offset the rest of this, all this text. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. Probably just use another editor for this. Hey, Dave. All right, see antimatter tape. If you had an odd number of blueprints, then the last blueprint icon would take up double the size that it was supposed to. I fixed this by hiding the create button instead of just not adding it to the DOM. Sizing is still base. New question, but what is the shortcut you're using to delete a whole word? Control backspace. Control backspace is, so let's say you have the cursor is here. Control backspace will delete it to the left. Control delete will delete it to the right. Hey, Matthew. Okay, cool. So that's fixed too. Why did I jump down to this one all of a sudden? What about all the other bugs up here that I just ignored, apparently? Okay, I don't know how we got there on the list, but I skipped over this. So I think the EULA checkbox is checked by default now for some reason. Let's do this in an incognito tab so we don't have anything in local storage. It is not checked by default, but I have seen this happen before. When you hit the checkbox here and I log in, and then you close it and open another incognito tab, it's not checked anymore. Where does this happen? Because someone else reported this too. Okay, anyone who has never gone to this URL before, can you go to play.bot.land? You don't even need to play, but just tell me, is this checkbox checked for you or not? I wonder if this is a browser thing or something. Yeah, it's checked for me there. I don't understand that. What is going on? Oh, wait a second. Oh, oh, whoops. Okay, hang on. I think I know what's going on. It's checked for you guys? Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I did. All right, so thank you guys. Alright, well that's certainly a way to pull people out of lurking. I didn't even know there was a checkbox and never had any issue creating accounts. Yeah, I think I know what I did wrong here. The EULA checkbox, I have some check to see if I'm on localhost, and I'm pretty sure I reversed the check. Is connect allowed? Checked EULA checkbox. Where did I do this? Something checks to see if we're on localhost. I just don't remember. Here it is. So on login, checked EULA button equals this. If index of local... Wait, that's correct. Then checked EULA button equals true. Why is this set to true? Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at this. What is this equal to? Is this true on play.bot.land? It shouldn't be. It is true. What? Window.location.href. Oh, it's -1. Oh, God, I just coded the wrong if statement. Hello, world. Yeah, that's also not equal to 0. Oh, man, what a stupid mistake. Right? I think I meant to say this is equal to 0, not as not equal to 0. Aren't you saving it in local storage? I am, but the very first time you take it, or you load up the page, it's not going to have anything in local storage. Yeah, this is just a tiny mistake. I know what I did here. So here, this is equal to 0, meaning I am at localhost. So I just meant to check if this thing is equal to 0, not if it's not equal to 0. That was just a small mistake. Okay, yeah, well, that should fix it. So let's try this out. When we load up localhost, this is checked by default now. And if we somehow get rid of localhost, so 127.0.0.1, it is not checked. Perfect. Got it. Although actually, on that same note, if we go to 127.0.0.1, 3000, if we log in, it should be checked after that. So let's try that out. We check that box, we hit connect, we refresh the page, it should be checked still. Perfect. Okay, great. Everything's working. Why are you saving that? If I create a new account, I should have to agree again, especially if they've changed. So legally, I asked my lawyer about this. It's best for me to put this on basically every login page and make sure that this has to be checked and that you have to perform an action to check it. I don't need to check to see if you click this link, apparently. But if the EULA ever changes, yes, I should uncheck this box for everybody. And I guess I won't have an easy way of doing that, will I? Yeah, I think that's just a long-term to-do item, though. All right, I'll write this down. Say add to long-term to-do list. Instead of saving whether or not you checked the EULA button, save the last version of the client when you checked it. Save the date of when you checked it. Save the last date of when you checked it. That way we can uncheck it automatically when the EULA changes. I don't know. Shouldn't registering only need the EULA, not login? I don't remember if I asked my lawyer about that specifically. Yeah, I don't remember the answer to that. When you register for an account. Yeah, I don't know. If less than last time updated, yeah, that's what I should be keeping track of. Oh, this means contacting the account server to figure out if the EULA has changed. I don't know. This is a very minor thing. I don't even think I need to worry about this. Even patent trolls would probably have a hard time saying, like, your EULA changed, you didn't bring it to my... I don't know. God, I don't know. Whatever, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Hey ho for you. Happy early Thanksgiving to you too. Oh, cool. See you, Summer Bob. I'm saying, oh, cool, it managed to create a working attack. Sorry, I should clarify that. And Michael, thanks for following. Just force the button to show up. Yeah. You have to activate some hardware by turning it on via script. That should be in the hardware description. I thought the shield is useless until I did my first Blockly script. But anyway, that's another cosmetic issue. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the kind of thing that should eventually be clearer. Can't come up in the next 10 minutes with a site having an agree EULA on the login page. Yeah, I'll write that down. Consider just having the EULA button show on registration. Maybe that'll solve all these problems. Maybe I should just... I'll figure this out later. I think this is a pretty minor issue, even as far as legal issues go. Like, I am having you agree to it at least the first time. Or I know that you have to click that button. To another match, and there should be a button at the top of this and an exit button. I just never did that yet. So a lot of people end up reporting issues that I know about, and I should probably just make my bug tracking more public. In fact, I have it. I don't use it. I should probably look at these too. Deleting hardware doesn't work. This isn't even an issue anymore. Anyway, attacker bots in the UI face right instead of left. This is another one of those tiny things I'll just throw down here on the list. Oh, now I remember how we got there on the list. Okay. I moved that lower on the list because I thought it was low priority, and then I did it anyway. All right, just finally I had to go back to main menu or something. This is what I just added. I might as well do this. So let's see. You win a match, or you lose a match. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's just lose the match. What does he have, like level 1 lasers on these? Why are they so weak? Oh, because I never updated the game server, so every bot has 10,000 life still. Oh, I'm like, this thing should have died a long time ago. Yeah, so all we need to do at the bottom of match results is just put a button here saying like, thanks, got it. So first, let's go restart the server because having bots with 5 times the amount of life they should have is pretty tedious for testing. Oh, cool, Summer Ball. Yeah, you're always welcome back. Well, I guess that goes without saying. So match results. Oh, this should be pretty easy. We have a page here. I just never put a button there. Huh. Alright, so what should this button do? I guess I just cancel this game. Oh, thanks, Lonely Panda. Alright, so match results. Where does this come from? Right here. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna say an exit to main menu on exit to main menu equals this dot props dot route dot cancel game. I think. Does this exist somewhere else? Yes, it does. Okay, that's it. That's all I needed to do, and then this thing will just work. I don't know why it took so long doing this. So we'll put a div with an on click of this, and we need an icon. What should the icon be? Exit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Exit to app. Class. Exit to app. This should actually look like our attack button. So let's do all of this that we had here. Feel the greed. It's quite a name you have. Thanks for following. So the on click, commence attack button. We are going to need cursor pointer. So does match results have its own? Oh, it does. Wow. Okay, exit to main menu button. Cursor pointer. I don't know if we need anything else there. Display flex. Oh God, fine. Okay, so we just need to match this style that I had before this. So this is going to be called the exit to main menu button. On click is going to be props exit to main menu. Pretty straightforward. Then edit button icon and edit button text. What if we just didn't touch those? Back to main menu. We just put this here. And then that. Okay, let's try that. This might look a little bit weird because I'm not totally sure what styles I just took. But let's try it. So all we have to do is lose a match. Yeah, this should be pretty easy. And now we should have an exit button. Okay, this is gigantic. I did not mean for that to happen. And it's also not laid out correctly. So let's figure out what I did wrong here. So this is a div, and then back to main menu is centered. Flex auto margin 0 auto. So I guess this should just be centered too. So we just said margin 0 auto. Ah, okay, that looks a little bit better. So I guess let's add that. And then let's also probably make this a lot smaller. Font size 1em. Oh, it's because of the font size of the whole dialogue is huge. What size should this be, though, where it doesn't look stupid? I think it looks stupid no matter what, right? Let's do this off screen. That way you guys can just see the size. I think we should just do this. Whatever, it'll just, that's fine. So we click this button, it goes back to the main menu. Perfect. Let's just leave it like that for now, I think. Okay. 0 unit. Oh, interesting. What was the order for the margins? Top, right, bottom? I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I just look it up. 45 EM. That's when you know it got out of control. Alright, looks good. Looks good. Oh, that was a different bug fix. I forgot to check that in. Fix bug where EULA checkbox is checked. I had reversed. I had put not equals where I meant equals. So instead of always having the checkbox checked on the local host, it was always checked on everything except localhost. So let's check that in. And then let's check in again for this new thing, which I was in the process of verifying when I ran across that. Yeah, there we go. Add button to match results to go to main menu. Yeah, cool. All right. Did I track this already? So, yeah, I did. Okay, next up. Investigate. Adam, there's a problem with authenticate to account server. There's no limit on calling the method when you type the wrong password. Someone can just try to brute force some passwords. You are getting the request rate limit on success only. Did I check this? Authenticate to account server. This function doesn't have any limits, but one of these should have limits, like fetch token. And I think I tested this, and I don't remember what the results of the test were, so let's just try it again. We say create token, and we pass in the wrong password. Why does everyone use var instead of let? What are you talking about? Did you see any vars in my entire code? Okay, this is a helper script. That doesn't count. This is also helper scripts. Yeah, all of those are database scripts. And then in my gulp file. And this crept through. This should be a let. All right, we'll change that. And then gulp files. Huh, yeah. I do have some vars that crept through. Interesting. 281 vars. How many lets? 1,000. How many consts? Whoops. 5,000. Yeah. I don't mean you, but most people use it. While true loop and it never failed. Well, so a while true loop for this is fine. This will have failures. It has a catch in it itself. And then another catch. Oh, I see. Okay, so let's try this though. We hit send a bunch of times. Uh-oh. What's going on? What is going on? Something's wrong. Password did not verify. Yeah, password did not verify. I don't want this thing to get verified. Why is this taking so long though? I feel like there's network throttling going on right now, and I don't know why. And maybe I just closed Postman? I don't know what happened there. What's the difference between var and let? So JavaScript has something that's a little bit peculiar for some people called function hoisting. so the name of this function doesn't matter, but let's say you say console.log a var a equals 5. This will print undefined, because what actually happens here is it gets hoisted to the top of the function as just the declaration, and then down here it'll say a equals 5. So this is the hoisting of var from the bottom up to the top of the function. Let does not do that. It's block scoped. Var is function scoped. And the difference between let and const is just whether you can change the reference or not. You enabled network throttling. I didn't forget to turn it off, but I don't know if Postman piggybacks off of Chrome's network throttling. It probably does, because now this is working instantaneously. It's very weird though. Can we press F12 on this window? No. Okay, well let's try passing an invalid password, because this should get throttled. So we just hit Control Enter a bunch of times. Oh yeah. Banana's right. I did test this. So it's returning 500 internal server error saying could not log in. Perhaps your password is wrong. That's coming from here. Create token. But it's not a throttling issue. Maybe he's right. I do throttle this. What about on success? Too many requests error. You guys saw that? I think it's just really hard to get this thing to repro because it's very fast. Cancel. It's also really hard to send 1 million requests without this thing just totally hanging on me. Yeah, it's like super laggy now. All right, let's restart it again. Yeah, I saw it for that one. I did not see it for the incorrect password. Hello, Postman? What's going on? Postman, where did you go? Huh. I don't see Postman here anymore. I think it's on strike. Okay. Well, I don't think this is a huge problem to begin with. If someone's going to create a denial of service, that's always going to be the case, I guess. The part with brute forcing someone's password, I guess I could try. Oh, there it goes. Is Chrome eating all the RAM? Yeah, what happened here? OBS is using the most, then my build processes, then Chrome. Actually, yeah, Chrome is using a lot, huh? Let's close out of a couple of these. It's apparently not even there. I only have one Chrome tab open now, so it must be Postman. But if I close that, why? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I've got another 8 gigabytes. We're fine. What is this a reference to? Dig down deep. You can use the runner to send multiple iterations of the same request. Top left button. Interesting. So, how do I do this? I've never done this before. I have no idea what I'm doing up here. How do I close this window now? Oh, it's not a window. It just looks like a window. Environment local, iteration 20. What is going on? I want to just run create token. Create. How do you do this? All right, I don't know what's going on right now. Let's try something else really fast. I'm just going to make a new, whatever this is, folder. Let's make a test folder and let's duplicate create token into there. There. Now we'll use the runner to run testaroni. Yaha, I've outsmarted you. Now we hit start test. Uh-oh. Stop run. Uh-oh. I think it outsmarted me. Because this doesn't look like it's stopping. Also, pretty interesting progress bar they have. There's one thin, darker orange line. This is all I have to look at is the progress bar since it doesn't appear to be stopping anything for real. Do I have to close this program again? No. It's going to time out after some amount of time, probably like a minute. I think you should remove this extension and switch to the native app. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Also, there's another thing for testing HTTP verbs. I forgot what it's called, but I wrote it down somewhere. Definitely works for you. Okay, let's try this again. What is this program? This is Postman. Ah, you beat me to it, Endorn. Alright, let's try this. All passed. It did not all pass. I think I just needed to specify an environment. Let's try this once. Okay, there. 0 passed, 0 failed. What? How's that possible? Okay, now let's try it 20 times. And we hit start. And what happened? I have no idea how to read this. It looks like it should have worked. I don't know what's happening. This is the success case, though. We need to check it with not a success case. So let's go make this be Atom2. We'll hit save and we'll go to the runner again. Oh yeah, I think it was Insomnia. Okay. This is super confusing. Let's try this again. So we're going to run 20 of these. We hit start test. How are they passing? 500. We shouldn't be getting 500 errors. I think this is because I'm not doing this run correctly. There should be some data file that it has to validate against. Alright, whatever. You have no test for it? Yeah, I see. That's probably something here. Oh, hey, there's the Hagerman hour drawings. I don't think I ever showed these to you guys, by the way. As long as those just randomly popped up, I might as well show you. Yeah. On the request itself, you should create tests? Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that was possible. Whoa. So status code is 500. Yeah, interesting. Let's try that. Let's hit save and then run that. Thanks, Squirt. In normal Postman instead of... Yeah, I see. Okay. So if I run this again, let's try running one of these. Ah, now it says one pass. So when I run 20 of these, we should not get them all passing. And they do. So that is a bug. We should be getting different failure results. 20 passed. Status code is 500. Yeah. There's a too many requests, which is actually probably also a 500. I guess what we should really test here is, let's hit send. Could not log in. So error. We need to check that. Response body has this. I wonder if that works. Body matches string. Perfect. Okay, so when we run this 20 times, yeah, that's a problem. Aha! No, it does work. Oh, perfect. Yeah, so everything's fine. So now the test is failing, saying that this has something else you can't apparently drill down, but these are the requests were throttled. Okay, so everything's good. So this is not a problem. I verified this by using Postman and test. So I verified it by doing this. And I should write this down about Postman because I didn't know this. Document how test runners work in Postman. Cool. All right, nice. So let's close out of these windows and let's get rid of this testeroni thing. Done. Botland fanfic. I think he was talking about Adam fanfic. Neither of which I want to exist. Put all miscellaneous images into a spreadsheet. This isn't a bug. Well, not really. I'm going to move this down to the bottom of the list. This will eventually catch up with us. Let's go back up to the top. Clicking the quick edit script button when your bot doesn't have a script and then testing your defense will cause the bot to not get the updated script. Well, that's very specific. Let's try that out. So we log in. So does this have a script? No, it doesn't. So we're going to put down these bots. We hit save. Now when we hit test, they're just going to move to the side. Yeah. We're going to update it so that they don't just move to the side. Let's update it so that they move up. Move up. Save and test. Yeah, that is a bug. Interesting. This is totally out of your hands, by the way. I know that. You can do some really cool stuff in that test window in Postman. At work, for example, I have a request that gets a session key back that I can save that to my environment in Postman and reuse it by binding it to session key. Oh, that is actually really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, because I find myself getting a token and then I have to copy paste it into the environment. I wonder if I could have it. Oh man, this actually answers a question that Hideo and I had a while ago. Yeah, you can set environment variables from this. Oh, but you can't do it from the command line. Yeah, never mind. I guess. Well, still, that's pretty helpful to know. Okay, so yeah, this bug isn't working. Let's write down the repro. And I think we got it down to just a couple of steps. So we hit edit defense, we click this, edit, so that it has actually nothing. Just create the script, right? And then test should cause it to fail. Yeah. So edit defense. Well, I guess technically log in as Adam2. Edit defense. Then edit the script of the bottom leftmost bot for click create without making any real changes. And then 5, click test. Expected is that the bot shouldn't move at all since it has an empty script instead of no script. And actual is the bot gets figure it out code. Interesting. Yeah. Pawn does that too. Okay. And Endure knew about this. I had to do this so frequently that I put a giant arrow pointing at this function that I have to call all the time to create a token. And then once I've created the token, I have to copy paste this value into the environment. Wow. I had no idea. Apparently chat knew this whole time. Again, EJ. If you send another one of those, what did I just come back to messages? Ugh. I'm going to just ban you. You will face Adam's wrath. Alright, so let's find out why this isn't working. When you go to create a script, the script, does it get created? If we hit create and then we click edit. Oh, that's weird. I think it's just not associated with this bot. Right? There's probably other bugs here too. Let's do this. New script. And we hit create. Now new script exists. Okay, so I think this is just a problem with the bot not being assigned the script when you hit create. So there is edit script, the container, which is conveniently not called edit script, it's called script edit. I always do come back to great conversations. That's it, you're banned. I warned you, EJ. Alright, so create or update script. right here. So let's put a breakpoint there, a debugger. We will check if the condensation is correct. Press F12, click this and this and this. It breaks in. We check to see if it's doing what it should be doing. Oh yeah, we got a million of these, don't we? Creator update script. Okay, so how should this work? If you're updating a script, it needs to... So typically, when you create a script, you go through the blueprints page. Then updating your bot will save the association. Now though, you're editing a script with the assumption that it'll be associated with a bot. Alright. Something like that. The test to set the token to your environment should look something like this. Oh yeah, thank you. I B-paste this, it seems broken. Oh yeah, weird. Okay, I'll copy paste this. Well, let me just consolidate this from my own notes. Let's just take the B-paste data. That way I don't need the link, which will probably expire after some point anyway, right? Yeah. Hey, Super Ram. How you doing? By the way, there's like a ton of people watching right now. I suppose I should show you guys the game if you haven't seen it already. I'll do this pretty quickly because I do this multiple times a day. The game is playable, by the way, if you go to play.bot.land. It's not even in an alpha state yet, so don't expect the game to be very self-explanatory. But the way that it works is you create a defense. Your goal is to protect your CPU, and so when other people attack you, their goal is to destroy your CPU. And you make it out of bots, which you can see here, and you get to write their AI as well. So here I've got a missiles artillery armor bot, and its AI, oh, edit stopped working. Well, isn't that fun? There's another bug. The edit button on the blueprint info panel doesn't work if you don't have a blueprint selected. So going back to this and ignoring that bug, the kinds of scripts that you can write in this game can be really simple, really complex. You don't have to write them at all if you don't want to. They can be in JavaScript, they can be in Blockly. And whoops, I mean to close out of all of that. And so here I've got a bot that's stationary that shoots missiles, artillery, and activates its sensors. Rare, this is a thing that happens quite regularly, right? You've passed the former king of game dev quite some time ago. I wouldn't say I've passed the king of game dev. Although I don't ever look at myself in the channel ratings anymore. I used to. Bugs are just undocumented features. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, once you write those scripts, though, that is what is going to control your bot's everything. So when you finally play a game, you're not really the one playing. It's your bot's AI that's playing at that point. You want Java? Java is not going to happen in this game. So yeah, if I go to attack somebody else, I can choose which bots I want to put down. And then attack them. Let's actually take a look. They have melee and reflect on all of their bots. So we want to go with melee and cloaking, and we should beat them pretty easily. Yeah, this, melee and cloaking. All right, let's put them all at the top too. So let's try this out. Nice. There we go. Oh no, no, stop following him. Oh good. I won in the end. I'd like to program my bots in assembly, please. That's not going to happen either. Alright. So this is not a very simple bug. And this should be written over here. Yeah, it probably has to do with which other streamers are or are not online. Because yeah, usually we don't pass 100 viewers like this a whole lot. Email you punch cards for a botland code. Wouldn't that be great? Sorry, let's fix the lighting in here. There. Did you do the animations yourself? There aren't really animations in the game right now, but if you're talking about the artwork, no, I did not do this myself. I have contracted out the artwork to, I think at this point it's 3 or 4 artists. So yeah, the nice thing about the artwork though is that you can combine any parts with any other parts and then color them however you want. So people will start to have some very unique looking bots once there are more of these parts in the game. And thanks for the follows. Alright, so like I said, when you go through the blueprints page and you click update, this happens very differently. But it's updating the blueprint that does this. So there should be yeah, there it is, update blueprint. And this is what's going to take the script ID. So I think that's the only part that we need to do. I think this should be as easy as setting, so it's calling update bot bay with the right script ID. Yeah. All right, let me think about this. So how does update bot bay work? It is right there. There we go. So set bot bay, we set all of these things, and I wonder if something just doesn't exist here, what does it do? Yeah, too bad. How much will the game cost? The game's going to be free. What's that thing behind your keyboard? What are you talking about? A paper towel? Or are you talking about this sticker? There's a health warning sticker on my keyboard for some reason. I don't really know what that's for. I mean, I could read this if you want. It says, see bottom of keyboard for health warning. Do not remove this tag. What's the health warning? Oh, here, wow, this is actually like, this is intense. Use of a keyboard or mouse may be linked with serious injuries or disorders. And then there's 2 more paragraphs, which I'm not going to read. So I have no way of just easily updating the script ID. Although there's no reason why I couldn't do that. So what happens when you hit update there? Wait, and Doran, is that what you were talking about though? Also, I'm not going to fix this bug right now. I don't feel like doing this. I'd rather do something else. There needs to be a window.alert or something when you try to use hardware the same category. Yeah, I think the UI should make this clearer somehow. I'm just not sure how. And this particular thing is that when you try dragging hardware... Oh, did I put a debugger in here? I think I did. Yeah, I'm not going to check that in actually. We can undo that. And same thing with this. There we go. Overruns. Is the game going to be buy to win? No, so Pure Photon, this is something I just linked in actually. Hang on a second. Excuse me. So I had 2 tenets of this game. One is you shouldn't have to pay to play the game at all. And 2 is you shouldn't be able to get a huge advantage by paying. So the means of progression in Botland are 4 things: hardware, cosmetics, computer level, and matchmaking rating. So cosmetics, you can just cross off the list immediately. These have no impact on gameplay. Hardware are things like lasers, missiles, infernal lasers, shield, those kinds of things. The way this is going to work is that when you start the game, you'll have enough to buy like 1 or 2 different hardware pieces, and you'll have kind of the general counters to things. So are infernal lasers better than lasers? No, not really. They're just better in a certain situation maybe, and lasers might be better most of the time even. And so you'll unlock these, and I think the goal is to make sure that you as an attacker have enough tools at your disposal to beat anyone you want to beat, and it's just how much you have to bend your strategy to do that if you don't have the right hardware. Computer level is something that you get as a defender. So as you level up, attackers actually scale to your level. And then matchmaking rating has no impact on gameplay other than who you get paired against. What am I coding with? I'm coding with Sublime. And by the way, almost all the questions that have been asked relatively recently are answered on the FAQ. Like, what program am I using for whatever? Sublime is the thing that I'm using. Did I write about whether you have to pay for this? No, I've got to add that on the FAQ still. I got to change this over to GitHub, actually. I hate Born to be Reborn. Yeah, so I'm not sure how we wanted to deal with this. This is when you're editing this. Let's say you have two kinds of lasers. So let's go buy another kind. All right, cool. So now we have lasers. And when we try putting infernal lasers, it'll look like it should work, but it actually doesn't. I'm not sure how we're going to indicate that you can't do that. So that's actually something I'm going to ask Jason about. Or maybe it should replace what was currently on your hardware. I don't know. What did we decide about dragging hardware of the same category to your bot? E.g., you already have lasers and you drag a set of infernal lasers. Should it replace the lasers? Should it show that you're not allowed to do that? I don't know what we want to do there. I'm actually going to mark this as being lower priority as well. Alright, so now we're up to this one. The edit button doesn't work if you don't have a blueprint selected. This is the thing I just found while I was demoing it. Make the drag target show red instead of green. So I'm not sure about that because let's say, so there are like 4 kinds of lasers in the game. Let's say you did want this to be level 2. Maybe you wanted to remove lasers and then put level 2 on for you. As opposed to if you try dragging something that is already there and this all shows as red, then you have to be like, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. And cancel out of this, drag this out, and then put it back on. I'm not sure what's the most usable, so I'll just talk to Jason about that. All right, so the edit button in the panel no longer works. I don't really think this matters, to be honest. Like, you press edit here. Whoa. What? What is this? Canary property hardware of null. So there, oh, because there's no selected bay, right? Set blueprint details. That's problematic. That's definitely problematic. So wait, now clicking this works? Yeah, okay. So there's actually a bigger problem here. If you just click a bot immediately, why did that not break in that time? Oh, it's the edit button, yeah. Right, and so then if I select this and then hit edit, then it works? Yeah, that shouldn't be the case. Maybe make the already selected laser orange while dragging infernal lasers to notify the user that something will happen with the normal lasers? Yeah, I think there are a bunch of different ways I can handle this. It hasn't been a huge problem right now, although every once in a while a user will comment on this. Well, you got 1800 attack rating? Oops, this is the wrong page. Oh well, whatever, change view. How do I get rid of that? I don't want the editor view to show. I don't know how to do that though. Oh well, whatever. Attack ranking. Antimatter tape is at 1802. Wow. Oh, also, I never ended up reading Hideo's beat paste from earlier. Oh, darn it. I gotta go find that again. What's the matter with me? Alright, let's go find chat logs. Then what Hideo said. Uh-oh. Okay, let's search for bpaste. Here it is. I'll have to read this at some point. Apparently not now. Change view, top right in view only, or something like that. Yeah, I'll have to look into that later too. Alright, I've been putting this off for a while because there have been a ton of people in chat, but I can't keep putting this off. I gotta go eat lunch. So for anyone new to the stream, I will be online for another 4 hours, and lunch will count for about 35 minutes of that. So I'm just basically gonna put up a Be Right Back screen for about 35 minutes, and then when I come back, there will be another 3.5 hours or so of the stream. I gotta leave at 4:45, and it is currently 12:45. So like I said, 4 more hours, that's when the stream's gonna end. Thank you all for watching so far. And yeah, Hideo, I at least remembered. I'll be back in about 35 minutes. There we go. Am I from Toronto? No. All right. Take care, everyone. See you in about half an hour. Okay. I'm back. And apologies for taking as long as I did. At least I did not exceed the ETA. Well, welcome back, everybody. Now, let me read through chat. RIP 100 viewers. I know. That's what happens when you need to eat food in the middle of the day. All right. Cool. Came back the moment I finished listening to the final countdown. All right, well, hey again, everybody. Again, thank you for waiting. I think we can start to take care of some of these bugs again. So the edit button doesn't work if you don't have a blueprint selected. Oops. Yeah. This is coming from here. Set blueprint details false. This is to set it based on what's selected in the UI, which could be nothing. Huh. Does anything keep track of what is selected in the game? Yes, actually something does. He's not biting. We should have... Oh, this is an in-game reducer. Oh, like he won't bite. Okay, never mind, I see. We have blueprint ID there. Okay, yeah. So we can get... We need to pull the blueprint ID from this.props.ingamestate.viewbot.blueprint.id. So if you don't have a selected blueprint, I guess we just go with the one on the bot that you have. That's not too bad. Let's just get the name of that function. It is set blueprint details. If undefined, you will set the blueprint details to reflect the selected bay or the selected bot. In-game reducer state. Yeah. Let's just do that. Optional bay ID. State optional. What does this do? What? Oh, get bay by ID. Right. And that might not return anything. So let's do this. If then try to get it from the selected bot. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. And then we do the same thing here, but with blueprint ID. Cool. Any idea what you should do with the Raspberry Pi? I just found out about something the other day. Let me send you this. This. Piehole.net. So this is something you can do that is at least, well, it's already kind of set up for you, I guess. And so it's, yeah, network-wide hardware ad blocking. So this basically acts as, from what I understand, your DNS server. And if they notice anything on, I don't know, an ad block list, then they'll just stop it. So for example, your cell phone, which probably does not have ad block running on the entire thing, will just automatically get ads blocked because your Raspberry Pi will be doing it. That's one thing. The other thing you could do is make a web server of your own if you want. All right, so we hit edit and it works. Nice. Let's make sure 100% that it works. So we hit update here. Aha, it did not because we don't have a selected bay. Yeah, all right. We don't really want it to show as selected though. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit problematic. I think editing it from the bot itself. What does Jason have planned in the UI for this? Because that could go a long way here. Yeah, there is an edit blueprint here. Yeah, so this button will still exist, it'll just be in a different place. So the problem is that we assume that blueprint ID is just want something bigger. I mean, I know how to code and I'm not new to Linux and stuff. I just don't know what to do with it. Well, Wasabi, I think you need to identify a need. There are ways you can get ideas, like things that I thought would be interesting, you know, making a magic mirror kind of project, any sort of home automation stuff that you might want to do, hosting a web server. People like media servers as a Raspberry Pi, making some kind of handheld device, so maybe a Game Boy replacement or some other kind of emulator. So there's a bunch of stuff you can do, and it all depends on where you want to focus. I've also seen someone who he didn't have a Nest and didn't want to buy one, so he made a device that will turn his thermostat dial to whatever temperature he wanted it to be set to. What's a magic mirror? A magic mirror is just a monitor in front of a mirror. Magic mirror electronics. How would I show you guys this? Yeah, it's like this sort of thing. So the mirror itself has a display right in front of it. So it's a reflective monitor essentially. And then you hook up the Raspberry Pi to do whatever it is you want. So usually people do something like voice control. So you could say, hey, tell me what the weather is. And then your own bathroom mirror will just start saying like, it's 77 out today. An Ambilight? Yeah. Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah, there's a bunch of ideas on this site too, probably. A smart mirror? Well, fine. Yes, a smart mirror. Isn't there some new generation of Pi? Yeah, the Raspberry Pi Zero. Ow, why do I keep doing that? Second time that's happened in like 2 weeks. Gathers more dust than doing any good. At least it's cheap. But it won't be, and we don't want to select the blueprint ID. So solution number one here could be save another that we're editing to some other part of Redux and use that information. Solution number two is anytime we can't find a selected blueprint, fall back to the in-game bot that you have selected. What's on my shirt? This is a Woot shirt called Pandora's Box. So it's, I mean, I guess I could just lower my desk rather than stand up. But yeah, there's this little girl opening a box. It's Pandora's Box. And I will stop. I'll stop this now. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Geek. I think it's where my keyboard is located because I have it pushed forward on the desk. I made a motor thing using a Pi for my first year university project. Current opinion on the Scottish referendum on Twitter. That's pretty cool, Maximus. I like that. These mirrors are just fancy but irrelevant stuff. Yeah, but I think that's the point, right? Most Raspberry Pi projects that you're going to make can probably just be solved by your computer or getting a DigitalOcean server or something like that. So you get the Raspberry Pi, I guess, because it's a low power option, but also it's portable. So you end up doing projects where it's like, yeah, this has probably been done before and it's probably done better, but you want to do it yourself. All right, so I think we can just do this. Let's take a look here. Update blueprint. This is in edit blueprint, and we have selected bay, which is nothing. And if this is nothing, then I guess we pull this from bay ID. I wonder if you'd ever use actions to get the state. Because I feel like there are probably going to be a lot of issues here. Like, let's say you go to delete a blueprint. That's probably going to be problematic as well. I'd like to not have to do this. Let's take a look at that. So we click this. We click edit. We delete the blueprint. Is that buggy too? It just doesn't do anything. Alright, let's take another look then. So we get selected bay ID. This is probably done all over the place. Yeah. It's done in the footer here. Man. So we're going to have to change selected bay ID to something like editing bay ID. Because you can have one, if you have nothing selected, I need to update the state everywhere though. Darn it, or I just have a fallback. You guys stay o'clock all day. I could export a function here that says something like export function get editing blueprint ID. Return get state dot in-game reducer. Yeah, no, there's actually two different parts I'd have to do here. Yeah. You have Raspberry Pi to control your coffee machine? Yeah, Wasabi, are you getting ideas here? Is this helping at all? I would hope so. So selected bay ID equals workbench reducer dot selected bay ID. So if that exists, then return that. Otherwise, try to get it from the selected bot. Reducer.viewBot.blueprint ID, but only if it's selected. So let's do that. If viewbot dot selected. And it needs to be owned by you. We actually don't have that information. Oh, man. Well, I guess it shouldn't matter at that point, though. No, we don't check if this is owned by you, since we rely on the UI state being not calling into this function unless already showing bot. Yeah, all right, let's do that. This is bad. This doesn't even change the state of Redux. It's just a glorified accessor. Oh yeah, it's TortoiseKit. Sorry, Gert. I didn't realize you were talking to me. Okay, so whenever we get this, he's gonna have to change. I don't know about this. So this too, get blueprint selected in UI. What is this? Create script. Yeah, I think these are going to be problems for all of this stuff. Delete blueprint ID. Selected Bay ID. Get Bay by ID. This is probably fine. Just so hesitant about this. God, all just to fix this one tiny bug. Thermos Flask, thanks for subbing. You're the newest viewbot. Got it. Nice. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Always nice to see new subscribers. I think my subscriber count has finally like leveled off. It was fluctuating for a bit, and now I think it's at like 77 or something. Yeah, 77. Yeah. Well, thank you, Thermos Flask. You're the one who subscribed. Alright, so this same thing here. Whoops. Not welcome, fellow viewbot. Drat. I lost it. Bound workbench actions dot get editing select. I already forgot it. Alright, where else? That's fine. Quick edit script. This only shows up on there. Yeah, I think that's fine too. Unless there's a quick edit script button elsewhere. This is annoying. What about this? Render blueprint selector. That's fine. Get Bay by ID. Okay. Well, this might work. Let's try it. We click this. We click edit. We make a change. We hit update. It worked. Okay, now what if we delete it from here? That did not work. Nor did it apparently produce a bug. Huh. Okay, let's go take a look at that then. So this is in the edit blueprint footer. There's a delete button. Here it is, on delete. The welcome boat command sounds amazing. Okay, that's a pretty good idea, T-Blot. All right, so on delete, let's go find out where this comes from. Edit blueprint footer. Here we have on delete is right here. This.delete blueprint. This calls into just delete blueprint. Huh. And this should exist. It doesn't. Something's going wrong here. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong. We'll find out hopefully from here. So I click edit and then remove it from here. And we're broken in here now. And blueprint ID is a function. Oh, that's why. We didn't dispatch it. Oh. That's pretty silly. So everywhere that I called this function needs to be updated now. This is in Workbench Actions. It's not even selected by ID. It's editing blueprint ID. There. All right, so that works. I'd rather have it like this, I think. No, that's fine. What am I doing? All right, and the rest of those should be fine too. All right, let's try that on. Except for I need to save this. All right. Learn the commands or something like that? Oh, this? Yeah, this seems pretty good. I'll have to check that out later. Because chances are I'm not very well versed in that right now. So we click edit, we remove that. Oh, thank goodness. Finally. Okay, that worked. So everything should be working through here. Like if we click edit and we create a new script and I hit create and then update and then test. Okay, that does work. And same thing, what if I edit this and delete the script? Update, test. Okay, good, cool. That's working too. Not bad. So I think this bug is fixed. Yeah, it's got artillery now. Does it use it? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. Can we also edit it through here? Which bots are selected? These. So if we edit it through here and we get rid of artillery. Nice. Cool. Okay. I think it's all working. I don't know if my solution is the best solution here. This will attempt to get the selected blueprint that you have in the UI. If you don't have one selected, then it will fall back to the blueprint that the selected bot is using. This just returns a number. Wait, what? That's pretty good, Dubs? Did Dubs say anything? Is Dubs even a person? I'm a little confused. All right, we can close out of these things. So BL commit. Let's check this in. Yeah. Now, what is the point of this? Optional Bay ID. Get Bay by ID. It passes in something that may not even be defined, and then if it doesn't exist, we do that. I don't like that. Thanks, Spirit Man. I have a bunch of different messages for welcome back. Yeah, I think it's cool that you tested that too, Spirit Man. Yeah, cheering doesn't work in the resub messages. Well, thanks for resubbing. Oh man. Oh, from iDubbbz. I've seen, I think, one of his videos before. So I know what he looks like, but I don't know what video you're talking about. Maybe I've seen a couple of those videos, actually. Anyway. Yeah, this is the only part I'm not sure about. Let's go to Redux, set up React, get Bay by ID. Where is this happening? Wait, does this exist in 2 places? Oh my god. This is so bad. I'd like to not have to do this. Yeah, in fact, this.props.route.getBay by ID is only used by blueprints. And blueprints doesn't even exist anymore. Why did I keep it around if it doesn't exist anymore? Get Bay by ID. So then this doesn't get used anywhere. Game get Bay by ID. We can just get rid of this. So now where is this called from? Well, this should really just be one call. And then what? We just pass in get state. If undefined, this will get the selected bay. Oh, we need to dispatch it if we're going to do that. We could do that. What else do we have though? Here is in render. We might not have a selected one, so we shouldn't render it if we're going to do that. No, this is the blueprints page. We got to get rid of the blueprints page. In fact, is this on my refactor list? I've removed access to the blueprints page, so it's all dead code, but I don't want to delete it just yet. Note that by having this page in existence, I had to accommodate cases where you were not necessarily in a game when you were making updates to blueprints. I also had to accommodate the converse of that, which is that you don't need to tell the account server about a change because you wanted to stage them while in a game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, I think we're going to have to get rid of this today because it's causing some issues. Add a gun emoticon. That's frustrating. So this can go away. Oh, and then this doesn't exist anymore, does it? Set script details. Yeah, you can't just comment that out. It's in the workbench though. Oh, but it still exists here. Why? Why? Does it do the same thing that this did? Oh man. This is so annoying. Updates whatever script you will show in the UI to reflect the selected one. The reason this isn't automatically part of set blueprint details is because you sometimes want to revert just a script that you modified without reverting the hardware. Just in the script editor, but you hadn't committed your changes, but now you want to enter the script editor again. Wow. Well, this is crazy. Nice lights, whoever did that. Gory fate. Nice. Well, I guess we get rid of this. Problem is we already have this function over here too. Set script details. And this is called from a bunch of places too, probably. Yes, inside of this. Okay. But this function is only called in one place. So let's go fix this. Let's fix all of this. I don't know what we're supposed to call this function because we already have set script details. So when we export it, we're going to say, I don't even know what. We got to rename it though. Rename this set script details. So Redux store is going to be obtained from here. So get bay by ID, we need to dispatch this. And we pass in get state. This is a bad idea too. Get bay by ID should change. All right, workbench state. Get the editing script. If this and the bay exists, but darn it. This isn't even correct. What did I just delete? Hey, Bearsoft. No, this is correct. Okay, fine. Okay, that's fine then. What about this? Dispatch, we can just delete those. Code input actions we probably have. Yep, Blockly actions we have, and workbench actions can be done away with. Alright, so what do we call this function now? Set script details based on selected script. I'm just going to name it this ridiculously verbose thing for now. And then instead of passing this in, we're going to say this true. That's it. It's only ever called that one time. Control A, delete. How do ES6 symbols work? So they should get assigned to something relatively random, and then you can give them a symbolic identifier if you want, but that's just for you. The problem is they don't get transpiled correctly, or at least they didn't last time I tried them. So it led to really weird things happening on an iPad. And very... Yeah, you're right. You got me there. All right, so we only ever call this with... Oh, there's only one argument. But we only ever call it with true anyway. rather than when you were just editing. So since we only call this with true, I guess we have to get rid of the argument now. Yeah. Can't see a reason to do this anymore. So we'll just act like it's true and then get rid of all of this comment. The reason this isn't automatically part of set blueprint details is because sometimes you want to revert just a script that you've modified without reverting the hardware. Could it just be though? Set code input code, set blockly workspace XML, set is editing with script. Ensure code is in script. I don't really think this is needed. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I find this website ES6 features to be pretty helpful for things like this T-block. Let me check something. This is just a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. Yeah, I don't like this. I think I need to have this here somewhere. I'm just not sure where. Set script details should do that. Set editing script. I don't know. All right, well, get bay by ID. I think this can change. This has the state. If we pass in the state, then we can just get this in there. Yeah. If no ID is specified, get it from the selected bay. Oh, this is where we need to dispatch? Yeah. There. We can go one step further and get rid of this. Now this just needs a dispatch. Can I use JavaScript to program my job to be less hectic? Yes, you can. But the code is secret and you need to pay me lots of money. No, I think are you frustrated over the new clients you've been taking on lately? Cuz I was going to say they're always going to be hard clients. All right, see you, Wasabi. I hope you find a good project to work on. Let me know what it is when you got it. So now get bay by ID. Everywhere that this is done now needs to be dispatched. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good idea anymore. We also don't need to pass in the state any longer because it'll have that. So there are all of the get bay by ID calls. Now we get rid of state from all of these. Whoops. Yeah, someone brought that up the other day, Digite. I think it was yesterday, actually, someone brought that up. Okay, so get bay by ID should be totally fixed now. There's just this, which shouldn't even exist anymore. Okay, so I've probably pretty thoroughly broken this. Will there be events like tournaments in the future? Maybe beta or later? I don't know how tournaments would work in a game like this. So picture this. In your typical tournament, you have like person 1, person 2, they play against each other. Person 3, person 4, they play against each other. And then the winners go and play against each other from there. Then whatever. Maybe this is person 2 versus person 4. I don't know. Okay, so the problem with a tournament in Botland is that information shared between these players can be helpful in a future round. It can actually decide the future round. So let me give you a more concrete example here. Person 1 beats person... Well, person 2 beats person 1, I guess. Wait, how is this doable? Oh yeah, so then person 1 goes to person 4 and says, here are the strategies I tried that didn't work. And then person 4 has a leg up and they shouldn't. This is the kind of thing I don't think tournaments can work that well, but I might need to re-envision how they would work. But I'm not really planning on them right now. I would need to really think about all the design of it. Because in a fighting game, let's say, you could still tell someone, oh, here's what I learned, but that person could have just watched the match themselves, and also they're going to need to implement those strategies. With Botland, it's very different and because it's automated. Kinda, I'm more frustrated that I just spent 3 hours on a call, and they said they were listening the entire time, but in the end, they kept asking the same questions they were asking at the 0 hour. Yeah, that's sucky. I will say this, though. It's possible... I find it incredibly frustrating if I ask a question and the person says, we already answered that. So I find myself asking a question more than once sometimes, but I guess it's because I expect that the answer will have changed in between. So something like, I'll give you a contrived example, like, do you want to go to the store? And they say no. And then I say, okay, there's a sale, everything's 99% off. And then I say, do you want to go to the store? The answer could have changed, right? So Mitchell, maybe they thought at the end of the call that like, oh, well, let's try to see if we understand this, and then I'll ask some clarifying questions, and it didn't work out. It still sounds very frustrating. I would never say that. Never say what? And Ralphic, thanks for following. Alright, well, I don't even really want to test this because I'm pretty sure this is going to be broken, but we have to. And yeah, it's broken immediately. Look at that. Canary Party Workbench Reducer of Undefined. This should be not so bad to find. Oh, I would never say I already answered that. Oh yeah. I don't expect that you would, especially not working with clients. Oh, this has to be, no, that's correct. It's get bay by ID. Yeah, this doesn't take in state any longer. Get state is here. But this isn't even used now. Yeah. Let's try that. Still broken. Oh wait, never mind, it is used. More along the lines of me describing the difference between two processes, like difference between system upgrade versus migration. Yeah. See, I think this is what's tough about dealing with clients sometimes. So in my particular case, the clients that I have are the audience for the game, right? So if, let's say, everyone is confused because the attack button isn't doing what it's supposed to, user perception is sometimes more valuable than whatever requirements the user stated or what you've done or the design behind it. And so in that particular case, I wonder if what you should take from that is, hey, I know there was some confusion earlier. I wrote up a document so that if you ever need to refer to it, here's the difference between an upgrade and a migration. And maybe that's something that, I don't know, maybe they're like, oh, this is really helpful. This guy's going above and beyond. All right, so what did I even fix here? Because I'm pretty sure something here is probably broken. So these bots exist. We can't update their scripts due to a different bug here. Oops. That was not a bug, actually. Okay, but then clicking them from here should cause this to, yeah, create new script. So now they shouldn't move at all. Yep, perfect. Now we click edit and we give them artillery and we remove their script. Yep, perfect. Okay, what else can we do here? What if we change to the unnamed script? Cool, let's change this to say something like test. Now we click it again, it says test still. We click it and we change to Blockly and we put some random thing out here, 0. Cool, good. We create a new script. That totally didn't work. This button doesn't even seem to be working. What's going on here? The new script button just doesn't work anymore. Oh boy. What about this one? That one works. No, it doesn't. Huh. Creating a new script from the library dropdown doesn't seem to be working. I wonder why. Is it disabled for some reason? Is it? Disabled equals false. No, it's not disabled. And yet clicking, oh, clicking it does do something. Is it disabled here? Nope. Okay, well, let's take a look at what's changing there. So when we click this button, what happens? Set is editing with Blockly to true. So just refreshing that. You ever tried Golang? No, I haven't. Yeah, this is going to be frustrating. Oh, that's good, Mitchell. And yeah, I think there's a reason why it's a high-paying job. It's difficult and you have to work with people. T-Blah, what have been the struggles you've had trying to work with that? Oh, that's not going to work because of... Yeah, all right, let's get rid of that. So create that. That part works, and then create new script does not. Oh, wait a second. Oh, God, no. All of this is failing. Yeah, so this does appear to be working. And if we say like test 2 here and we hit create, so that works. It's just it doesn't work from inside of here. Yeah. So let's go to script edit header. There's a create script button in here somewhere. No, there isn't. What? Oh, that's the header. This is something else. What is this? It's coming from script edit. Aha, here it is. Start new script. This calls workbench actions start new script. VA takes half an hour to an hour to build, even if you give a 4 cores to build with. What are missions supposed to be? No, that's a good question. Missions are described here, I think. There are two kinds of missions. There's tutorial missions, and then there's what I would call something like quests in Hearthstone. So the tutorial missions are your basic, like, hey, learn how lasers work, that sort of thing. As soon as you're going to be using the same build system, in which case everything's going to be happy. Chrome is doing that, I'm not. Huh. The part about it taking a long time to build, I don't know if that's really their fault, though. It sounds like it's a gigantic code base. And I think if you're going to build 1,000,000 lines of any code base, it's probably going to take a long time, right? But who knows? Hey, Jeff. Yeah, and maybe there's a reason, T-Blot, behind that. Start new script. So what do we have? Set editing script to new script. Do we not have to dispatch this? Is that why this isn't working? That couldn't be the case unless this was broken on play.bot.land as well. In which case no one's pressed this button. I guess that's possible. If we go into here and we make a new script here. Yeah, this button just doesn't work. Okay, well it is broken there then. Alright, well this should fix it then. Oh, I see. No, Sebi, I don't think this is a dumb question. Like, first of all, I don't think many people have asked about missions, but even if they had, it's totally valid for you to want to ask about them too. And in this case, it took me, like 3 seconds to link to something. I don't think you should feel bad about asking that. Okay, so we click a bot, we go to edit, we create a new script, and we create another new script from in here. I think while you're already in this, it's not going to matter. So let's say create, and then we go into this and try creating a new one. Now we have 2, so unnamed 2, we can create that. Okay, so that works, and we can switch between these two scripts now. Yeah, that is working. What am I working on? I'm working on bug fixes. And there were a couple here. So clicking quick edit script when your bot doesn't have a script. To get a script. Okay, that I haven't fixed. This one, though, I think I should have fixed. Yeah. So now you should be able to click edit from there, and you should also be able to remove bots from here. Yeah, perfect. There we go. No, antimatter tape, I probably won't be putting out ads for Botland until somewhere around beta. Or at least ads for the game. Ads for the stream or something different, I think. Here's a long idea discussion of tournaments for at least 4 players. You could make this game mode with the following changes. At start, both players design 4 new bots based on their existing scripts and components. Then there's a phase where the opponent can test your bots against random bots to see what they do. Now there are 3 bots left for each player. Make a battle with 1 CPU for each player and let's fight the bots against each other. This way there's no benefits for the next round because you know only 3 out of 6 scripts. So 3D extended, I think the difference here is that it sounds like there's sort of a real-time component to this almost. Like, here are the steps with which you described. Like 1, everyone makes their bots. They can take their time with this. But then step 2, you ban another player's bot. You have to wait for step 1 to complete in order to do this. And then step number 3 is you play a match against another player. You need to wait for step number 2 to complete. And I don't know. The other thing that's going on here is that you're saying you're pitting your bots against theirs. Like, who's the attacker? Who's the defender? How exactly would this work? How would you? I don't know. Why can't they just use make? I mean, isn't make is just calling into other tasks, right? And maybe they had a reason. I don't know. I bet a lot of engineers were involved in this. I'm not saying it was engineered in the best way, but they might have had reasons for doing things that then are just they're just stuck in a sea of documentation now. Anyway, 3D extended. If tournaments ever happen, they would happen after summer of next year. So I'm not saying they're a bad idea. I just think that they need to be designed very carefully, and then I won't even be doing them for like another 7 months. So the edit button doesn't work, and creating a new script was broken. So this actually fixes 2 bugs. I'll just check them both in at once, I think. I don't technically need to. Yeah, I'll just fix this next time. Okay. Yeah, the rest of this isn't too bad. Oh, this can be gone. Hey, Remy. This get bay by ID. This doesn't exist. We don't have to do this next part. There. Cool. Nice. All right, so that's done. That's done. That's done. Yeah. Is there an easy way to reset my account, like delete all blueprints, bots, and scripts? No, the closest you can get to that. Well, first of all, it shouldn't take you too long to just do that manually. You just click the wrench, click delete, click another wrench, click delete, and then you eventually have to click save. Don't forget about that. And same thing for scripts. Click the delete buttons on all of these. I don't know if this even works. I don't think this delete button does work. It doesn't. Deleting a script from the quick edit script button doesn't have any impact whatsoever. Or at least it doesn't get removed from the script library dropdown. But Jeff, let me know what you're trying to accomplish. I think just making a new account would probably be the easiest thing. Yeah, so the only thing I wanted to do is write down this thing, get editing blueprint ID. You have 15 scripts labeled untitled? Yeah, I don't think people are going to be naming their scripts very frequently. Well, not, at least not now. Maybe eventually they will, but I feel like they'll change so frequently that they just won't ever name them. Still, it's good to, if you have a name, it's good to be able to have a name. I just don't think people use it a lot. I did it this way so that I don't need to track another state in another piece of information in Redux. That's actually probably the correct way to go. No, I don't want to say anything about the veracity of this. Let's just keep it like that. An indoor track? Okay, this might be a stupid question, but what are you snowboarding on in an indoor track? Indoor snowboarding. I want to see a picture of this. Is it actually snow? Or is it something that's supposed to simulate snow? It is snow? Okay. Fix bug. Editing. Editing. When invoking the blueprints page from the blueprint info panel for a particular bot as opposed to a blueprint, the edit and delete buttons didn't work because they assumed you had the blueprint selected. Wait, what? I'm confused on this consensus now. Maybe it's just Raimi who's confusing me though. So it's artificial snow. Okay, that makes sense. Fine. And there's some chemicals in it so it melts at a higher temperature. All right. That's interesting. Huh. And you probably have better amenities, right? Like you're already there inside of a building. So chances are if they have a cafe or something, you don't have to go very far. And if you get hurt or anything, you're not going to be hurt in some random part that no one will ever find you. There can't be an avalanche. Sounds like a pretty good idea to me. What was the tool you used to help design the UI and make it into a PDF? Was it just Adobe Acrobat? It's a tool called Balsamiq, and I didn't necessarily use it. I mean, I have used it, but I have a UX designer, and he's the one who used this. What he did afterward is he exported it to a PDF, and PDFs can have links. So when I click this, it'll just take me to a different page, and clicking login, again, just takes me to a different page. But it looks like I'm interacting with the UI, which is pretty nice. So if I click this button here, it pops up a dialogue, and then I can close this. And so it looks like I'm actually using the game here, but it's just going to different pages. So that's pretty nice. They use that same snow outside though? Oh, outside tracks, but not like on a mountain. I thought that's what you meant by outside tracks. That's what it confused me. Okay. Oh, 10 minutes to come and help you and 10 minutes before you went down. Wow. Okay. Well, it's still better than being stranded on some part of the mountain where no one can even find you and needing like a beacon or something. All right. Yeah, this is done. What's that software called again for the design doc? It's called Balsamiq. Alright, also I should have linted this. And then we'll make the check-in that fixes this particular bug. Where is it? This one. Missing semicolon. Fine. Wait, how did this get here? I didn't do this. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's remove this. Then commit that. And then let's put that right back in. So this needs to be dispatched. There. And then everything should be totally fine. So now I'm pressing the create new button from inside of this. So we say, we drag something here and then we hit create new. Then we can put something else here and hit create. And now we have two different scripts. Yes, perfect. Okay. bug where you couldn't create new scripts. The script library dropdown has a new script button that didn't actually work when you were already editing a script. It should probably warn you. Okay, so investigate why mouse move handler is still being called regardless of mouse input. Yeah, I don't know what's doing this. I think Hammer.js has a bunch of weird issues going on. So all we do is we go over to the arena, we search for mouse move handler, and we just put a breakpoint here and it's going to get called. Nope, it doesn't. I think it gets called if the mouse is here and it's not moving. So I'm not going to touch the mouse. Yeah, it does get called. Why though? Because I didn't actually touch the mouse. Mouse event. Shouldn't this have a delta x and delta y of 0? Movement to x and movement y is 0, yeah. Oh, weird. Is this a bug in Hammer? What? First of all, what is this event called? It's called pan, right? No, it's mouse move. No, but this only gets called from something else. Yeah, this is not the full stack trace. This comes from here. On mouse move. On mouse move comes from here. This is mouse move handler, which is coming from here. Mouse move. I don't even know if this is coming from Hammer then. Yeah, it's not. Huh. See you, Andoran. Have a good night. It's kind of AFK since your lunch. Did you address the B paste I sent earlier, or should I watch the VOD? I have not addressed it. I haven't even actually read it. I just added it to my list of things to read. Let's just read it now. Can't create a new bot. I get errors in the console every time I click create. Yeah, Jath, this is a really stupid problem. I should have fixed this a long time ago. I should have just not coded things a certain way, but I did, and now to undo it is going to take like a day of work. So here's the thing. When you're at the maximum number of blueprints in the game, so let's say I click create, yeah. So I'm at the maximum now. If you, let's say you enter the game the first time like this and you delete one of these, how do I say this? Okay, here's the problem. If you are at the maximum number of blueprints and you delete a blueprint, then you need to save your defense or commence an attack to be able to create more. So here's the real issue. This is the case because of a bug right now. You can't create more because of this bug. And because you can't create more, you can't place bots. And because you can't place bots, you can't save your attack. So you can't commit that you've deleted blueprints. So the only way around this, Jath, is a really, really tedious one. Let me think about how you would do this, actually, because it's not very straightforward. You have to go into your defense and make sure you do not have 8 bots over here. Then you need to hit save, and then you should be able to create an attack bot. All right, now let's read Hideo's B paste. So adding to my opinion, I think I found a bug in the matchmaker ranking system that I described in the last part of the document. I'm wondering if during alpha, if the number of players won't grow a lot, you shouldn't have a mechanism to artificially incentivize top players to play the game. with the planned changes and new features, even with progression, etc., will very quickly get a meta, and some players are still going to end up on top of the leaderboard very quickly due to the low number of players. Let's take my example. If now all the features planned for alpha were implemented, the amount of players would still make me have nothing to do in the game if I was not testing / looking for bugs. So I agree with all of that. Now here's where I disagree. I think you just lose one means of progression. And remember, there are 4. You have hardware, you have cosmetics, you have matchmaking rating, which is the thing you're talking about. You lose this. And then you have computer level. So if you feel like you have nothing to do, then that means that you've basically rejected these 3 means of progression. So right now, when you start the game, you have more than enough bot coin to do everything you need in the game. So if I register an account, Adam3, username already taken. Okay, Adam4. Okay, great. So I start with enough bot coin to do everything. I can buy all of the items in the game, and then I lose out on these 2 things. So these require bot coin. Computer level is something that can't be upgraded. But anyway, I will read the rest of your feedback. I'm not just going to stop here. But I am saying I agree with all of this. I think that this is not quite accurate. But let's move on. Well, let me say not quite accurate for everybody. You might totally think that if you don't have any way to rank up that like, yep, I'm done playing the game. And a lot of people probably do think that way. So the current behavior is to wait for someone to beat you, which will happen once a day, maybe in a good day. Make 1 or 2 matches, get back on top, rinse and repeat. Leaderboard basically won't move. I think having these players actually play the game and not wait could be very important for the game and for you for feedback. Having an idea what the game could be at a top level once fully released. Game design at this level and catching could be key. The only way I can think of to do that would be to artificially play with the rankings at the moment. Add fake accounts not actually playing the game but getting points on the leaderboard regularly. To the point where they change the leaderboard and get to the top rankings. Players don't have to play to stay on top. Just randomly change and decrease their rankings. Just have a button to manually decide or reset or lower our own ranking. This is interesting. I think this is interesting. Yeah, some kind of decay, some kind of way to manually reset yourself. I think that stuff can be helpful. But to get bot coin, you end up playing very quickly versus bad defenses, especially at the top level. Not sure how people are going to keep up with that. Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, let me write this down too at the bottom. Let me read through the rest of this. Okay, I don't think tanking ourselves count as a way to avoid that due to the current implementation of the matchmaking ecosystem. Still, you're trying to take one account. Due to your current ranking, the game you're going to lose to tank your account versus the top defenses. Those are marked as played and not available until you beat other lower defenses. With you having large still matched against top defenses that you were previously supposed to. You win the matches versus these, win a few points and quickly lower defense. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I need to take a look at the matchmaker for this. So let's find out. When we say get opponent for player, if you have no potential matches, so couldn't find valid player, then yeah, it just randomly picks an opponent for you. This is possibly why tanking your account didn't work, Hideo. Because there are only so many people in botland, and once you've played against all of them, we just randomly choose somebody. This should never happen in the real game. Because you can play 500 games a day. If there are only 100 accounts on your 101st match, it will randomly choose one of those 100 accounts. And because at that point, it's like, well, this just means we need more players. Eventually, in the future, if you've, well, first of all, you can only play 500 games a day. But if there's 501 accounts, that means that there's no way you can play against all of the accounts. Do you use Elo? I use Glicko. Had you ever kissed? Hey T. Wilson, welcome back. Yeah, so Hideo, I'm not so sure about. Well, anyway, let me read through this. Just I want to finish this up. So things I need to investigate. Okay, yeah, Jath, that's something I need to fix still. That's another bug I should fix like today. Where is that? Canceling out of an attack while it's replaying. That does really bad things to the game. This is a kissing picture. I knew it. Yeah, I know. This looks ridiculous. I tried on an account I haven't used in the last day, so I expected that after connecting for the first time in 24 hours, losing some matches would immediately make me play versus lower defenses, not the top defenses. Let me take a look. Hideo, what's the account name? Name from users. So it's got to be one of these. I just don't know which one. Hideo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Because I do want to take a look at what's going on here. Good question. Uh-oh. Maybe Hideo too. Okay, I'll take a look at all of them then. And hey Robert, how's it going? Alright, so Hideo 2 is 162. Let's see who they played against. Select attacker ID, defender ID from matches where attacker ID equals 162. So you played 46 games on Hideo 2 today. What is this? 191. You played none on Hideo 3. 201. None. 254. None. And 267. That looks like it's brand new, so there should be something here. Still none. And then regular Hideo. None. So yeah, it was Hideo 2. I'm doing pretty well. Still never figured out that bug from yesterday. Alright, so let's take a look at these. So here are the different defenders you have. Let's order by defender ID. Excuse me. Order by defender ID. Cool. So we copy paste all of these into here. And then, oh, you played against a couple of people twice. How is that possible? How is that possible? Played against number 9 twice. I don't know. How many users are being tracked by the matchmaker right now? If we click AWS over here and we go to this and this and this. No matchmaker exists. Oh, when did this happen? No. There's no account server either. Oh god. Alright, fine. Then we need to go over to... this is all just totally broken. So wait, people can't even play the game right now then, right? Ply.bot.land. So if I click attack... Wait, how did it match me against someone? Get health summary. There is no matchmaker according to this. What is going on? Okay, hang on a second. Something really weird is happening right now. What's the IP address of this machine? 35.164.48.201. Yeah, that's what I have over here. This is supremely bad. And yet, I don't even know what. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what to do. Overseer doesn't know about a matchmaker, but the account server can connect to it. The Overseer also doesn't know about an account server. I guess none of that matters. Did you make sure you were connected to a hack server? Matchmaking makes me play against its hot defenses and leaderboard immediately. After losing at the first game, I still played versus them, but that could be totally normal. I was just expecting that I played immediately versus lower defenses. Yeah, I'm gonna write that summation down here. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, and I'll need to look into that. But this, what is going on here? The only thing that could be happening here is the Overseer isn't needed. It failed health checks, though. Let's go take a look at how this failed. Which one of these is current? Who cares? Let's do this. PM2 logs lines 500. Should be bugs showing up in here. This. Operation timed out. We've triggered an unhandled rejection. Save failed termination. Endpoint monitor 9. Okay, yeah, this is all news to me. What is this, Ramy? I'll have to look at this later. It's here in the database wrapper. This. Yeah, and there's a finally somewhere. Save failed termination notice. Here it is. Could not find a master matchmaker, so not reporting the termination. Yep. Oh no. I know what happened. Oh, this is my own stupid fault. Oh god. Alright, earlier today I was running into problems where the game server wasn't starting up. And the Overseer is responsible for starting the game server. So I restarted the Overseer. That caused it to lose connections to the account server and the matchmaker. Oh, this is just a bad idea. Do I have anything about infrastructure changes I'm going to have to make? Well, I'm going to have to. When restarting the Overseer, the matchmaker and the account server won't just automatically know to reconnect, but it won't produce an obvious error either, because DNS will have been set. What? YT Wilson? Alright, well, here's what we can do. This is suboptimal. Let's restart everything. This doesn't even help me. There's so many problems. There's so much theoretical nonsense. I'm gonna have to turn into actual nonsense at some point and then sort out the nonsense. So we're gonna do both of these. Dash dash tags stop start. So let's go restart the account server. And done. And let's restart the matchmaker. Done. So now when we check the health of these should exist. There's the matchmaker, there's the account server. Perfect. And now this should work, but no one's found any games yet. So let's see. When I find nobody touch botland for a second. Let me press this button. How many players are now in the matchmaker? Yeah, check that out. So as soon as I press the attack button, it put 128 players in the matchmaker. How many do we have in the database? Select ID from users. 288. So why did it get 128 of them? I searched for a match and it got 128 players. Probably because of how many matches I've played. Select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 2. No, I only played 2. I played 2 matches though. Oh, there's a lot of weird problems. This is bad. This is really bad. All right, let's take a look at something else. I don't know how this is even working. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be that hard to figure out though. We just look at this. It says get potential matches. So we say minimum neighbors allowed is 10. So we have to find 10 neighbors. We don't have 10 neighbors. So we say get potential matches. Oh, fetch more matchmake players. So we call get matchmake players for skill. And what does this do? It calls into matchmake players with attack skill. So the account server. Wait a second. Okay, hang on. Good God, let's just restart this. And let's press this button. What happens? 0. Okay, that's what I'd expect. Now, we go look at server.js. We get matchmake players. Get matchmake for skill. This. Get matchmake players closest to skill. That's in the database wrapper. How does this work? Limit to 500. Why is it not finding 500 players then? Oh, and last login date. What is this? 30 times 24. This is 30 days. Oh, there must be users who didn't log in the last 30 days. That's not possible, is it? Let's take a look. Select last login date from users. Order by last login date. What's the oldest one? The 28th. That's not 30 days ago. Unless this is broken. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 24 hours, 30 days. Oh, wait. Oh, they have to have a defense. That's the key thing. Right there. Select ID from users where serialized defense is null. This should be 128. Well, it's 160. Okay, I'm a little confused now. What else do we have here? Can we get a this is bad counter? Found a bug when making a blocking script if I zoom in or zoom out and open and reopen. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a bug, Jath. I think that's fine. I know it doesn't zoom in and zoom out in that tray while it's open, but I don't think it's a bug that it's zoomed in and zoomed out afterward. I am still relatively confused here. So there's 160 users have a defense in the database. For some reason, I'm only fetching 128 of them. Maybe JS to PHP date conversion? No, I don't think so. Date dot now minus this. I mean, let's take a look. What is this date? If we just run node and we do this, this is October 24th. So we're checking to see if the last login date is greater than October 24th. Limit to 500. Okay, let's take a look, because maybe there's still something else that could be going wrong here. We just send DB users back. DB users makes it into the matchmaker right here. We go back to where this came from. That is here. For each user, add player by params. Add player by params just makes a new player, calls add player. Add player adds them to the sorted array. It didn't already exist. What is going on here? We have 128 players for some reason. Super Jumbo James, thanks for following. Maybe only 128 ever logged in. No, these players. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh god. Oh, it pains me. It pains me to say what I just did. Oh god. All right, watch this. Select ID from users, 288. Select ID from users where serialized defense is null, 160. 288 minus 160 is 128. I searched for the wrong thing. I meant to say is not null, and that's 128 users. Okay, there, the problem solved. Oh god. All right, so yeah, thank you, Rinku. Yeah. That was silly. All right. Let's act like that never happened, and then let's go figure out. Hideo has played against these people. So he's played against 46 of them. So that's 46 out of 128 players. And I guess he counts. There's really 127 players. And now what we have to do is correlate names to rankings. And we'll probably find that he's... I don't know. All right, Hideo. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to research this a little later. I think it might be normal that you're finding these players. Why did I say research this later? Let's just do this now. Select def estimated skill from users, order by def estimated skill. And let's get the ID as well. Whoops. No, God. Kill me. Alright, there we go. So now let's just try doing this correlation ourselves. We're just going to copy paste a whole bunch of these. And there's almost certainly a better way of doing this. In fact, there is a better way of doing this. Let's just do it this way. Let's use the power of Sublime to put a bunch of these things. And there we go. So now we can put this into here and then make our query something like this. The only problem is I don't know what order to do this in SQL. So select ID def estimated skill from users, order by def estimated skill where ID not in these. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Yeah, the where clause goes somewhere else. I just don't know where. Before the order? Oh, nice. We did it. Okay. There you go. Assume that the potential matches were cached for a certain amount of time. How can the system tell me the opponent was online 48 years ago? There must be an error. Yeah, there's Hideo, link that in. Oh, check this out. Hideo, here are all the people you're allowed to play against right now. The highest defense rating is actually 1127. So when you log in under Hideo 2, you shouldn't be finding high-ranked players. And if you are, it means that there's a bug somewhere. So if you find anyone with a ranking higher than 1127 for the rest of, I guess, today, you'd have to let me know. That actually could... No, I truncated the matches earlier. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the mystery of the matchmaker. Let's close out all this. I'm still gonna need to sort through those things. Close out of that. And then go back up to here. I believe I did not commit this. No, I did. Okay. Alright, so canceling out of an attack while replaying does really bad things to the game. I guess the first thing we should do is probably file these notes. So in general, yeah, Hideo's feedback about if you get to the top of the matchmaking system, which is super easy to do, then there's no incentive to play anymore. I guess having your defense attacked more frequently would be helpful too. But that's the thing, actually. Like, if I go to play.bot.land right now, 1, 2, 3 people played against me today. There probably weren't that many games played today either. This is like a reasonable amount, probably. I need to make myself clear. I was number 1. I tanked my account. After I tanked it, I was still playing versus Alexander and other top defenses for like 10 matches before going back to lower defenses. That is weird. That is definitely weird. Alright, I'll need to investigate this. Jath, pursue enemy CPU doesn't seem to be working. It's that bots only have a vision range of 5 tiles. So when you use this only works. I know it says if exists closest enemy CPU, and you think, well, it used the word closest, and there's only one, so it must always pick that one. But it's really closest within vision range. So if it's within 5 tiles of you, this will exist, and you will pursue it totally fine. So check this out. Let's say I make a bot that just moves randomly or pursues the enemy CPU. So it's, well, I'm a defender, so there's no enemy CPU. What happens if I test this, by the way? Yeah. It's because I didn't have the bot selected. T-Blot. Yeah, T-Blot was trying to place a bot and was wondering why clicking doesn't do anything, and then selected a bot, and there, it works all of a sudden. That's pretty funny. By the way, the number keys will let you select these quickly. Escape will let you close out of it quickly. So if you want to select a bunch of different bots, which is made much more obvious by actually having different cosmetic pieces. Let's log in as Adam. It'll be more obvious there. There. So if I want to select any different bots here, I can just click, place them. Don't forget, there's a bunch of convenience features here. Trying to place a bot over an existing bot will overwrite it. Trying to place it on one of the same type will remove it. Placing a bot and then dragging it around will relocate it. So all of these things work how you'd expect. And trying to drag it to an illegal spot will just not work. Dragging it off of the arena will delete it. Are you planning to upgrade the game graphically? A little bit, yeah. The projectile graphics will be updated. The tile graphics will be updated. There will be probably some minor animations in the game too. And I think that alone will make the game look just worlds better than it does now. Because yeah, one of the problems is when you go to attack someone, I'm just going to put down some bots. All the projectiles are just squares. And Melee doesn't even have an animation. So yeah, I'll be fixing that. If my attack level is equal to my defense level, is it possible to attack my own base and defensive setup? No. You'll be able to test against yourself, but you won't be able to attack yourself. Yeah, so T-Blot adds to this. when you go into an attack for the first time, one of the first things you're going to want to do is click a bot to see what it has. And the reason clicking a bot selects it is because you don't have a thing selected over here. Once you have it selected, you're in placement mode, and now clicking it does not show you anything about it. So you'd have to get out of selection mode, and then you'd be able to do this. And no problem, Sevi. Maybe that should be an option. Yeah, probably. All right. I'll close out of this stuff. Canceling out of an attack while it's replaying does really bad things in the game. I think the repro for this is like dead simple to do. You click attack, you put any bot down, you press commence and then cancel, and it just breaks. And the only problem this is only because play journal entry is getting called, and this should have been totally canceled out of. I don't know why it wasn't. Strange. Well, it shouldn't be that hard to do. If is in replay mode, exit replay mode. That's surprising because that's pretty similar to what we're supposed to have here. Shared arena? No. What? Is that a function? No. Yeah, you can play the game right now if you want. In fact, it's open to everybody. Just go to play.bot.land. You can sign up for an account. I'm going to give you the same warning I give everybody, which is the game is so far from complete that you'll probably be very confused. Feel free to ask questions in chat. There are enough people who've played. I've obviously made it. There are plenty of people who can answer things. Is 07 the CPU or is it 7-0? It's actually 1-6. So 0-0 is the upper leftmost tile. It's right here. In fact, actually check this out. I have a function that you can't use, but that will show you where everything is. So there we go. Yeah. So this lets you see all the tile numbers. So 0, 0 is the upper left, and then 1,6 is the CPU. It will be largely unnecessary to ever know these tile numbers. Knowing where the origin is, that's going to be important, but knowing any of these tile numbers is going to be unnecessary because I'll put waypoints back in the game. Waypoints are a way for you to just tell your bot, hey, this tile 4,1 is important. You don't need to know that it's 4,1. You just click that and it'll be like, oh, I got it. That's important. Now, what important means is up for you to decide. So in your script, you could say, I want you to avoid that location. You could say, I want you to go to that location. I want you to patrol around that location. That's all for you to decide, but you'll be able to quickly give it a tile. Okay, so let's get rid of that. So it is in replay mode. I don't even know why this is here. It's never once used in this entire class. It's used in this one, so let's get rid of that, and then let's put this in the constructor. Now, what does this even mean? This means that you are wait a second. Yeah. This means that you are what? If this is true, it means that you are potentially not even a player represented in this match. You're just watching a replay. It doesn't necessarily mean that a replay is currently playing, just that you're in the mode to watch them. There we go. I like waypoints because I can now just go to the CPU even if I can't see it. Yeah, and by the way, Jath, that's what Figure It Out does. If you write some code up here and you're like, you know what, I really don't feel like doing the rest of this, you can always just add Figure It Out to the very bottom. And there it is. This might not do exactly what you expect if you've got some code on top as well. Will the server be online during your vacation? Would be the best time to collect data anyway. No, it won't be. Sebi, there's no way for me to administer the game from my vacation. So if, let's say, a server goes offline, and it's pretty likely that that'll happen, then that's it. Server's just offline for the rest of the month anyway. So I don't think I'll be doing that. It's a logical system. You should have a function like shift clicking on a tile displays coordinates. That'd be cool on top. I know you have much else to do. Well, like I said, I don't think a player should ever have to type in tile coordinates. If you ever find yourself writing code like this, like if x is less than 6, move right. If x is greater than 6, move left. If you find yourself doing this, there's a problem. First of all, there's an if can move to like 6 comma 12, then move to 6 comma 12, something like that. So that already exists to begin with, so you don't need to do that yourself. But second, like, why are you trying to move to this specific place? Chances are you will have set a waypoint, and then you can do something like if can move to waypoint x, waypoint y, or even there's going to be some shorthand for that. I do that a lot when playing with landmines, I have to say. Is it something you think waypoints would help you with? Like, for example, if you said, hey, I've got a waypoint on this tile. I want to put landmines all around here, and then once I'm done with that, I want to move on to somewhere else. Would that help you? To set up a specific grid/pattern. Oh, if you're, okay, yeah, that's going to be something you, okay, I take back what I said. I think there are certain edge cases where you will find yourself doing something like this code, but I think they should be few and far between. It's like how, I think if you did something like closest enemy equals find closest enemy bots, if ce.x, like if my x is less than theirs and y is equal to their y, then fire lasers right. Like, these are the sorts of things that I expect everyone would want to do, to the point where you just bypass all of that and just say, if will lasers hit, fire lasers. You shouldn't need to worry about aiming or anything like that. I don't mind writing the code, but having a way to get the tile to coordinates, a post-release feature would be really nice. Okay. Yeah, I can write that down. See, the problem is, since I think it's a relatively advanced feature, I think, now let's just say, potentially add a user option for showing tile numbers in the arena. This is something that players will likely only want to toggle briefly. So I think there should be a keyboard shortcut. But I don't know what tablet users will do. They probably aren't heavily coding on a tablet anyway, so I don't think they need it. Alright, canceling out of defense. So we have is in replay mode. What we don't have is whether something is currently replaying. But we should, because we have replayed journal here, do we not? Ah, is replaying. And this comes from somewhere totally different. Got it. That's why all this was confusing to me. So this shouldn't be too bad to fix. Now there's exit replay mode. Set is in replay mode false. We don't need to do that necessarily, because you weren't in replay mode to begin with. But what we do have to do... Let me check something. Oh yeah, definitely Hideo. Can I set a waypoint? No, I don't think so. I think I removed all of that. Yeah, they might be heavily using Blockly, but if they're heavily using Blockly, they're going to have a tedious experience no matter what. I don't think there's very much I can do. There's just so much dragging you'd have to do on a tablet to form everything. And pre-made scripts help with that, so do these snippets. But still, when you're like, all right, I want to teleport 5 tiles away. Even if I give you a snippet that's kind of close to that, you'd still have to be like, all right, let's grab teleport from here. Teleport to XY. There's a math thing, so we want to add a number to this. X plus 3, Y plus 2. Then we need to go grab the built-in variable, X, Y. And there, now we finally have our expression. This is pretty obnoxious to write. You know what I should do? I should add a snippet that does something like this. Set teleport dest x, whoops, teleport dest x to, and then you just give it a number. No, that's teleport delta x maybe? Yeah, something like that. Then we duplicate this whole thing. Set teleport delta y. Oh, that's why you need to make a new variable. And then here, something like if can teleport to. Oh, except for we gotta duplicate these. Oh, this is ridiculous. There we go. That's the power of Blockly. Just 46 clicks later and we've got an if statement. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, we should write something for this. Can I use an outside library inside this game? Inside the JS, that is? No, you can't. Jath, what do you find yourself wanting, though? Because if there is something, I can always just add it to the game. I actually find Blockly more confusing than straight JS. Oh, so EOJ, I mostly do too. I think Blockly is really helpful for some straightforward stuff. So if you're like, okay, I definitely know I want to cloak before I do anything else, done, there. That took like 2 clicks to do. Now I know I want to shield myself before anything else. Now I want to pursue an enemy bot. Like doing this is, I think, way faster than JavaScript would be. Then after I've got this, if I want to do anything more advanced, yeah, I'll convert it to JavaScript at that point. Gradient variation machine learning. Math.js. You've got math functions like floor and ceiling, but yeah, anything super advanced is not going to be there. So if is replaying, this is where we need to stop. Actually, really, do we need to do any of this? Maybe we don't. Maybe just when we dispose the arena, we can do this. So we say debug concede here. I guess I could do this. Stop replay. Is replaying equals false, get the game result. Set properties of that. That's not what I want to do. Aw, man. Where does it get called from? Done replaying journal. End immediately. Debug concede does that. Oh, debug concede does do that, but only if you're playing a defense. Oh, I did not know that. Otherwise, game finished. Yeah, this should be called no matter what. There, I think that's the only problem that we needed to fix. Let me get rid of this. Oh yeah, no EOJ, and I agree with you in general. I think we have the same opinion about Blockly. Yeah, chat, that's not going to be possible. I mean, you could code it yourself if you can do that in like 2.5 kilobytes, but you probably shouldn't. Is there a Botland syntactic overview anywhere? There kind of is, but I wouldn't really trust this page. Warning, do not trust this. Yeah, if you find anything that doesn't make sense, just reject the information completely. And if you find anything that makes too much sense, also reject it. It's something that's a questionable sensibility that you want to accept. Not sure if this is implemented already or planned or at all feasible, but a list of names in JS would be nice. For example, a list in which you can see how cloaking is called. Since I think there will be quite a bit of players wanting to use JS but struggling with the namings. Yeah, I think so. That is planned still, and I'd like to do that for maybe beta. Who made that? Probably Wouter made most of it. Maybe, I don't know. There's a history on the page. You could take a look at that. Even have an auto suggest. Yeah, I'd like to do something like that. All right, so what did I test here? This. When you make a bot and you hit commence and then cancel, it doesn't totally break the game now. And then you go back in and you can make more bots and commence and cancel and go back in. Nice. Nice. Whew. All right. So we moved some of those around and we fixed that, and that's everything. Cool. Fixed bug around canceling an attack. If you commenced an attack and then canceled, e.g. because it was taking too long, it wouldn't stop the replay. Hey, Kazoos. Kazoos. Oh, you should know better than that. I unbanned you. Is there some sort of ranking system in the game? There's the Glyco system. And then, wait, how did Quantum KO come up? Who made that? Oh, Quantum KO, you only got it. What did Kazoos do? Used a banned phrase. I'm not going to talk anymore about that. The rankings for the game are located here, Tom. These are the top 100 players in the game, and you can sort them by attack skill and by defense skill. In fact, they should be a different set of players. Hideo 3, 6. And here we have Hideo 2. Yeah, they are different sets of players. What exactly is the Glyco system? So I'll explain this pretty briefly here. The Glyco system gives everybody a rating, which starts in my game at 1500, a deviation from that rating, which starts at 200, and a volatility, which is how much that rating can change by. The way that this works is I give you a conservative rating estimate of your rating minus 4 times deviation. So 1500 minus 800 is 700. So everyone starts at 700. Starting CRE is 700. What this means is that we can be relatively certain your rank falls somewhere between 1100 and 1900, but we don't know for sure. We know of it as a range. So as deviation gets lower, that means we're more and more certain about this range that you're in. And if it ever hits 0, which would be impossible, we would know for sure that you are whatever rating we say you are. What that all boils down to is you are, let's say, at any given point, since you have this range, like I might be ranged, let's say 600 to 800, and someone else might be like here, for example. They might be a much larger range. Let's say this is Hideo. I'm not going to count these. So this might be like 650 to who knows what this number is, 1600. So when I play against Hideo and I win, my rating, which was 700, is going to go up. But because his deviation was so large, my deviation might rise as well. So my starting rating might be something like 700. After winning, it might go to something like, and I guess my starting deviation is 100 here. After winning, it might go to like 720, but my deviation might go to like 120. This will actually lower my rating estimate. So if you want to read more about that, yes, there's that Glyco PDF. And you can just rotate this in CSS if you want. Hey, Wayne. And no problem, Sebi. Okay, yeah, we fixed this. Cool. It wouldn't stop the replay. Playing, and that would cause huge bugs that people ran into constantly. All right, so let's commit that. Cool, and let's also just check this out. Investigate, I don't really care about this actually. This is like a very low priority bug. All right, what next? If you don't have any attack blueprints and you go to attack someone, clicking will place your first defense blueprint. That has been fixed. This is fixed by no longer selecting a blueprint. Do you plan at some point or have ever thought about event-driven programming in Botland? I thought about it. So for anyone who's curious, an event might be something like on CPU attack equals function, do something here. And I think I'd rather have it so that you check to see if something happens, because events almost necessarily mean callbacks. Callbacks mean acting out of order. And I don't know how I feel about that. So imagine if you had something like this. Like, yeah, maybe we could eventually add something. So you have an update function. This is called when you get your turn. Imagine if you had something like on low health equals function, and here you could do something else. Maybe you say something like repair. And this makes sense, right? Your bot's about to die and repair gets called. While this is kind of cool, I guess, I think that, oh, hey, cool. Botland bot actually banned someone. Actually, that's not a ban, and that's good that it's not a ban. But anyway, hey, Yuba. I'm working on a game called Botland. So Hideo, I don't know how I feel about this. I think one thing is it makes scripts a lot harder to write. Oh, all right. See you, Ramy. Yeah, and happy Thanksgiving. I'll be online on Friday again. So now, instead of just saying something like, okay, fire lasers, fire missiles, you would need to add in something else here for, on low life, here's something you can do that you wouldn't have been able to do. So here's where you should repair yourself, for example. And then, oh yeah, there's another function, which is like, killed another bot. This would be, I don't know, maybe at that point you move closer to the CPU or something like that. And you'd end up with a whole bunch of these. I don't like that you get extra turns. I don't like that it complicates coding. And I don't know if it does a whole lot for strategy, to be honest. I bet a lot of these things are going to be pretty straightforward. If you've got a defensive bot, you'll repair when you're on low health. If you have an offensive bot, you'll just try to get more attacks out. I can't click the X button of the info window. It's behind the title. Ah, yes. I know how to fix this. Geek. All right. Happy 12/21. See, Geek. I kind of get your point. Oh, and if you have any pushback on that, definitely let me know. Because, like, I think the disadvantages are you get extra turns. It's more coding. And the disadvantage of that is it's much harder for Blockly users. And I think the advantages are like slightly more strategy. Now, we could put them in such a way that it could be like on CPU low life, and maybe just terminators are not allowed. So you'd set something here like danger mode equals true or something like that. And that's it. If you just got to do something like this, that's slightly different, but then at that point, they're not really events. It's just an if statement. You could say something like in your update function, if CPU was at low life, then danger mode stuff here. Okay, so there are a couple of issues. One is this text is clickable. It should not be clickable. So replaying phase 1 of 3. Replaying phase here. This does not have a style. So class names equals styles dot miss class snow pointer events. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, no problem, Sevi. My advantages are way less important than your disadvantages. I haven't thought about all that before you talk about it, so I'm okay with that. What are the advantages in your mind? And BSL plays, what is it you wanted out of schedule? My stream schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday from 9 to 5 PST. And in case you're curious, it's currently 3:30 for me. I am GMT minus, oh god, 8, I think. I don't know why I keep forgetting this. But yeah. So the next time I'll stream will be on Friday. Oops, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There we go. All right, so no pointer events. This should be fixed now. So if I try dragging around here, it doesn't do anything. And now it will. Uh-oh. Wait, it's still not doing anything. What did I do wrong here? Replaying phase. What? Yeah, what? Did I? Oh my god, I can't click the cancel button now. What did I just do? The cancel button doesn't have pointer events anymore? Yes it does. Oh, now I can click it. Oh, that was super weird. What's going on? Alright, I hit edit and I tried clicking cancel and I can't. I still can't. What? Oh. This is a different problem. Uh-oh. What did I do? How did I break this? Oh, I see. Okay, got it, Hideo. Oh, man. I don't know how I broke this, but I did. Why is this even trying to be called, though? And this probably happens no matter what. Like, as soon as I hit edit, it probably breaks in. No, it doesn't. It's only when I cancel. Oh, I think I see. I think this is from the last bug I just fixed. I think the last bug I just fixed caused a new bug. Editing your defense and immediately trying to cancel will break everything. Alright, I'm gonna... Bugs creating other bugs must be such a pain to deal with. I think it's kind of just the name of the game when you're programming. I also think having tests can help you out a lot with these things. And I have tests, I need to get them running again. I hope it was not too hard to understand me. Last time I wrote and spoke English was 10 years ago at school. No, it's totally been fine, Sebi. I will say this, there are a couple of people who have chatted here where I really have to struggle to try to interpret what they're saying. And I don't think I've felt that way with you typing. And even then, like, that's fine. Every once in a while, I need someone else to clarify, like, what did that person mean? But yeah, no, it's totally fine. Okay, so this is probably because of the stop journal replay code. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break for 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll be back. Just wanna grab a snack, use the bathroom. I'll be right back. How's that, Kazoos? Is that any better? Okay, let's go test this out. If I just get rid of this, wait, that doesn't make any sense though. Doesn't make any sense at all. Because we don't call deep, oh yes we do. Yep, that fixes it. Okay, so I know the cause, I just need to figure out the solution. Yeah. So done replaying journal. Clear journal, yep, that's fine. Speed, milliseconds away, end immediately. Function to run is this, cleanup after replay. We need to know if we were actually in a replay. If we weren't, then we just don't do anything. What if you paused it though? Pause time. Okay. Yeah, I think we can fix this pretty easily. We call the callback immediately. This is just janky command. Alright, there. Yeah, let's try that. That should fix everything. So we click cancel out of here, that works. We test this, and we hit cancel. That works. Okay, nice. Now let's try testing our defense. And hitting cancel. That works, but it asks me... that was actually wrong. That was definitely wrong. Right, I clicked here, I hit commence, cancel, edit defense, test, cancel. No, something strange happened. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Well, that should be fixed. So what we really want to do is just amend the last commit. Get rid of this replay HUD. Yeah. Alright. So now to fix this problem, which I really should have already fixed. I'd be kind of surprised if I didn't. Yeah, this is still getting cursor events, but why? Yeah, weird. No pointer events. And that's in the replay HUD. Styles.no. Class names? Seriously? Alright, that should fix it. Let's try that out now. It's actually still not working, surprisingly enough. Why not? Pointer events none. So then, why isn't it... Oh, the replay HUD has a click button? No, what? Replay HUD. Oh, the background needs no cursor events. Yeah. And then pointer events all. This is needed because this button goes inside of the info panel. Yeah, I think we should do this. I think we should do this a different way. Huh. Also, hang on just a sec. All right. Last time I opened this on stream, people yelled at me. So we want a pointer events none, or all pointer events. And then I guess we can get rid of this. This is sometimes needed if an element that should handle clicks is inside of an element that has no pointer events. 1280 by 768. How do I get the size of the window? There we go. Oh, it's at the upper right. 1280 by 768. It's more or less correct. Yeah, if you're talking about things like the edit defense button is showing up over something else, that's to be expected. This stuff all probably looks fine. Same thing with attacking. Yeah. Yeah, if you're just talking about this main page, I just haven't finished this yet. And this should look fine. Actually, all the rest of this stuff should look fine. Right? Yeah. This stuff looks fine. Yeah, so Sebi, are you just talking about like this section and how it gets overlapped? Because eventually it's going to look like this. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a small bug, but I'm not too concerned with that right now. All right, so visibility hidden in all pointer events. All pointer events is going to go where we just deleted this thing. So structure info delete. Where is that? Here. And we just do the same thing here. So we say styles on no pointer event. We're going to need class names for this. Or replay HUD could just inherit from it. Yeah, that's honestly, that's how this should work. I wonder how to get that to happen. Last CSS inheritance. I know how to get inheritance to work. I just don't know how to do it from a file that I have to import. And I wonder if that's a bad thing. From other file or reference. It's now possible to import purely as a reference. No actual code will output from that file as CSS, but all becomes available to use as mixin. Interesting. Hang on a second. Hang on. All right, sorry about the interruptions. No, it wasn't necessarily extend that I was looking for. It was importing a file without it like referencing the whole file. Apparently you can just do this. So what I want to do here is put this back. So import reference, what is this called? MISC. And then extend here. Use CSS modules, and there I can import the less using a property called compose. Well, let's try this out and see if this works, because this should be what I want. And then we also want to be able to do this from the replay HUD less file. So we'll test these both out. And then I don't need to do anything here. I can just get rid of this completely. There. Now these buttons will fail to work, so I do need to do something there. So let's try this out. So what's that button? Structure info panel, render delete button. So if I have a chip here, why is that happening? Why is this remove button beneath it? Oh, I changed the height of it. Okay, that's unfortunate styling, but that's just, all right, whatever. So if we put chips in here, we can remove them now. But this doesn't stop mouse events. Perfect. Okay, yeah, so this did work. This worked great. Good job, Stack Overflow. So now all we need to do is make the buttons for replace work, because I just broke them. So clicking, oh wait, what? It does work. Clicking these finally doesn't. No, it still does. Oh, whoops, I know what I did wrong. I copy pasted the wrong thing. Done. Now no pointer events isn't needed on the replay HUD. How can I calculate the cosine function of the derivative of a negative parabolic tangent trajectory to the nearest dot? I just call the function. All right, finally I did it. Look at that. Clicking this does nothing, but also clicking this does nothing. So time to make those buttons again. And they're going to need the same styling that anything else already had here. So let's see. Style. It's all just one div. We can say styles.replay HUD buttons. Okay, cool. And then extend all pointer events. And cursor pointer. Let's try that. The style prop expects a mapping of values. Whoops. My bad. Extra semicolon in your CSS if it matters. It doesn't matter, but thank you. Hey, check it out. Nice. So we can click this text. It doesn't prevent the mouse from doing what it's supposed to do. We can click these buttons and they get the cursor correctly. Perfect. Okay, but there's actually a little bit more to this. This text is also clickable and shouldn't be. Placed, what is the text? Out of. There we go. So we just put the styling directly in here. I really shouldn't have done that. Class name equals styles.noPointer events. So we'll just do that. Same thing here. Same thing here. Done. Super easy. So now this no longer cuts us off. Good, perfect. And same thing for attack. Yep, nice. Okay, cool. Imported file should not include the file extension. Okay, I'm totally fine with that. Imported file should not include a leading underscore. Really? That part I'm not so sure about. How's that possible? And this still works? Okay. I guess so. Nope. No, it doesn't. No, it very much dislikes that. So it's a linting error to not have an underscore, but the underscore is part of the name. Do I have to type dot slash here? I have a feeling this is still not going to work. Does that fix it somehow? No, it doesn't. Well, what do we do? I don't know. The underscores are needed. Maybe I can do a dot slash and an underscore and it won't be considered a linting error. I bet it still will be. Oh, nice. I think we tricked it. Hey, we tricked it. Yes. No linting errors and no real errors. All right. Way to go, team. The screen is still relevant. Oh, if it's just the same thing that I was seeing, yeah, I know what you're talking about here. Okay. Just slash. Slash for node modules usually, strange. You're suggesting I could do something like this? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, never mind. All right. That didn't really. Didn't really turn out to be what I expected. 2/10. I agree. I wanted a campfire and I typed camp and hit tab and it was camping. What's a typical? Is there a campfire? There's no wood. No, there's no logs. No, none of that stuff. There's no campfire? There's really no campfire emoji? Kazoos. To be fair, I wasn't looking for a fire because if you say I don't mean to add fuel to the fire, but you can't show a fire, you have to show gasoline or something. And I looked for gasoline, and I couldn't find it. And then I looked for a campfire, and that obviously didn't work. Fix bugs around certain text consuming mouse events. So the replay text playing phase X out of Y and the placement stats. What does that look like? I now no longer consume mouse events. No, you can ask me. That's true. Esker. You should tell me how to pronounce your name, by the way. Alright, commit this. Alright, next. Remove Blockly loops for now. Yeah, this has been bothering everybody. Done. Problem solved. So previously you could do this. You could go into this and you could say convert to JS and it would work totally fine. But if you took a loop, heaven forbid, and then hit convert to JS, then it turned into bad code. But there's no indication that it's bad code over here. So you would hit update and you'd be like, why isn't this working? Which, by the way, I should probably just make that a bug too. Bug, if you try to save Blockly that is invalid, we should at the very least spawn a window.alert telling you that it's invalid. So remove Blockly for loops. They should now be gone and we should skip right from logic to math. Where are they? Yep, logic goes right to math. Nice. No more for loops here. Remove Blockly for loops. Oh, loops section. This converted to JavaScript code that had a var in it, so it wouldn't validate and thus wouldn't let you save the Blockly script. I haven't really done much involving loops yet, so I'm just going to remove them for now instead of fixing them. Which, by the way, what code is that? It just took category name loops. Yeah, pretty simple. What is that? Brain slug? Alright, let's see. So investigate this. I think I didn't make myself clear as number one. Yeah, I'll investigate this part later, I think. We'll get through a couple other bugs, and then we'll see what happens. You can purchase the Omega set. I don't think I want to do that yet. The store button doesn't have a pointer on it. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. So this is pre-game header, and there is a store button somewhere. The SK part is difficult. It's not like school. Hesker? Hesk. Huh. I'll have to look that up. I'll ask someone I know who speaks German. Hey, BioAim. Is there really a point to doing this? What keyboard is that? Oh, T-Block beat me. Adam wears these shades to block all the haters. I can shut up. So it's like Hesher? Try saying Hasher, maybe the closest thing to his name. It wouldn't just be Hesher? Am I saying it poorly right now? Oh, why is the keyboard curve like that? It's an ergonomic keyboard, so it should have your wrists at more natural positions than a straight keyboard. It actually works pretty well, Narf. So it's Hesher. Okay, let's write this down in name pronunciations. Hesher. Okay. Nice. Alright, so cool. I don't need to save that anymore. So cursor pointer, this is going to do exactly what we say it's going to do. Cursor pointer. Cool. Then we go use this over here. So class name equals cursor pointer. And let's, while I'm at it, search for this. Yeah, nice. Saying it good? Nice. Alright, Narf, your account was created 9 days ago. I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. Actually, I timed you out for 327 seconds. Apparently, it's a sliding scale. Alright, so let's try this out now. So now the store button should have our cursor. No, it doesn't. What did I do wrong? Oh, right, class name here. Oops. Style is not cursor pointer. I wasn't paying attention. Conf-Kyler? I'm assuming that's it. Nice. Okay, cool. So this was really, really simple, but I'm still gonna check it in. Show pointer cursor on store button. There we go. Cool. If you have a blueprint selected and you click a chip to place a bot, it will not only place the bot, it will also select. It should just place the bot. I'm not going to fix that right now. Yeah, there are apparently a lot of German people in chat right now. Make changes to your defense. Yeah, when an attacker tries commencing an attack without placing enough bots, we should warn them. What I mean is this. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good warning. And it's relatively easy to figure out, too. So, yeah, I guess I will do this. Hey, 3D Extended. Welcome to the night world. So, let's take a look. Client main, we have commence game. And in here, we only have the commence button enabled if you had at least one bot. But that's not exactly what I want to be doing here. I want it to be enabled still, but when you click it, it should just warn you, like, are you sure you want to proceed? This will prevent you. Actually, no, it should prevent you from proceeding. Right? Yeah, I think the game should stop you. Like, it should force you to put a certain number of bots down. Darn it, I don't know. I think this is pretty tough to figure out what should happen here. So here's what I'm talking about. You can place 11 bots total, but only up to 4 at a time. So let's say you just place 1. By doing this, you will now prevent yourself from being able to place the last, 2. So in phase 1, you can place up to 4, phase 2 up to 4, and phase 3 up to 4. And you can place 11 total. So if in phase 1 you only decide to place 1, then phase 2 and phase 3 you put 4 down each. You're at 9 bots total. So you just can't ever place those extra 2. This is almost certainly something you'd want to be told about, right? Like, there's no strategy I can think of where you purposely would not put down those bots. But it makes me think that if I'm going to warn the user about this, then I should probably just give the attacker a static amount of bots to place in each phase. I don't like that. So, okay, the reason why I didn't have this to begin with, so this says up to 4, up to 4, up to 4. The reason I didn't just say it's, let's say, exactly 4, exactly 4, exactly 4, is because I thought, okay, well, there's less strategy here now because you can't choose to place 3 early on and then 5 later in the game. But I don't know how I feel about it now. Is there ever a plan to award more points if you win with less resources? It depends on what you mean by points. I think matchmaking rating, no, I don't plan on changing that. If you beat someone who's more skilled than you, your ranking will change a certain amount regardless of how much you use. But there could be something where it's like you get more monetary reward if you win with fewer resources. But even then, I kind of wonder if I should do that because then users will probably just exploit that. Why not make it so all bots have to be played? Yeah, well, in Casper, so what I'm wondering is why even make it so that you can place up to 4 in each phase for 11 total? I'm not sure. Want to learn React? What can React do better than .NET? So classically, NARF, React is taught as the V in MVC. So you have model view controller, and React is just the view part of it. So what can it do better than those other frameworks? I haven't used those frameworks, so I can't really compare them. I don't know what it can do better or worse than that. But what's nice is compared to other JavaScript frameworks, there's a virtual DOM in the background. So it's only going to emit changes where it needs to, as opposed to just arbitrarily executing DOM insertions and removals according to what you tell it to do, which is like a jQuery style of doing things. Hey, Shadowfang. Heading down to Tennessee. Are you in Canada? You could only 2 turns with 4 and 1 with 3, so just change it from 1 to 4 to 3 to 4, and if 3 are played, force the player to force. Yeah. No, VSL plays. That's what I'm debating on, whether I should even have that. So anyway, okay, so by having the same number of bots for each phase, there won't be any confusion from the user, because the UI will say place 3 more bots before you can start. So that's the plus side. So pros and cons are there's less room for strategy, because you can't save bots for later or test out sort of smaller strategies. I don't know what to do. Oh, you're in Pennsylvania. Okay. I thought you must be in Canada because you said you're heading down to Tennessee. I guess as though I live in Tennessee. So then I thought, well, maybe they mean because I live in the US. But I'm not totally sure about the relevance of your message now. So you don't have to use Angular? Yeah, I don't use Angular. And Narf, no, that's why I just timed you out. I wasn't going to ban you for that. And I don't know. It's always hard to tell with people on the internet, of course. So, yeah, I'm totally fine with this. And yeah, I'm making all of Botland just using JavaScript. Oh, you got me. All right, fine. That's why I say you can never tell on the internet. You did it. I've been bested. Why not have a total amount of bots for the whole battle so you can take as many phases as you want until you've used them all? There are a few problems with that. The biggest one is replay size. Yeah. No, I think that's funny. It's at least more clever than what you normally do, Frank. So if you have... So what's funny too is that Narf immediately made me think of Pinky in the Brain, which doesn't trigger any warning signs for me. Because that's just what Pinky says. I had to think about the name. All right, so if you have more than 3 phases, then you'll have a larger replay. And a larger replay is unacceptable, I think, at this point. Yeah, what do you guys think? Same amount of bots? Different amount of bots? Should I not even do something like this? I'll just talk to Jason about it. We'll put this on him later. Saving more than one bot more than once wouldn't give any strategic advantage, so limiting to only 1 turn with 3 minions played wouldn't strategically affect. Well, BSL plays, this is in this particular example. Imagine if you could place up to, let's say, 20 bots, but no more than 8 at a time. So now you could place 8, 8, and 4. Or you could do something like 6, 6, and 8. Or 7, 7, and 6. See, this is much more strategic variance, I'd say. Like, do you want to lead with fewer bots so maybe you can take out their chips and then later use more? Do you want to lead with more bots so that you can take out more of their defense or something, and then later you'll have fewer? Why not in the journal just have a new phase and reset the board and continue? Oh, fine. I'll turn off my notifications. So, Jeth, it's still got to get saved in the database somewhere. Or similar to other strategy games where you play attack minions against defense. Yeah, Casper, that's how this would work, but we had to force you to only use so many at a given time. Anyway, okay, so we'll just keep this as is. I'll talk to Jason about it later. I'll defer this to Jason as a UI issue for now. Because what we've been testing with is a kind of middle of the road computer here. You've got a level 4 computer right now in the game, and this should be after you've been playing for about a month. And so the defender has 10 bots and the attacker has 11. By the time you work your way up to the highest level computer, the defender has 18 bots, and then the attacker has, I don't even know how many, because I don't think I did that. Who's Jason? Jason's the UX designer. Yeah, I'll leave it to Jason for now. All right, user options. I think we'll just make a user options list somewhere. So let's go put that down there. Auto close. Yeah, this. These are options that should eventually be configurable per account. What's a wall and a pit? A wall will prevent movement and projectiles, and a pit will just prevent movement. I haven't put them in the game yet. Okay, then the other thing is potentially, so consider having select a blueprint by default be a configurable option. If I do this, then I have to fix a bug where you can go into the attack. You can go into attack or defense mode when you don't have any of those blueprints, and it will automatically select the blueprint from the other mode, which shouldn't be usable. It's not really a problem if it is. If you have a wall and a pit, why not something to just prevent projectiles like a force field? I think that's probably a little too overpowered, because that's essentially, like right now we have something in the game called Reflect, which has a chance to reflect projectiles. This force field thing, you could just stand on it, and now you're immune to everything except melee. That sounds kind of overpowered to me. I see what you're saying. Like, you basically have 2 bits. So 0, 0 is nothing on the tile. 0, 1 is stops movement, and that's a pit. 1, 0 is stops projectiles, and that's a wall. So why not have 1, 1, which... No, I guess it's not really technically that. Alright, whatever. I think stops movement was here. Yeah, and so what we're missing is 1, 0, which is stops projectiles. Force field. And yeah, I don't think this should exist. I think this is probably too much. Have you ever thought about the option of Botland becoming a job interview tool? I always wonder for games like this that are relatively small teams, you would expect the people applying to have played the game. So I'd want to ask them, hey, like, what's your favorite strategy that you've ever seen in Botland? And if they can't answer that because they're like, well, I've never actually played the game before, and I'd be like, all right, get out. And I wonder if that's unfair. I think if you're going to join, if you're going to double the development team by joining the team, you probably should have played the game before. So I think it will be an interview tool. All right. Textures null. Private window. When you're able to place a bot as a vendor and click a chip. Wait a second. When you're able to place a bot as a defender and you click a chip in order to select the chip. I don't know. Actually, wait, I do know. Let's try this out. So if you can place a bot yeah, I just shouldn't select the chip. Alright, fine. I don't think it should be selected because you're in placement mode, not view mode. Other companies would do a Botland tournament as a filtering process. The thing is, being good at Botland is not important to getting a job working for Botland. But having played it, I think, is important. 100K/year. Beat a defender in 1 or 2 phases without killing all the defending bots. They'll teleport back to their original position. Man, there's still tons of these little bugs. Let's take a look at this one, maybe. Oh, other companies use it that are not Botland? Oh, I see. Okay. As like a programming competition or something? All right. It would be funny if that's the only niche that this settled into. Like, gamers hate it. People who are programming hate it. But companies love it for some reason. I think that would be a failure. So style overflow hidden. This is coming from the script editor. Let's try it out. So here. So we just keep pressing enter. Well, here it doesn't make much of a difference. It will stop at some point. But in Firefox... Come on, ask me if I want to refresh Firefox. Try Firefox. Oh, it didn't. There we go. So in Firefox, it's a problem. Sponsored cosmetics. People have talked about sponsored cosmetics before. I mean, not companies, so I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, yeah, that's a huge problem. So overflow hidden wouldn't fix this though, right? The problem is that this thing is... Yeah, it's already larger than it's supposed to be. Alright, let's figure it out. So there's a div right here. Code mirror scroll is 812 pixels tall. And that accounts for what, all of this area? Yeah, and it shouldn't be 812 pixels tall. So we need to figure out how to prevent this from getting as large as it is. .782. This has flex auto. Height 100%. What if we got rid of 100%? Then it's not affected by that anymore. So is this a flexbox problem? What if we say flex none? Ooh, that looks bad. That definitely looks bad. Can I get my face to the hat? All right, that's great. I need to copy paste all of this. That would be really funny. All right, so can we set the height of this thing any lower? We can, but this is not a good idea. I think it's the height of the parent div that's a problem, which is here. Yeah, it is here. Where is this getting its height from? And what? Overflow hidden? It's not going to do anything. Kaitai is the one who reported this. Okay. All right, see you, Sebi. Have a good night. Is that quote worthy? Well, I need to distill the context out of it, so I'd probably need to make it one of the longer ones, like one of the ones on here. Which does Kukuruku already have one here? Not here, he doesn't. But I think elsewhere he does. In case you guys want to see these quotes, by the way. They're pretty good. Still think this is amazing. Panda with a shotgun hasn't been here for a while, actually, right? October 6th. Yeah, a month and a half ago. Yeah, I'm not sure how to prevent this. I want everything to show on the same page. Oh, what do I do? This flex is in that direction. Let's go take a look at the style here, because we have script edit. And inside here we have script edit component. And script edit component presumably has Blockly and CodeMirror stuff. This has script content. I love how deep this goes. Render correct code input, either Blockly or code input. Okay, so script edit container contains pregame header, then the script library dropdown, then script edit component. And script edit the component has script edit header, footer, and content. And content has either Blockly or code input. So the problem is, this is the wrong size. I don't know how to make this be the right size. And I don't think Flexbox is something I can rely on here, to be honest. Let's take a look. So we could say that this is a flex box. The header up here, then this content, then this content, and then it doesn't expand beyond a certain height. But that height has to be, darn it, I don't know how to do this. It's this one, right? We could give it a max height. Height, let's say 50 pixels even. Yeah. That works, and then everything fits on the page. The height in this particular case has to be something larger than that, though. But how do we get it to compute this automatically? This div doesn't even have a flex property on it, does it? Display flex. Should it? $106 and 44 days. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to fix this. Let's take a look over here in Chrome. I just want to see if anything stands out here. 7% minimum height, justify content center. Then a div here, and then this. And we can't just say that these two things are in a flex box. Maybe we can. Maybe this will just work totally fine, actually. So what are these things? This is the script library dropdown, whatever else, which is in script edit. Okay, yeah. Wait, what is this? Sorry. Hey, Brad. You try Roboto Mana? For what? For Botland? I haven't gotten around to fonts yet, but I will write this down. Thanks, Dennis. Alright, so I think putting this in a flex box might work. I'll have to try it. Excuse me. So script edit page. New future VOD. Hey, Smeet. Can you put me in your code now? No, it's still pre-recorded. So script edit page. We have display flex, flex direction column. This is already set up. I guess it's just that this stuff doesn't have it. Should we just throw all this into a div? We already have it all in a div. Style equals flex none. Oh man, if this works, that'd be great. Then this is a script edit component, which is here. Class name script edit component. That goes down to this, display flex flex auto. Yeah, okay, so let's try that out. And Shmeep, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we click this button. This actually looks pretty good. Does pressing this make this go up still? Yes, it does. That's a problem. Which means that in Firefox it's almost certainly still broken. What are we holding follows hostage now? Alright, so we click code. Yeah, how do we stop this from happening? I don't know how to stop this. And I'm not sure what's causing this either. Well, I guess we could try to find out. We know that, what is it? This div is getting to be too large. Yeah, so now it's 341 pixels. Now it's 361. So this just keeps increasing. Script content. It has flex grow set to 1. What if we just got rid of that? Doesn't matter. So the thing is, we have a scroll bar on here. I think that's the issue. We just need a max height somewhere, and I need to figure out what that max height is. And I don't know how Chrome does this, but Firefox isn't doing it. That doesn't help me at all. I think I'll just have to do this later. So CodeMirror already has a scroll bar, so I just need to figure out what the height of CodeMirror should be and then limit it to that. CodeMirror Firefox growing. I don't think that's... I think if we just go to CodeMirror and we take a look at the GitHub. Where is their GitHub? Here it is. I wonder if there's a fixed bug for this. Incorrect height. Oh, this. This is it. This is a Chrome bug. Parent as position absolute and height equals 100%. Then apply display equals flex and position equals relative to the grandparent. Okay. What is the pink light for? I don't know. I'm not the one who did it. It was Shmeep. Color lights pink, max brightness. You'll have to ask Shmeep. I'll have to fix this some other time. I should look through issues on this. Pretty similar and apparently has a workaround. Oh, it was worth a shot. Yeah, there's still a bunch of bugs. If you move the mouse wildly while clicking Edit Defense, sometimes you run into a pixie problem when there are no children. I think I fixed this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did fix this. Yeah. I mean, I probably did because it's not erroring right now. And because I remember fixing it. Yeah. I already fixed this. Attacker bots in the UI face right instead of left. And these are showing up incorrectly on attacker bots due to their horizontal flip. Alright, this has been fixed already. Investigate why this is being called. Bots are stuttering still. I think this was a bug in the chase target system. It's snapping. Or not setting. Yeah, I think this is fixed. Pretty sure that was the case. I haven't seen this again in at least a week. The bot counter is a little buggy. Placing the bots and pressing U at the same time. 0 bots plays, 3 bots overall. Is this still happening? I don't think it is. What happens if you try dragging this when you press U? Oh, this was supposed to be centered. I never centered it. No, no. I thought I did this. Wow, seriously? I shouldn't have done that. Now they're going to take forever. There we go. Yeah, so this should have been centered. I just never did that. Margin 0 auto. Wait, that didn't work. Wait for it. There. So it's on edit button icon. It's not really an edit button, is it? I'll just put it here. Okay, let's try that now. Hey Dan, how you doing? All right, you ready? Oh, what did I do? This should have just been up there. It's a silly mistake. This time I mean it. All right, cool. Center, exit to main menu button, results. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Okay, bot counter's a little buggy. I'm just gonna cancel this. I haven't seen this happen in a while. Well, I haven't ever seen this happen. I don't know if this can still happen. Place my bots didn't hit commence, and here's what happened. This is incredibly likely to be that bug that I already fixed. Yeah, this is one of the other 2 bugs. This is either the bug where canceling out of a replay while the attack was going caused errors, or it's the bug where the matchmaker paired you against 2 players. So you thought you were playing against the wrong person. Updated every terminator to be the one currently usable and made it so you can link to any specific functions. Wow. All right. Good job, Hideo. Yeah, so yeah, we don't have that in there. Well, nice. Yeah, good job. So Hideo is a is a frequent point earner. And so he's on a different scale from other people. So, yeah, had someone else done this, I probably would have given them more points. But I've been giving Hideo tons of points. And I definitely appreciate it. 4,453 points. Plebs. Need to get on his level. Alright, so Obfuscator has something here. I feel like this is going to be that same error as before. Yeah, this is done. When watching someone else's replay, you can't click the attacker bots. Did I fix this? I hope I fixed this. Let's go take a look. Select attacker ID, and defender ID from replays. We just want anything where Adam is not involved at all. So 337. So let's go watch that. Debug main.onWatch replay 337. Yeah. All right, can we click everything in here? Yes and yes. Apparently this has no hardware, so it's just going to do nothing. Yeah, oh yeah, I made these to die. I remember that. Well, it's working, so we can just cross this bug off the list. Except for one thing. Something looked weird there, right? There are placement stats. What are those doing there? What are those doing there? And this happens only when you're watching somebody else's replay, right? Aha, I knew it. Okay, so this has been fixed already. I fixed this already, but there is a new bug. When you're watching someone else's replay, it assumes that you're able to place bots. Where does that come from? I'm not using Ankbot, I'm using PhantomBot. You fixed this yesterday, didn't you, Adam? Yeah, I did fix it yesterday, I think. And did I say your name? I might have. Did I run into... I don't know, Obfuscator. I'm pretty out of it. I actually need to get going relatively soon. I've been online for 7 hours and 53 minutes. So you guys got about 5 more minutes with me. Then that's it. Man, I'm tired. I gotta go running after this. I'm not going to be tired right now. What was I just doing? I was going to go into this file and take a look at... No, it wasn't that file. It was this file. And there's something about placement stats. Where do those go? Here, render commence button. There shouldn't be a commence button. Oh, let's just check to see if you're the attacker. We need to make sure you're not in replay mode as well. That should be pretty easy. And not this.props.ingame state.is in replay mode. Yeah, easy peasy. Done. Okay, so now when you go watch somebody else's replay, like this, you... What? What's going on? I fixed this, but I didn't refresh the page, so how did that work? It's not even fixed here. What happened? Oh, or you're in replay mode. My bad. MB, guys. All right, let's try that out. Done. Problem solved. Yeah. Now we can't click these things. Actually, this is a different bug. This is that this bar is consuming pointer events apparently all the way over to here. So if I click right here right now, it'll exit the game. No, it doesn't do that. Why is this? Huh. Well, that's a different bug. Yeah, VSL Plays, I feel like now that, so a long time ago, it was all just code. There was nothing visual because I was working on infrastructure for like 4 months. That was kind of miserable, by the way. Now, at least, when I'm fixing these bugs, I go into the game a bit. I test things out. Sometimes I have to come up with specific strategies to test it out. And by strategies, I mean like botland strategies. So I think that's at least a little more entertaining. Bugland, yeah, that's actually a good stream title for the next time that I have to fix bugs. Alright, I'll be later. There's a point. By the way, nice juice command today. Alright, so bug. The replay controls have cursor pointer set for the whole div. So it looks like you can click the empty space to the right of the exit button. This is such a minor thing. That's how you earn points. What happened to my water? I think I took it with me on my last break. Oh, no one visited the shop. Alright, so fix bug where placement stats were visible. They were visible during a replay, despite that. Oh wait, no, they were visible when you were watching a replay owned by somebody else. This was the case because I'd only checked to see if you were the attacker. Or what was the check there? It wasn't exactly that. I only checked to see if you were the defender. And if not, I rendered the attacker's controls, even though you are considered to be neither when watching a replay. Neither the attacker nor the defender when watching a replay. Cool. No, I had this thing, so I did still have something to drink. Or dronka. Whatever we're calling it now in chat. Okay, so let's take a quick look. This is the time of the day when I pat myself on the back. And we look, this is the stuff that I got done today. So I say copy log messages, and then we delete all this stuff. This is the set of changes. There was probably a much easier way to do this. Such as just show it to you in the UI or stop caring about this. But now I'm involved. I'm going to do this. So here are all the things that were fixed today. So let's see. The number of commits starting with fix are 10. Although this is also a bug fix. This is a bug fix. This is a bug fix. Oh, this doesn't really count. Yeah. So there are about 14 bug fixes today. And how many are left? If that was patting myself on the back, then this is the opposite of patting myself on the back. Oh, this is fixed. This has already been fixed. This does look like an emoji. Alright, well, thank you all for watching. I have just crossed over the 8-hour limit. I don't care what that bot says. Today was crazy. I think on Friday, we're going to fix a couple of bugs maybe. But then I think we're going to work on replay controls on Friday. I think it's about time. So I'll just write this down. Friday, replay controls. That'll be interesting. I should look into that before Friday, just so that I've got a grip on what's going on. All right, well, thank you all for watching. Happy Thanksgiving tomorrow. I am going to be back on Friday. I will not be streaming tomorrow, not on Thanksgiving. And oh man, the Pecking Bird is streaming. I don't think I've ever seen the Pecking Bird stream. All right, we're gonna watch the Pecking Bird. I'll stick around for like a minute to watch this, but then I gotta get going. So yeah, take care everyone. Bye. Have a nice night.